Chapter 1575. Bahi was escorted away. This result stunned Yang Kai, but seeing the confident look on Bahi's face, Yang Kai estimated that his life would not be in any danger. Mi Tian was also warmly welcomed to the side while Yang Kai and Xianing Chong were led by a monster race woman to Half Moon Mountain, where they walked up a neat mountain path. The monster race woman walking in front of Yang Kai could not tell what kind of monster beast bloodline she possessed. She was petite, but her figure was extremely vigorous. Clearly, she was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, and her 2 ears were not like those of a human but rather more like those of a cat, short and delicate. Yang Kai was not surprised by this sight and simply observed the scenery of Red Moon Territory's holy land. The surrounding world energy was very rich, so there should be a good earth vein at the foot of this half-moon mountain. Otherwise, it would not be able to meet the needs of a large number of monster race cultivator. Girl, are we going to see Chi Yu's master now? After walking for a long time, Yang Kai asked. Master has an important matter to attend to and will not see you for the time being, but someone else will receive you, the monster race woman in front replied lightly without turning her head. Understood. Yang Kai nodded and did not ask any more questions. Although Xia Ning Chang's performance in Shimmering Moon City was shocking enough, Chi Yu was still one of the 10 great tribal lords and an origin king realm master, so it was reasonable that she would not personally receive Xia Ning Chang. However, she would not underestimate Xia Ning Chang too much and would arrange for a capable person to receive him to show the importance she attached to Xia Ning Chang. Yang Kai came here just to see Shan Qing Luo, the dragon lady. Whether he could meet with Chi Yu or not did not matter. Not seeing Chi Yu was actually better. After all, facing an origin king realm master, Yang Kai felt some pressure. Now that he heard this monster race woman say that someone else would receive him, it was exactly what he wanted. Following behind her, Yang Kai was already considering how to find Shan Qing Luo. In this kind of place, Yang Kai did not dare to use his divine sense too recklessly. If he really did so, it was very likely to cause trouble. After walking for about an hour, the Yao woman finally brought Yang Kai and his senior sister to a magnificent palace. She walked straight in. Inside the palace, a spacious and bright hall. Many demon cultivator lined up on both sides and looked at the entrance curiously. They had all received news that a human had refined a pill with pill clouds in Shimmering Moon City, and the city lord of Shimmering Moon City, Ma Guna, would be escorting her to the palace to serve the tribal lord. They were naturally very curious about what kind of human had such amazing alchemy skills. Above the demons, 2 third-order origin returning realm masters sat at the head of the table. The one on the left. He was tall and sturdy. It was like an iron tower with a ferocious and terrifying appearance. The one on the right was tall and slender. Her facial features were picturesque and seemed to contain a myriad of emotions. She was already a beautiful woman, but now when she was set off by the ugly man on the left, she seemed even more otherworldly. Many of the monster race cultivator waiting below stole glances at this woman from time to time, but they quickly averted their eyes, as if they were afraid that if they stared at her for too long, they would fall into her charms. At this moment, the face of the tower-like man on the left was twitching slightly, as if he was very impatient, his buttocks swaying from side to side, a very uncomfortable look on his face. On the other hand, the woman on the right was frowning slightly, a look of suspicion on her face as her beautiful eyes stared out of the hall, as if she was trying to see through the barrier of space and into the distance. As time passed, the woman's expression began to change, gradually becoming one of joy and excitement. Her originally lazy posture gradually straightened and her tender body could not help trembling slightly. Her pair of beautiful eyes burst out with amazing splendor as she bit her red lips lightly, a look of anticipation appearing on her pretty face as a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The many monster race cultivators below took in this scene and felt their hearts beating violently in their chests as their mouths went dry. They'd never seen this lord reveal such a charming smile, and for a time, they were actually unable to resist the temptation brought about by that smile. They wished for nothing more than to immerse their minds within it, and allow themselves to sink into oblivion. Even if they were bound by darkness and would never be able to see the light of day, they wouldn't hesitate. Many monster race cultivators sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly circulated their Saint Chi to attack their minds. They would rather harm themselves to regain their senses quickly. If they continued to sink, they were afraid that they would really be consigned to eternal damnation. What a disaster! The adopted daughter that Sir Monarch took in back then was indeed a troublemaker. Even the most famous woman from the Fox clan in the monster race was inferior to her in terms of seduction and charm. How could a mere human have such charm? Many monster race cultivators could not figure it out even after racking their brains. With such an existence, it was likely that even the most outstanding monster race disciple was not worthy of her. Why haven't you come yet? This uncle is worried to death. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the palace, completely waking the monster race cultivators from their stupor. They all looked up at the towering brawny man. The burly man felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles as he scratched his head with his thick hands before turning to the enchanting woman next to him and putting on a flattering look, an ugly smile on his face as he hummed, "Little sister, why don't you wait here while elder brother takes care of his own business first?" The enchanting woman glanced at him and chuckled. "You Xiong, this is adoptive mother's order. The one who has come is an alchemy grandmaster, so etiquette cannot be lacking. If you run away and adoptive mother finds out about this, little sister won't speak up for you." Ahem. Yu Xiong smiled awkwardly, thinking of the horror of his adoptive mother and could not help shivering, his tall and strong body suddenly seeming to shrink. "I was just saying, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously." As soon as Yu Xiong's voice fell, a monster race woman walked in from the door, walked up to the main hall, and bowed gracefully, lightly opening her red lips and saying, "To master, the one has been brought." "She's finally here." Yu Xiong coldly snorted, a look of displeasure filling his face. This uncle wants to see if this alchemy grandmaster really has any skill. If she's like the previous ones, just fishing for fame, don't blame this uncle for being impolite and tearing her apart. Because Red Moon valued humans with special talents. Therefore, in Red Moon territory, many humans dreamed of being appreciated by the master tribal lord and living on Half Moon Mountain. However, some people clearly had no ability but bragged about how amazing they were in an attempt to make up the numbers. Without exception, all of these people were cruelly killed by Yu Xiong. As such, this time, Yu Xiong did not believe that there was really a human who could refine an origin-grade pill with pill clouds. Most likely, it was just Shimmering Moon City's city lord who wanted to profit from it. "Quickly invite them in." The enchanting woman above suppressed the excitement in her heart. She called out in a trembling voice. "Yes." The monster race woman nodded. Turning around and looking behind her, she beckoned. A man and a woman walked over side by side, the man's figure tall and sturdy. The woman was petite and dainty. The eyes of the two swept around the hall casually. Both of them then fixed on the enchanting woman. Yang Kai grinned. Xia Ning Chang also pursed her lips and chuckled. The enchanting woman's tender body trembled slightly as a layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. But fortunately, her mental fortitude was quite good. In front of so many people, she did not lose her composure. Taking a few deep breaths, she calmed her excitement and raised her smooth chin slightly as her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, a look of love and hatred flashing across them. No one noticed that her silver teeth were lightly clenched, making a slight noise. "To master, they have arrived," the monster race woman reported respectfully. "Oh, wasn't it said that only women were alchemy grandmasters? What's this man doing here?" Yu Xiong looked at Yang Kai curiously. The monster race woman replied, "These two seem to be senior sister and junior brother from the same sect." "So it's just a little boy toy." Yu Xiong sneered. Uncle despises this kind of person the most. He subconsciously regarded Yang Kai as someone who relied on Xia Ning Chang to live off a woman. Yang Kai did not care about his evaluation and continued to stare at the enchanting woman with a playful smile on his face, seemingly unable to bear Yang Kai's aggressive and unflinching gaze. The enchanting woman glared at him fiercely, a look of rebuke flashing across her beautiful eyes. "In front of so many people. Bold humans, why haven't you saluted the two master?" From the monster race crowd on both sides, angry shouts suddenly rang out. Red Moon territory had dispatched so many people and even had two esteemed masters personally greet them, which was more than enough to give the alchemy grandmaster face. It was only reasonable that these two humans should not stand here foolishly and should at least show some humility. But they actually stood there without moving. They really thought too highly of themselves. Without the appreciation of a master tribal lord, what were these humans worth? They were nothing more than accessories to the monster race. What was even more intolerable to the monster race crowd was that this little boy toy had been staring at their master since he entered the hall, not even blinking once, as if he wanted to swallow this master alive. How rude! Even if this master's charm was boundless, a trivial human should not act so presumptuously. How could this master be blasphemed by a mere human? Many monster race masters glared at young Kai at this moment. You little boy toy, where are you looking at? Yu Xiong also noticed that something was wrong and quickly got up, glared at young Kai, and said fiercely, Do you believe Uncle won't dig out your eyes? Human, there are some people you can't look at. Just relax and act as a little boy toy. A monster race master nearby sneered. This human was too insatiable. Although the face of the woman beside him could not be seen clearly, just by looking at her figure and skin color, one could tell that she was definitely a rare beauty. It was fine that he was not satisfied, but he actually dared to cast covetous eyes on that lord. He really did not know what was good for him. This human girl must be blind. How could she be with such a man? Such an excellent alchemy grandmaster could only be matched by the elite disciples of the monster race. Chapter 1576. Human, Master Yu Xiong's temper is not very good. If you want to live, quickly admit your wrongs, apologize, and kowtow. You may be able to keep your life. A monster race man shouted, seemingly wanting to instruct young Kai on how to behave. After all, the charm of the master above was obvious to all, so it wasn't entirely his fault that this human race man had lost his composure like this. Admit my wrongs, apologize, kowtow. Young Kai stroked his chin, looking like he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but his eyes were still fixed on the enchanting woman as a playful smile appeared on his face. Beauty, are you sure you want me to do this? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Everyone's eyes turned towards young Kai, revealing looks of disbelief. This human actually called the master a beauty? This was not just rude, but blatant flirting, blatant flirting. Although the master was originally a human, for some special reason, she had been adopted as the adopted daughter of tribal lord master. Over the years, she had been carefully trained and cultivated, and her talents were well known throughout the world. Even the elites of the monster race had to act humbly and respectfully when they saw her. A human race man, in front of everyone's eyes, actually dared to flirt with the master so blatantly? Had he never died before? Bold. A monster race master shouted, his face filled with anger. Flirting with the master was tantamount to insulting the monster race and Red Moon tribal lord. No monster race master could tolerate young Kai's impudence, so for a time, everyone in the hall was filled with anger and murderous intent. Yu Xiong froze for a moment, seemingly unable to recover from his shock, but after a while, he burst into laughter. Pointing to young Kai, he turned to the enchanting woman and said, Little sister, this little gigolo actually called you a beauty. Am I not? The enchanting woman glanced at Yu Xiong lightly, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Yu Xiong's laughter immediately got stuck in his throat as he shrank back and hurriedly said, Of course, that's not what elder brother meant, it's just that I've never heard anyone call you that before, so I was surprised. This little gigolo is too shameless. Do you want elder brother to teach him a lesson? As he spoke, he glared at young Kai. In the Red Moon territory, Yu Xiong could be said to be under only one person. As the adopted son of the Red Moon tribal lord, his strength and status were not something an ordinary monster clan member could compare with. His temper was upright and unyielding, and he was not afraid of anything. There were only two people who could make him submit. One was naturally the Red Moon tribal lord. The other was the coquettish woman sitting to his right. If one were to say that he was in awe of the Red Moon tribal lord, in that case, he admired his little sister. He admired her aptitude and cultivation speed, which was something he would never be able to reach. His foster mother had once said that, in Red Moon territory, his little sister was the most promising existence to break through to the Origin King realm besides Ba He. In this aspect, he was no match for him. No need. The enchanting woman refused Yu Xiong's proposal. You're letting him go just like that? That would be letting him off too lightly. He must pay the price for his frivolity. Yu Xiong shook his head, somewhat unhappy. The coquettish woman smiled lightly, got up from her chair, and walked down, chuckling lightly as she said, Let him off? Naturally. There's no such thing as letting such a shameless guy off so casually. I'll teach him a lesson myself. That's fine too. Yu Xiong nodded before turning a gloating look towards young Kai, grinning as he said, Little gigolo, you're finished. If this uncle were to take action, I could give you a quick death, but if little sister were to take action, ha ha ha. When the monster race masters standing on either side heard that this master was going to teach this little gigolo a lesson herself, they immediately cheered up and secretly looked forward to the show. But then again, to be able to be taught a lesson by this master herself, this little gigolo, was truly blessed. Many monster race masters showed looks of envy. A moment later, the coquettish woman arrived in front of Yang Kai, her smooth white chin still slightly raised, giving her a noble and inviolable look, revealing her white slender neck, a dazzling sight to behold. Yang Kai showed no fear and simply stared back at her with a smile. The woman grit her teeth and slowly stretched out her hand, her jade finger poking towards Yang Kai's chest. Yu Xiong watched unhappily, looking forward to what kind of inhumane and heinous method his little sister would use to torture this shameless guy. Many monster race masters also stretched their necks forward, a look of satisfaction on their faces. Pointing her jade finger at Yang Kai's chest, the coquettish woman grit her teeth and said, "Tell me, should I dig out your heart, pull out your liver, or directly cut open your stomach and see if there's black or white inside? Do you hate me that much?" Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "Yes." The coquettish woman raised her chin a little more. "I hate you to the bone. I wish I could tear you into 10,000 pieces. I wish I could grind your bones to dust." "Ha." Yang Kai chuckled dryly. As the coquettish woman spoke, her jade finger gently poked Yang Kai's chest as she ground her teeth, as if there was some kind of deep hatred between her and Yang Kai. Yu Xiong's face flashed with excitement as he secretly paid attention to Yang Kai's reaction. His little sister didn't seem to be using any overly harsh means, but with her ability, it should be easy for her to cause this little gigolo some internal injuries. Yu Xiong wondered if this little gigolo's 5 viscera and 6 organs would turn into a pool of pus after being poked a few times by his little sister. But why did his little sister's tone sound so sad? Yu Xiong scratched his head, puzzled. "Don't make trouble." Yang Kai showed a helpless look as he grabbed the coquettish woman's little hand. The other party tried to pull back but was unable to do so. The group of monster race masters were immediately filled with righteous indignation, their eyes spitting fire. Audacious! This little brat not only dared to flirt with their master, but now even dared to take advantage of her. How could they tolerate this? Just as they were about to rush out and teach Yang Kai a good lesson, they saw a shy look appear on the master's face, her white cheeks blushing slightly, even her neck becoming pink. Her raised chin lowered at some point and her proud temperament became gentle and pleasant at this moment. What was going on? Why did the master have such a reaction? The group of monster race masters were dumbfounded. "You bastard!" The coquettish woman cursed softly, a look of grievance appearing on her beautiful eyes. "Didn't I tell you I was on Monster Star? Why didn't you come to see me until now?" "I couldn't help it. Sailing through Monster Star's territory is not a place where I can come and go as I please." Yang Kai explained helplessly. "Being able to come here this time was really a stroke of luck." "Aren't I here now?" "Qing Luo, don't be angry. You're making a fool of yourself." "They've been making a fool of themselves for a long time." Qing Luo glared at Yang Kai. "Did you want the situation to become like this? Are you satisfied now?" "Ha!" Yang Kai grinned. "In fact, I didn't expect you to be the one to receive me and little senior sister. You've wronged me." "If that's the case, then I won't argue with you," Qing Luo snorted lightly. While the two of them were whispering sweet nothings to each other, the many monster race masters in the hall all stared blankly. By now, how could they not know that their master and this little gigolo seemed to have known each other for a long time and had a very close relationship? Otherwise, how could they be flirting like this? This was almost unacceptable to them. Yu Xiong was also dumbfounded, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had never seen his little sister treat any man so kindly, and when his little sister was talking to this little gigolo, she actually showed a look of satisfaction and happiness. Yu Xiong had seen his little sister appear lonely more than once when she was alone, but now, her satisfaction formed a sharp contrast with her previous loneliness. "Your status here seems to be very high," Yang Kai asked softly. To be honest, seeing Qing Luo sitting high up in the hall here really surprised him. Although he had long known that Qing Luo had been adopted by Red Moon Tribal Lord as an adopted daughter, after all, they were from different races. Yang Kai had thought that Qing Luo was living a very difficult life here, but now that he saw her, he realized he was wrong. "N, adoptive mother values me very much, so those monster race masters don't dare disrespect me," Qing Luo replied softly. "Who is that guy? He seems to have the same status as you." Yang Kai looked up at Yu Xiong. "Like me, he was taken in by adoptive mother and is nominally my eldest brother, but he is a genuine monster race master." Qing Luo explained softly, and after she finished speaking, she found that the trace of hostility in Yang Kai's eyes suddenly disappeared. This discovery made her heart leap with joy. Xuanqing Luo knew better than anyone what it meant for a man to be jealous of a woman. Elder brother-in-law, hello. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and smiled at Yu Xiong, greeting him loudly. Yu Xiong's eyes instantly fell to the ground. If Yu Xiong had some speculations when he saw his little sister act so intimately with this gigolo just now, Yang Kai's greeting confirmed his suspicions. His little sister and this gigolo actually had that kind of relationship. How is that possible? Yu Xiong looked at Xuanqing Luo in disbelief but was surprised to find that his little sister did not try to deny it and was instead smiling shyly. Yu Xiong seemed to have heard some kind of shattering sound and could not help glancing around at the other monster race masters in the hall, only to find that all of them wore looks of grief and indignation, as if their hearts were being twisted by knives as they stared at Yang Kai with fiery eyes, as if they wished to turn their gazes into sharp arrows and kill this gigolo on the spot. Ah! Yu Xiong's mind was a little confused and he did not know what to say to Yang Kai. Suddenly, he glanced at Xiaoning Chang, who had been standing quietly next to Yang Kai, and asked, "What is the relationship between you and this girl?" "Little senior sister is my woman." Yang Kai smiled, reaching out and hugging Xiaoning Chang's waist while pulling Xuanqing Luo into his embrace with his other hand. Xuanqing Luo struggled slightly but still complied with Yang Kai's wishes, snuggling into Yang Kai's arms with a blush. Yu Xiong's jaw dropped as he stared dumbfoundedly at this human gigolo with a brilliant smile on his face, a feeling of admiration welling up in his heart as he gave him a big thumbs up. This is a true winner in life. A perfect example of a gigolo. Chapter 1577. Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang settled down peacefully in the palace. After the farce in the hall, everyone knew about the close relationship between Yang Kai and Xuanqing Luo. This caused many monster race masters to feel envious and jealous while cursing Yang Kai's luck with women. Inside the guest room, Xuanqing Luo brought Biluo to visit Yang Kai's senior sister and junior brother. Just now there had been too many people around, so she hadn't had much to say, but now that she had the opportunity, she naturally wanted to pour her heart out. Although Yang Kai had learned many things from Biluo in the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai didn't understand the details very well. After talking with Xuanqing Luo, he learned that the Dragon Lady had indeed suffered a lot after arriving on Monster Star. She was already a beautiful woman with a natural charm, and when she arrived on Monster Star, her strength wasn't high, so it was natural that she was targeted by many men with ulterior motives. If she hadn't met Red Moon Tribal Lord, who had recognized her talent and accepted her as a foster daughter, Xuanqing Luo wouldn't have believed what kind of fate she would have today. Therefore, to a certain extent, she was very grateful to Red Moon Tribal Lord. Furthermore, ever since he had taken her in as his adopted daughter, the Red Moon Territory Lord had placed even more importance on her. This could be seen from her position in the Red Moon Territory. Those who did not know the truth would most likely think that she was a pure demon. A human being able to hold such a high position in Red Moon Territory was inseparable from the cultivation of Red Moon Tribal Lord. After listening to Xuanqing Luo's story, Yang Kai also felt a deep respect for Red Moon Tribal Lord, whom he had never met before. In short, foster mother is very good to me. Moreover, because I refined the heavenly moon demon spider source, I am no longer a complete human being. However, I also can't be considered a monster race cultivator, Xuanqing Luo chuckled. Then what are you? Yang Kai asked in surprise. A half monster. There is a group of special existences on Monster Star, but their status is really low, only a little higher than humans. Half monster. Yang Kai was stunned. Yes, these half-monsters were born from the union of the human race and the monster race. They are not recognized by humans, and not accepted by the monster race, so their status is quite awkward, Xuanqing Luo explained casually. The union of the human race and monster race? Monster Star allows this kind of thing to happen? Of course it is not allowed. Monster Emperor Star was different from other cultivation stars. Here, monster race is supreme. How can they tolerate their bloodline being's bloodline? So, a half-monster is a special half-monster a half-monster. That's why this special group of half-monsters was born. Xuanqing Luo slowly said, "To tell the truth, this is the first time I've seen such a group of half-monsters. I really admire these people. For example, that senior Bahi who came here with you. He has experienced such things. You know about Bahi? Yong Kai's eyes lit up. I didn't know at first. I only heard Yu Xiong mention some things before. Tell me about it. I'm also very curious about that old man, Yong Kai quickly asked. He had heard a lot of rumors about Bahi when he was in Shimmering Moon City. This old man's strength was indeed extraordinary, so naturally, Yong Kai was interested in him. Shanqing Luo didn't know much about him, but the reason why Bahi had concealed himself in Shimmering Moon City for 200 years, even changing his appearance and concealing his cultivation, was related to a human woman. This old man was the #1 general under Qi Yu's tribal lord several hundred years ago. His aptitude was top-notch, and he had cultivated to the Third Order Origin Returning Realm long ago. In terms of sure, no Origin Returning Realm master could compare to him. For a time, he was known as the #1 master under the Origin King Realm on Monster Star. He was also the most promising existence on Monster Star to break through to the Origin King Realm. Once he achieved this, it meant that he could stand on equal footing with Qi Yu and become a powerful tribal lord-level existence. However, when Bahi was at his peak, he fell in love with a human woman at first sight and fell in love with her again. The monster race had always rejected the union of humans and monsters, let alone a future rising star like Bahi. The resistance he encountered was naturally greater than anyone else, especially from Qi Yu's tribal lord, which made Bahi even more miserable. If things continued to develop like this, with Bahi's arrogant temperament, it was very likely that he would betray the monster race. At that time, he would definitely become a character hated by everyone on Monster Star. Qi Yu's tribal lord also had a headache. She naturally didn't want to see her most capable general being forced into such a desperate situation. Out of her love for talent, she was even prepared to accept this fact and allow Bahi to marry that human woman. After all, although the monster race and human race couldn't openly unite, some monster race masters liked to play with human beauties. This was a very normal thing. Which monster race master didn't have a few human beauties as playthings in their mansion? It was just that everyone had a tacit understanding not to make this matter public. As long as Bahi could break through to the Origin King Realm, what did it matter if he married a human woman? But before she could make this clear to Bahi, a melodramatic event occurred. The human woman actually became the demon race at a critical juncture when breaking through a minor realm and died suddenly. After learning this news, Bahi was completely disheartened and furious. He subconsciously believed that the reason why his beloved woman became the demon race was definitely related to Qi Yu's tribal lord. Perhaps the tribal lord master had done something in secret. As such, he made a scene on Half Moon Mountain and went to Qi Yu's palace to confront her face to face. No one knew what happened in her palace, but when Qi Yu's master came out, she announced that Bahi was ungrateful and had committed treason, so she personally killed him. Since then, there had been no news of Bahi for 200 years. Until this time, when he took the initiative to appear in Shimmering Moon City. So, Qi Yu's tribal lord didn't kill Bahi back then and instead let him go? Yong Kai asked thoughtfully. That should be the case. Shanqing Luo nodded lightly. Adoptive mother is a second-order origin king. If she really wanted to kill Bahi, Bahi would have died without a doubt. It would have been impossible for him to survive. Yong Kai nodded gently. Yong Kai. Shanqing Luo suddenly called out softly. Do you think that human woman becoming the demon race and dying suddenly had something to do with adoptive mother? How would I know? What happened more than 200 years ago? I'm afraid no one knows except for the people involved. Yong Kai smiled slightly, but suddenly saw the worried look on Shanqing Luo's face and asked in a low voice, "What are you worried about?" Shanqing Luo slowly shook her head and squeezed out a smile. "It's nothing. By the way, you have to be careful of that Mi Tian. I heard that you had a conflict with him in Shimmering Moon City. Mi Tian is a proud and arrogant guy, so if you offend him, he will never let you go." "Don't worry, he can't do anything to me," Yong Kai smiled proudly. The two talked for a while before Shanqing Luo got up and left. "Junior brother, what should we do next?" After Shanqing Luo left, Xianing Chong asked softly. "I haven't thought about it yet," Yong Kai grinned. Yong Kai grinned. He had tried to enter the palace mainly because he wanted to see how Shanqing Luo was doing. Now that he saw that she was doing well and her status was high, he naturally felt relieved. "Then do you want to take elder sister Qing Luo away?" Xianing Chong asked again. "I didn't think so, but based on what she said, I think it's better for her to stay here. After all, This is Monster Star, which is extremely beneficial to her cultivation and future development. Xia Ningchong gently nodded. After listening to Bahi's story, she immediately understood that if Yang Kai really insisted on taking Shan Qingluo away, it would be very difficult. No one knew whether the death of the human woman who fell in love with Bahi had anything to do with Red Moon Tribal Lord. But if it really was Red Moon Tribal Lord's doing, Xia Ningchong understood why Shan Qingluo showed a worried look just now. She was clearly afraid that Yang Kai would follow in the footsteps of that human woman. For the sake of her adopted daughter's future, Red Moon Tribal Lord would not mind the death of a human man. But since we're here, we should naturally search for a batch of unique materials here first. Yang Kai looked at Xia Ningchong with a smile. Little senior sister, I'm afraid I'll have to rely on your strength for this. After leaving the guest room, Shan Qingluo took Biluo straight to Qi Yu's palace. She was highly regarded by Qi Yu and was being cultivated as a future successor, so naturally no one dared to stop her from walking around the palace. All the monster race cultivator who saw her bowed respectfully to show their respect. Arriving outside the palace, Shan Qingluo happened to see a bare-waisted, tiger-backed man standing outside the palace, his brow furrowed and his body slightly tilted, as if he was listening to something. "Yu Xiong!" Shan Qingluo walked up and shouted. Hearing this call, Yu Xiong quickly turned around and put a finger to his lips, shushing her. Sneaking around in front of adoptive mother's palace. What are you doing? Be careful, adoptive mother doesn't know you'll be punished. Shan Qingluo frowned and reprimanded him. Senior Bahi is being tortured inside, listen. Yu Xiong pointed inside with a gossipy expression on his face. Shan Qingluo was surprised and listened carefully. Sure enough, she heard tragic screams coming from inside the palace. Her face couldn't help turning pale as she asked in shock, "Does adoptive mother refuse to forgive Senior Bahi?" Although she had never met Bahi, Bahi's situation was somewhat similar to hers. If Red Moon Tribal Lord refused to let go of Bahi, then the future of her and Yang Kai would be bleak. Bahi's ending, to a certain extent, was a good example for her to learn from, so when she heard Bahi's screams while being tortured inside, Shan Qingluo became nervous. She seemed to be able to see Yang Kai being tortured in front of her adoptive mother. I don't know, adoptive mother has always been pleasant and rarely gets angry. She only instructs us rather than reprimands us, never punishes us. Seeing Senior Bahi being tortured so miserably this time, it seems adoptive mother is really angry. Yu Xiong smacked his lips as his ears perked up, listening even more intently. Shan Qingluo's expression changed as she became even more worried, secretly wondering what she should say when she saw adoptive mother. Chapter 1578. Shan Qingluo and Yu Xiong listened outside the palace for more than an hour before the screams inside gradually subsided. Even a monster race master like Yu Xiong could not help feeling a little apprehensive upon seeing this. The door of the palace opened with a bang and a figure staggered out. This person was covered in blood and his aura was extremely weak, as if he was not far from death. Shan Qingluo's eyes narrowed slightly. She could tell at a glance that this master should be Bahi. After all, he was exuding a powerful third-order origin returning realm aura. It seemed that adoptive mother was really angry this time, and it was hard to tell if she had forgiven Senior Bahi or not. Senior, you're all right. Yu Xiong walked over and helped Bahi up. Cough cough. I'm fine, I won't die for the time being. Bahi waved his hand slowly, as if he didn't even have the strength to speak. Yu Xiong opened his mouth but didn't know how to comfort him. Bahi suddenly raised his head and looked towards Shan Qingluo. Even though this old man was extremely knowledgeable and had seen countless people, the moment he saw Shan Qingluo, his eyes couldn't help lighting up and his originally weak aura seemed to recover somewhat. Gently nodding, Bahi said, "This should be Sister Shan?" Qingluo greet Senior. Shan Qingluo bowed gracefully. Sister Shan is too polite. Good, the monster race has finally produced some decent talents. Bahi smiled. This old master acted willfully back then and failed to live up to the expectations of Tribal Lord Master. I hope you won't disappoint her again. I will follow Senior's teachings. Shan Qingluo whispered with a complicated expression. Go in, Master is waiting for you. Bahi waved his hand, supported his weak body, and walked out step by step, leaving behind a trail of blood in his wake. Shan Qingluo and Yu Xiong stared at Bahi's receding figure and couldn't help sighing. The future star of the monster race, the strongest master below the Origin King realm, was now being punished like this by adoptive mother. Is that Qingluo? Come in. inside the palace. Qi Yu's voice called out. Shan Qing Luo felt guilty for no reason. Biting her red lips, she braced herself and walked inside. I'll go back first, Yu Xiong muttered to himself before turning around to flee. Yu Xiong, get in here too. Qi Yu's tender voice called out. Yu Xiong's scalp went numb. His raised foot immediately fell back down. He turned around. With an expression as if her parents had died, she reluctantly followed behind Shan Qing Luo. He should have withdrawn long ago. Yu Xiong's intestines turned green with regret. In the spacious and bright bedroom, a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire stood there quietly. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. The beautiful woman had a voluptuous figure. Her breasts were tall and straight, and her waist was slender and beautiful. There wasn't the slightest bit of energy fluctuation coming from her body. She looked like an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. She was extremely beautiful, her red lips like the most beautiful rubies, flashing an alluring luster, her skin white as snow, and her 10 slender white fingers. In terms of attractiveness to men, she was not inferior to Shan Qing Luo at all, only lacking the natural charm of Shan Qing Luo. However, the noble aura exuding from her tender body was many times higher than that of Shan Qing Luo. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful woman was one of the 10 tribal lords of Monster Star and the adoptive mother of Shan Qing Luo and Yu Xiong, Qi Yu. After the brother and sister pair came in, they first greeted Qi Yu, and after receiving a response from her, they sat down carefully. Has the alchemy grandmaster from Shimmering Moon City been properly arranged? Qi Yu asked casually. Reporting to adoptive mother, everything has been arranged. Does adoptive mother wish to see him? Shan Qing Luo looked at Qi Yu. There's no hurry. Since this person was able to refine an origin-grade pill with pill clouds, she was indeed extraordinary, but compared to her, I was more interested in the human race man who came with her. Qing Luo, do you have anything to tell me? I vaguely heard some incredible rumors. Qi Yu sat down in her seat and turned her beautiful eyes towards Shan Qing Luo. Shan Qing Luo's tender body trembled and she quickly got up, knelt on the ground, and said through gritted teeth, Adoptive mother, please forgive me that man. Why are you so nervous? Adoptive mother won't eat him, stand up and speak. Qi Yu stretched out her hand and lifted Shan Qing Luo up. Seeing that Qi Yu didn't seem to be angry, Shan Qing Luo couldn't help feeling relieved and her nervous mood gradually calmed down. Tell me, is the rumor I heard true or false? Qi Yu continued to ask. It's true, Shan Qing Luo replied through gritted teeth. Oh. In that case, is that human really the one you like? Qi Yu laughed softly. Yes. Is he that great? Why would even a woman like you fall for him? Yu Xiong said he's just a little boy who relies on women to eat. No, Yu Xiong is talking nonsense. Shan Qing Luo glared at Yu Xiong fiercely, causing the latter to shrink his head back and scratch his chin while looking up at the sky. Tell me, what is so great about him that you can't forget him? Qi Yu seemed to be interested and asked carefully. Daughter doesn't know. Shan Qing Luo smiled shyly. In front of a powerful existence like Qi Yu, her queenly aura was completely suppressed. We met when he was very weak. At that time, daughter was an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage cultivator while he was just an Yuan Qi boundary cultivator. The gap is quite big. Qi Yu raised her brow. But he seems to have reached the second-order origin returning realm now. Does that mean his cultivation speed is on par with yours? Understanding this, Qi Yu finally showed a look of shock. The speed at which Shan Qing Luo was breaking through was something she had witnessed with her own eyes. That human boy was actually not inferior to her adopted daughter was something she couldn't help feeling slightly shocked. I don't know where he has been all these years or what he has been doing. Last time, I accidentally met him in the Emperor Garden, but this time, he came to Monster Star specifically to find me. He went to the Emperor Garden? Qi Yu became even more interested. At that time, daughter joined forces with him to fight a group of people from Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce, but before we had time to talk, the Emperor Garden closed. Humph. Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce. Qi Yu coldly snorted, a trace of disdain appearing on her pretty face. Since you joined forces with him, tell me how strong is he? This. Shan Qing Luo showed an awkward look. You don't know? Qi Yu's face sank. Adoptive mother, please forgive me. The battle was not long at that time, so daughter was not able to observe carefully, but daughter is certain that he is not weak. Yu smiled softly and slowly said, "Since you are so sure, I can give him a chance. Although his courage to come to Monster Star for you is admirable, in the end, he is still just a human, and he seems to have another woman. How can Yu's daughter share a man with another woman? Put away your feelings for now. I will personally observe what he is like. If he really has the ability to make me approve of him, I will not oppose your relationship. However, if he is only a superficial person, I will personally kill him." After saying so, Yu looked towards Shan Qingluo, thinking that she would panic and beg for mercy. But instead, she saw a look of joy on Shan Qingluo's face. "Do you have so much confidence in him?" Yu was surprised. "Although I haven't seen him for several dozen years, he was a man who was good at creating miracles. Daughter believes that he will not let me or adoptive mother down." Shan Qingluo quickly said. "Good, since you say so, I can rest assured." Yu nodded gently, very satisfied with Shan Qingluo's attitude, and shouted, "Yu Xiong." "Yes, daughter." Yu Xiong quickly got up. "I'll leave this matter to you. Test the depths of that little bastard for me. If he's just an ordinary human, kill him as soon as possible, lest he becomes an eyesore." Yu waved her hand. "Yes." Yu Xiong's eyes flashed a fierce light as he replied in a deep voice. "You may leave." The brother and sister pair left Yu's palace, Yu Xiong looking excited as he rubbed his hands together, ready to go all out. Although he felt that Yang Kai was a very interesting guy, even daring to call him his brother-in-law, in the end, he was still a human being. On the premise that he already had another woman, yet he still coveted his little sister. It was no different from a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Now that he had received Yu's instructions, of course, he had to carefully evaluate Yang Kai. No matter what, he had to beat the crap out of him first. "Yu Xiong!" Shan Qingluo shouted. "What's the matter?" Yu Xiong quickly looked up at her. Shan Qingluo's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light as she glared at him and said, "If you dare take action against him personally, I'll teach you a lesson." "Eh." Yu Xiong was dumbfounded and said with a sullen expression, "Little sister, big brother is only acting on behalf of adoptive mother. I don't care, in any case, you can't do it yourself, otherwise, you won't have a little sister like me in the future." After saying so, she didn't give Yu Xiong a chance to speak and simply left. "Little sister, great aunt, great aunt." Yu Xiong called out from behind, but no matter how he shouted, he didn't get any response. He suddenly felt that this was a very difficult task. After living in the palace for 3 days, Yu finally summoned Xia Ning Chong. As an alchemy grandmaster who could refine pill clouds, Xia Ning Chong was qualified to do so. As for Yang Kai, Yu didn't pay him any mind and naturally had no intention of meeting him. Yu had a very good impression of Xia Ning Chong. This human woman was docile and kind, with clear and pure eyes. Not only was her cultivation high, but her attainments in alchemy were also extremely profound. When she summoned Xia Ning Chong, Yu specifically asked several famous alchemists in the palace to accompany her in order to test Xia Ning Chang's skills. The result was to her satisfaction. In terms of understanding of alchemy, Xia Ning Chong already had the demeanor of a grandmaster, not inferior in the slightest to the white-haired old men who had devoted their lives to alchemy. The alchemy competition held on the spot was also won by Xia Ning Chong with an absolute advantage. Yu was overjoyed to obtain such a talent and immediately offered extremely generous conditions, allowing Xia Ning Chong to live in the palace with peace of mind and perform alchemy for her. If it weren't for Xia Ning Chang's inexperience and age, the position of chief alchemist in the palace would likely have changed hands. Chapter 1579. Xia Ning Chong was now placed in an important position. Not only did she have her own loft, but she also had several young and beautiful maids to take care of her daily needs. All she needed to do was focus on alchemy for Yu. Everything was going according to Yang Kai's expectations. "Sister Xia, these materials were allocated to you by Master Tribal Lord. Master hopes to see the finished pill in 1 month." Inside the loft, a maid in green handed a space ring to Xia Ning Chong. "Give it to me." Yang Kai smiled and took the space ring. The maid in green frowned slightly, seemingly a little unwilling, but she didn't refuse and gently placed the space ring in Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai swept the ring with his divine sense and chuckled. "Why are there so few materials? Is this still too little?" "This is already 40 origin grade pills worth of materials." The maid in green frowned. "It's a bit too little." Can you get me more materials? Yang Kai asked. I can, but the other grandmasters in the palace only have so many shares each month. If you ask for more, they won't have time to refine. How can those people compare to my little senior sister? Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Go get more materials, the more the better. The maid in green suddenly looked at Xiaoning Chong awkwardly. To be honest, she didn't like Yang Kai very much. Rumors that Yang Kai was a gigolo who only relied on women to make a living had already spread throughout the palace. No woman would have a good impression of such a man. He already had an alchemy grandmaster as his woman, but he still wasn't satisfied and actually extended his evil claws to Master Shan Qing Luo. Sadly, Master Shan Qing Luo's wise and bright eyes were obscured by something and she couldn't see through this shameless bastard, unable to see the filthy soul hidden under his facade. Inside the palace, almost everyone was sighing for Shan Qing Luo, feeling that such a beautiful flower was willing to be stuck in a pile of cow dung, making them feel sad and indignant. Now that Yang Kai's tone was so arrogant, the maid in green, who already had a bad impression of him, felt even more disgusted. However, the Master Tribal Lord seemed to intend to put this new alchemy grandmaster in an important position, so she couldn't refuse. She just wanted to ask for Xiaoning Chang's opinion. As junior brother says, Xiaoning Chang said softly. If her lordship asks about it, just say that I want it. She won't disagree. Yes. The maid in green nodded helplessly. By the way, the grandmasters in the palace. What is the general probability of refining a pill? Yang Kai asked again. 20%. The maid in green replied indifferently. 10 sets of materials. 2 successful refinements. Understood. Many thanks for telling me. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. The maid in green looked at him seriously, as if she wanted to say something. But after hesitating for a while, she couldn't bring herself to say it and just said goodbye to Xiaoning Chang before turning around and leaving. This girl seems to hate me. Yang Kai looked at her back and chuckled. He naturally knew why the other party showed such a look of extreme disgust, but he didn't take it to heart. Junior brother, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to do this? Xiaoning Chang looked at Yang Kai worriedly. What's wrong? After all, these are origin-grade materials, their value is not low. If we do this, it's tantamount to swindling materials from Red Moon Tribal Lord. Xiaoning Chang felt a little uneasy and guilty. That's not right. Yang Kai shook his head. Little senior sister, think about it. That girl just said that when the other grandmasters in the palace refine origin-grade pills, their success rate is about 20%. In other words, 80% of the materials will be wasted. But little senior sister is different. If you try your best to refine pills, even if you don't have a 100% success rate, you will still succeed. Even if you fail occasionally, it doesn't matter. When the time comes, you only need to convert those materials into 30% pills. For Red Moon Tribal Lord, she will have already made a big profit. We will only be reaping some benefits from it. This is something that benefits everyone. Although what you said is correct, I still feel it's not right. Xiaoning Chang pursed her red lips lightly. Although she felt that she and her junior brother were like thieves in her heart, since Yang Kai wanted her to do this, Xiaoning Chang would not refuse. The two of them soon devoted themselves to the great cause of alchemy. The process of alchemy for Xiaoning Chang was similar to cultivation. For her, alchemy was a kind of enjoyment, not hard work. Moreover, she was now a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. After studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, her attainments in alchemy were no small matter. In addition, the last time she successfully refined a spirit pill that formed pill clouds in Shimmering Moon City, her harvest was huge and her comprehension of alchemy was quite profound. Now, even Yang Kai admired her understanding of alchemy. One set of materials after another was converted into finished pills in her hands. Her efficiency extremely high. Yang Kai was not idle either. He was experimenting with the true alchemy enlightenment scripture's final pill refining technique. If he succeeded, he would be able to produce more spirit pills from each set of materials, not just one. One could imagine how great of an impact it would have on the alchemy territory if his experiment was successful. This was definitely a groundbreaking development. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't have a clue for the time being, so he could only refine spirit pills while studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. The senior sister and junior sister worked together, and the trivial 40 sets of alchemy materials were all squandered in just a few days. A few days later, when the green-clothed maidservant came again and received a bottle of 12 spirit pills, she was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It had only been a few days, yet this young and beautiful alchemy grandmaster had really finished refining all the materials? Moreover, the number of finished pills was 10% higher than the other grandmasters in the palace. The maidservant could hardly believe her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that these spirit pills matched the materials delivered before, she would almost suspect that Xiaoning Chong had used the spirit pill she had refined before to make up the numbers. No wonder the tribal master valued her so much. It turned out that she really had the ability. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Yang Kai was an eyesore. This little gigolo really had a thick skin. All day long, he did nothing but stay by this girl's side, never leaving her side, as if he was afraid someone would snatch her away. However, one couldn't blame him for doing this. He didn't have much ability and could only rely on women to make a living, so of course he had to keep a close eye on her. For such an outstanding woman like Grandmaster Xia, there were likely countless suitors. Grandmaster Xia, these are the materials for 100 sets of origin-grade pills. The tribal master said that if you want more materials, you only need to tell this maidservant and the palace will unconditionally provide you with sufficient materials. The maidservant in green respectfully handed over more materials. Many thanks. Xiaoning Chong smiled lightly. Just put them there. Yang Kai gestured lightly. The maidservant in green glared at him fiercely before putting down the materials in her hands. After thinking for a while, she suddenly shouted, "I'll trouble you to treat Grandmaster Xia better, you shameless man." After saying so, she left in a huff. Yang Kai was puzzled and frowned. Why did she scold me? I didn't provoke her. Xiaoning Chong chuckled and comforted. Don't worry, others may not know junior brother's excellence, but I know. Yang Kai's heart warmed. Xiaoning Chong lowered her head and whispered, Actually, this is good. I was really afraid that more women would know how excellent you are. Since little senior sister says so, then I'll be at ease as your little gigolo, Yang Kai laughed. Xiaoning Chang's face blushed slightly. The word gigolo always made her think of some bad things. Red Moon Territory was one of the top 3 territories on Monster Star, so it was naturally rich and produced a lot of precious treasures. What's more, this was Monster Star, where there were countless monster beasts, so the palace didn't lack the herbs and monster beast monster cores needed for alchemy. No matter how much Xiaoning Chong wanted, the palace would be able to satisfy her. In order to get as many benefits as possible from this place, Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang's senior sister spared no effort in alchemy. They only refined 30% of all the materials and handed the refined pills to the green-clothed maidservant before taking new materials from her. The remaining 70% was pocketed by Yang Kai. This kind of opportunity to plunder alchemy materials was rare, so how could Yang Kai let it go? He didn't care about it himself. Now that he was an Origin King grade alchemist, unless he used Origin King grade materials to practice, he could effectively improve his alchemy skills. Otherwise, no matter how many pills he refined, it would only increase his proficiency. But Xiaoning Chong was different. She needed a huge number of materials to perform alchemy and improve her cultivation. As the Star Master of Tongxian Realm, the little senior sister was eager to improve her cultivation so that she could bring vitality to her homeland. The materials obtained from the palace would become a stepping stone for Xiaoning Chang's growth. Xiaoning Chang's outstanding performance made Qiyu very happy. Although there were several origin-grade alchemists in the palace, none of them could perform alchemy as efficiently and quickly as Xiaoning Chong. It could be said that even if all the origin-grade alchemists in the palace were added together, they would still be inferior to Xiaoning Chong. Qiyu felt that if Xiaoning Chong could serve in the palace for 10 years, it was very likely that Qiyu would be able to create hundreds of origin-returning realm cultivators. This was not a joke. If there really was 10 years, the pills refined by Xiaoning Chong and given to a talented monster race cultivator would definitely be effective in helping them grow. Qiyu was more and more optimistic about Xiaoning Chong, granting almost all of her requests without the slightest hesitation. This kind of indulgence made it even more convenient for Yang Kai to collect materials. Yang Kai was already considering whether he should obtain some Origin King grade materials from Qiyu. There had never been an Origin King grade alchemist on Monster Star before. This meant that there must be a large number of Origin King grade herbs stored in the palace. Yang Kai had already learned this from Shanqing Luo and knew that Qiyu had a storehouse where many precious materials were stored, many of which were Origin King grade. This made Yang Kai very excited. Chapter 1580. Inside the loft, Xia Ningchang was concentrating on alchemy while Yang Kai was trying to figure out how to steal the Origin King grade herbs from Qiyu's storehouse. After thinking about it for a while, there was only one solution. Using the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose could move silently through the earth, and because it was a very special kind of creature, it was extremely difficult for others to detect its life fluctuations. When he was a guest at Shadowed Star's colored glass sect, Yang Kai had used the stone mongoose to steal a large amount of 1,000 illusion-colored glass from colored glass sect, using it as the main material to build an Origin King grade starship. However, the situation this time was somewhat different from that time. Although 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain was heavily guarded by colored glass sect, there were still opportunities to be taken advantage of. The masters of colored glass sect could never have imagined that there would be a creature in this world capable of stealing 1,000 illusion-colored glass right under their noses. As for Qiyu's storehouse, it was likely that the security around it was not something colored glass mountain could compare to. Although the stone mongoose was useful, its sentience was not high, so if Yang Kai rashly sent it out, it was very likely to alert the enemy. Yang Kai could only take action himself. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and stretched out his hand, summoning a golden stone mongoose in front of him. This stone mongoose could be considered the only member of Xiao Zhao's race, but when it was born, its soul was damaged due to various reasons, causing its originally low sentience to become like a dead creature. It just so happened that Yang Kai had taken it as an existence similar to his embodiment. It had also absorbed a large amount of Yang Kai's pure golden blood, so its color was pale gold. Looking at the golden stone mongoose in front of him, Yang Kai gently nodded and sent out the soul clone from his knowledge sea. This soul clone poured into the stone mongoose's body. In the next moment, the dull eyes of the stone mongoose regained some light and seemed to become much more lively. Yang Kai closed his eyes and his expression changed slightly. No matter how many times he had experienced this, Yang Kai still found it amazing. He injected his avatar into the stone mongoose and made the stone mongoose his Dharmakaya. At this moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had been split into two. Not only could he feel all the emotional fluctuations and feelings of his main body, but he could also see everything the stone mongoose saw and heard. This was an indescribable wonder. It was an indescribable feeling. He was in no hurry to act. Instead, he tried to use his avatar to control the stone mongoose's movements. After familiarizing himself with this strange body, he suddenly disappeared into the ground. Solid ground for the stone mongoose. It was as if nothing had happened. Its peculiar body was able to perfectly merge with itself. It was like a fish swimming in the water. No one in the palace noticed. Yang Kai also asked Shanqing Luo about the location of the storehouse. Therefore, he didn't need to look for anything. After confirming the direction, he went straight to the storehouse. After estimating the distance and location, the stone mongoose arrived at the bottom of the storehouse in no time. Yang Kai quietly released his divine thought and looked up. As he expected, even deep under the storehouse, there seemed to be a restriction. When his Dharmakaya's divine thought probed, it quickly encountered a layer of invisible resistance in front of him. The invisible resistance didn't seem to be very strong. Yang Kai had a thought and slightly increased the power of his divine thought. He condensed the power of his divine thought into one and blasted it toward the void. To be honest, this was just a test. Yang Kai tried his best to control the range of his power to the smallest extent possible. He didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He thought that such a slight test wouldn't attract anyone's attention. However, the moment his divine sense made contact with the invisible resistance, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from somewhere in the palace. This aura was so strong that it made everyone shudder. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes had appeared in the void and were overlooking the entire palace, observing everyone's actions. Under the gaze of these eyes, no one dared to act rashly. This aura rippled and soon swept across the entire palace before disappearing. Many people fell to the ground in embarrassment, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Even Origin returning realm masters felt weak in their hands and feet at this moment. What is Master Tribal Lord looking for? I don't know. Did someone do something in the palace that angered her? Everyone was discussing this matter, but they were still puzzled. Everyone knew that this powerful aura belonged to the Red Moon Tribal Lord. She was the only one who could silence the entire palace with a single thought. Young Kai was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Qiyu to react so quickly. If it weren't for the stone mongoose's special physique that allowed them to perfectly blend into the surrounding earth, his embodiment would have been exposed. After such a commotion, Young Kai no longer dared to do anything to the storehouse and quickly controlled his embodiment to retreat. Inside Qiyu's palace, her brow furrowed slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on her face, muttering to herself, "Strange, the barrier around the storehouse was obviously touched, so why didn't she notice anything?" She was also somewhat puzzled. No one could act presumptuously in her territory, and no one could hide from her prying eyes. So she thought that the barrier around the storehouse had been in disrepair for many years and had some kind of problem that caused the anomaly just now. Thinking so, she no longer had any thoughts of continuing to investigate and instead showed a smile of interest as she whispered softly, "But Yu Xiong seems to have become smarter this time, knowing how to kill with a borrowed knife. This queen wants to see just how much skill this human has." Saying so, she quietly sent her divine sense to the loft where Xia Ningchong was, observing the situation. Inside the loft, Young Kai had just taken back the stone mongoose into the black book space when he suddenly seemed to have discovered something and glanced towards a certain spot in the void. His brow furrowed. At this moment, he felt like he was being spied on, but when he carefully probed with his divine sense, he found nothing. Could it be that what happened just now was exposed and Qiyu was monitoring me? Young Kai's face went black. "Oh, this little guy actually noticed something?" Qiyu called out in surprise. With her powerful second-order origin king cultivation, it was a piece of cake for her to monitor a second-order origin returning realm boy without him noticing. However, Young Kai's glance towards the void just now clearly showed that he had noticed her spying. However, that was all. It was impossible for him to really detect her divine sense. He was probably just suspecting her now. Qiyu saw this from the look on Young Kai's face. "This is interesting." Qiyu suddenly became a little interested. Young Kai frowned as he sat in place, secretly feeling troubled. After a while, his expression became calm as he pretended nothing had happened and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. "My apologies. Two young lords. You can't go in, this is where Grandmaster Xia performs alchemy. Tribal Lord Master has ordered that while Grandmaster is performing alchemy, no one is allowed to disturb Grandmaster Xia." Young Kai's expression changed. He began to listen carefully. He discovered that the person speaking should be the green-clothed maidservant who had delivered the herbs to Xia Ningchong before. At this moment, she seemed to be preventing someone from breaking into the loft. This young lord knows that this is where Grandmaster Xia performs alchemy, so this is why he came here. If not for this, do you think this young lord would have come here? Step aside. I have something to discuss with Grandmaster Xia. A rough voice sounded, one that sounded very unfamiliar. "Two young lords, please conduct yourself with dignity. His lordship has already given strict orders, so please don't make things difficult for this servant." The maid in green begged bitterly as she brought up Qiyu's name, using both soft and hard methods. Scram! The owner of the rough voice seemed to become angry. "Don't use Senior Qiyu to pressure this young lord. As for Senior, this young lord will explain himself. Who do you think you are to dare block this young lord's path? Little girl, please step aside. This young lord and brother Xueqi came here to ask Grandmaster Xia to perform alchemy for us, not to do anything to her. Brother Xueqi has a bad temper, so if he has offended you in any way, this young lord will apologize on his behalf," another voice sounded. Young Kai suddenly sneered. He recognized that the owner of this voice was none other than young Master Demonic Eyes, Mi Tian. Since entering the palace, Young Kai had not seen him again, but someone as proud and arrogant as him would definitely not take the matter of Shimmering Moon City lying down. Shan Qing Luo had also warned him before to be careful to prevent him from retaliating. This time, he had come here with ill intentions. But who was this other person? Hearing Mi Tian call him Xueqi, it seemed his status was not low, otherwise, how could he call Mi Tian a brother? Young Kai was curious. Ask Grandmaster Xia to perform alchemy? The green-clothed maidservant froze for a moment before quickly responding. "No, Grandmaster is a talent favored by Tribal Lord Master. Without Tribal Lord Master's orders, she cannot perform alchemy for others." "No." The monster race master named Xueqi sneered. "Why not? She's just a trivial lowly human slave, This young lord asking her to perform alchemy is simply giving her face. So what if she can perform alchemy? If she dares to disobey, this young lord will instantly consign her to eternal damnation. The green-clothed maidservant's face turned pale with fright. Although she feared the ferocious momentum of this monster race master named Xueqi, she still firmly stood in front of him, preventing him from breaking into the palace. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't move aside, prepare to die. With this young lord's identity, if I kill a little maidservant, I don't think Senior Qi you will blame me. Think about it carefully. Xueqi stared at the green-clothed maidservant coldly, his eyes fierce and his expression violent. Girl, please move aside, your delicate skin won't look good if it's broken. Mi Tian still smiled gently as he tried to persuade the green-clothed maidservant, his eyes flashing a wicked light. As soon as their eyes met, the eyes of the servant girl in green became a little sluggish and blurred. The struggling expression on her face gradually became docile. She blushed, nodded shyly, and stepped aside to let him pass. Xueqi coldly snorted, stretched out his hand, and pushed the green-clothed maidservant further away before striding straight towards the palace. Mi Tian followed behind him with a grin. Just when the two were less than 100 meters away from the palace, the door to the palace suddenly opened with a creak and Yang Kai walked out, gently closing the door behind him before turning around and staring at Mi Tian and Xueqi indifferently. Xueqi and Mi Tian stopped at the same time, the former sweeping his eyes over Yang Kai before disdainfully curling his lips. The latter, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as a look of hatred and dread flashed across his face. He would never forget Yang Kai's terrifying performance in Red Moon City. This was an opponent worthy of his attention. Chapter 1581. Brother Xueqi, be careful, this is the human I mentioned to you before. Mi Tian looked at Yang Kai coldly and reminded him softly. The monster race cultivator named Xueqi frowned as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, curling his lips as he said, "This is the human who killed your 2 thunderflame flying lizards? He doesn't look like much." He didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all, his expression filled with contempt. Mi Tian chuckled. If Brother Xueqi looks down on him because he is a human, it would be a big mistake. He seems to be different from the humans on Monster Star. Humph, I haven't seen you for more than a decade, Mi Tian. Where has your spirit gone? Now you're actually praising a human so highly. If my carriage monster beast is killed, he won't live to see the sun of the next day. Mi Tian, you're done for. From now on, this Monster Star will belong to me, Xueqi. Xueqi didn't seem to take Mi Tian seriously and sneered. Mi Tian didn't get angry though and instead smiled. I'm just reminding you, it's up to you whether you want to listen or not, haha. The 2 monster race masters didn't lower their voices at all, so Yang Kai naturally heard them clearly. Yang Kai couldn't help looking at the cultivator named Xueqi with interest as a strange expression appeared on his face. This Xueqi really had a great background, otherwise, how could he dare speak to Mi Tian like this? Yang Kai knew that Mi Tian was the young lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord and was famous throughout Monster Star. But this Xueqi dared to speak to him on an equal footing and even mock him mercilessly. What kind of background did this Xueqi have? However, his cultivation was no weaker than Mi Tian's and he was also a 3rd-order origin returning realm master. Do you two have something to discuss? Yang Kai smiled. However, his eyes were slightly cold as he asked lightly. Naturally, we came here for a reason. Xueqi grinned as he looked at Yang Kai disdainfully. But you aren't qualified to talk to this young lord. Call that human woman surnamed Xia to come out and see me. You want to see little senior sister? Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. I'm afraid that's not very convenient. Little senior sister is currently refining pills and won't see anyone. Refuse? Xueqi's expression became fierce as he coldly snorted. That's not up to her. Since this young master is here, she has to see him. Even if you don't want to, you still have to. Mi Tian stood behind Xueqi. Yang Kai smiled and echoed. Brother Xueqi came here this time to find that young lady for alchemy. And I heard that her alchemy skills are quite good. Brother Xueqi has already prepared the herbs. As long as she is willing to refine it, it will be fine. Alchemy is fine. Yang Kai nodded. You don't have to tell my senior sister about such a small matter. I'll agree on her behalf. Give me the herbs. Then I'll go back and wait for a few days. Mi Tian raised his brow while Xueqi sneered. Give these herbs to you? Who do you think you are? This young master heard that you are just a gigolo who relies on women to make a living. Tell that woman to come out and see me. A trivial little human slut dares to put on airs in front of this young master? Be careful or I'll cut her into pieces. The smile on Yongkai's face slowly converged as his eyes narrowed, suddenly revealing a cold and ruthless look. Did you just curse my senior sister? Are you deaf? So what if I curse her? So what? You'll pay the price. Yongkai's tone was cold as he suddenly appeared not far in front of Xueqi and threw a punch towards his face, his Saint Chi surging fiercely as he punched out. The other party was obviously here to find trouble, so Yongkai had no intention of continuing to argue with him. Xueqi was taken aback. He didn't even see Yongkai's movements clearly before he felt a sharp murderous intent approaching him. Hurriedly roaring, Xueqi threw out a punch to meet this attack. Xueqi's eyes were filled with anger and ridicule. Yongkai's sudden attack really surprised him. There had never been a human being so bold as to take the initiative to attack him. However, this human was clearly overestimating himself and was actually trying to compete with him with pure physical strength. Even among the Monster Star and Monster Star, Xueqi's bloodline was one of the strongest. Even many monster race masters could only look up to him, let alone a mere human. Xueqi attacked with all his strength, thinking that Yongkai would be smashed to pieces. Kong. The two fists collided in the void, and the void seemed to collapse in an instant. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the surroundings and spread out fiercely in all directions. Yongkai's body shook as he raised his brow in surprise. Xueqi's eyes widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. When their fists collided, both of them felt the ferocious force transmitted from the other party and realized that the other was not to be trifled with. The huge force caused the two of them to stagger back a few steps before they finally stabilized themselves. Fierce. Mi Tian was not stingy with his praise. The moment Yongkai made his move, Mi Tian had gracefully floated to the distance, and after stabilizing himself, he was able to see the collision between the two of them. He was greatly surprised. Although he had always felt that in terms of overall strength, he was superior to Xueqi, when it came to pure physical strength, Mi Tian was ashamed of his inferiority. After all, Xueqi's bloodline was not something he could compare to. It was known for its tenacity and violent strength. If Mi Tian were to fight Xueqi one-on-one, he would try his best to avoid contact with his opponent's body and use his strength to attack his opponent's weaknesses. However, this guy named Yongkai was actually evenly matched with Xueqi. It seemed that no one had gained the upper hand or suffered a loss in this first exchange. Mi Tian's expression became solemn as he immediately understood that Yongkai being able to kill his two thunder-flame-flying lizards in Shimmering Moon City was not just a random eruption of strength. He really did have such ability. There's a good show to watch. Mi Tian suddenly became excited as he shifted his gaze to a certain position 1,000 meters away. Over there, Yu Xiong was standing on the roof of one of the palaces with his arms crossed, looking down condescendingly with a smug expression on his face. Noticing Mi Tian's gaze, Yu Xiong waved his hand in greeting before joining Mi Tian in watching. Interesting, you're quite interesting, human. Xueqi swept his eyes over Yongkai, re-examining him as he shouted, Again! As soon as his voice fell, a strange blood-red light suddenly appeared around his body. This blood-red light was filled with an evil aura, causing Xueqi's aura to soar. Taking a big step forward, Xueqi rushed towards Yongkai. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble, leaving behind deep footprints. With these footprints as the origin, the ground around him began to crack like a spider's web. Yongkai was instantly enveloped by a biting murderous intent. This murderous intent seemed to be tangible, cutting through his body like a sharp blade, giving off a chilling aura that made one want to get as far away as possible from this murderous intent. Yongkai couldn't avoid it, nor did he want to. A low and deep roar sounded out from his throat like a wild beast that had gone mad. His muscles swelled up, and his bones emitted crisp cracking sounds. His imposing aura rose explosively along with it, and it attacked the killing intent that was everywhere in the surroundings and turned this invisible thing into powder. Xueqi rushed in front of Yongkai and sent out a barrage of punches filled with heaven-destroying and earth-extinguishing power towards Yongkai. Yongkai didn't seem to have any intention of dodging, simply allowing the other party's attacks to land on his body while simultaneously counterattacking with his two iron fists towards Xueqi's vital points. Pung pung pung. A series of muffled bangs rang out, causing one's scalp to tingle as the two men let out muffled groans. Yang Kai didn't show any signs of defeat and instead fought back and forth with Xueqi. Mi Tian's expression changed while Yu Xiong's jaw dropped. The green-clothed maid even lost the ability to think as her beautiful eyes trembled as she watched all this. She had always thought that Yang Kai was nothing more than a man who lived off a woman, a shameless man. She secretly felt sorry for Xiaoning Chang, thinking that Xiaoning Chang's vision was really problematic. There were so many outstanding men in this world, so how could she have chosen such a man? But now, she finally understood that this man she thought of as a good-for-nothing also had a dazzling side to him. For the sake of his woman, daring to confront young Lord Xueqi head-on was already dazzling enough. This man is so handsome. The strength and physique Xueqi was so proud of failed to play the slightest role in suppressing Yang Kai. The other party's attainments in this territory were clearly on par with his own. Yang Kai's eyes became cold and fierce, like the fury of a bloodthirsty monster beast. In a world of fists and feet, Yang Kai and Xueqi tangled with one another, each of their blows shocking the heavens and surging waves of power. Between Yang Kai and Xueqi, a violent power sputtered out as pure physical strength sublimated, transforming into an indescribable realm that enveloped the two of them. Even masters like Mi Tian and Yu Xiong were somewhat unable to distinguish the specific situation of the battlefield. They could only see the figures of these two figures moving about, hear the sounds of explosions, and feel the terrifying power behind each blow. A bloody battle. Xueqi roared, his voice filled with rage while Yang Kai also seemed like a mad demon. The two of them, who had only met for the first time, had already regarded each other as life-and-death enemies, their eyes bursting with blood-red light that caused one's heart to tremble, not daring to look directly at them. The two figures tangled together, bombarding each other indiscriminately, like two reckless men who had never cultivated before, not using any other kind of strength, only wanting to suppress their opponent in this territory. During this period of time, flashes of light would burst forth like meteors, dazzling and intoxicating to the eyes. This kind of crude and simple fighting style had always been disdained by cultivators, but at this moment, this kind of violent battle was shining brilliantly under the hands of these two. Any kind of power, when cultivated to the extreme, could not be underestimated. The more Xueqi fought, the more shocked he became. He had never thought that a human could actually fight to a draw with him in a contest of physical strength. He used all his strength to bombard Yang Kai with his fists, but every time he struck, it was as if he had hit the hardest rock in the world, producing a metallic clanging sound. The strength of Yang Kai's physique made Xueqi feel like he was facing a body of iron, not flesh and blood. How was this possible? Even the monster race, which was famous for its physical strength, could not compare to his bloodline, so how could a human achieve this? Is he even a human? Chapter 1582. But that wasn't all. What was most terrifying was Yang Kai's aura. As the battle progressed, his aura grew stronger and stronger, and the power behind each of his punches grew stronger and stronger. Xueqi, who was in the middle of this battle, could clearly feel this. After fighting for just a cup of tea's worth of time, the other party's strength had gone from being equal to his to actually suppressing him. What was going on? Could it be that he had not been using his full strength all this time? Xueqi's expression became more and more dignified as his expression became crazier and crazier. He was a proud son of heaven, a dazzling new star on Monster Star. He was not afraid of strong enemies, and the madness in his bloodline was eager to fight. Only by killing masters could he demonstrate his strength. He was finally interested in Yang Kai. Yu Xiong, what's going on? 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, on the roof of the palace, Shanqing Luo suddenly arrived. Her brow furrowed as she looked down at the battle below and asked anxiously. With such a big commotion here, how could she not have noticed? After realizing that the fluctuations of the battle were coming from Xiaoning Chang's palace, she immediately came here and saw Yang Kai and Xueqi fighting a bloody battle. Why is Yang Kai fighting with Xueqi? Didn't Xueqi only come here a few days ago? Shanqing Luo asked suspiciously. If Yang Kai and Mi Tian were fighting, she could understand. After all, there was a gap between the two. Yang Kai had killed two of Mi Tian's ninth order monster beast, so with Mi Tian's personality, how could he possibly let this matter go? However, Yang Kai and Xueqi had clearly never met before. There was no deep hatred between the two, so why were they fighting to the death down below? I don't know. Yu Xiong shrank his head and quickly waved his hand, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him, but his flickering eyes allowed Shanqing Luo to see some clues. You really don't know? Shan Qing Luo narrowed her eyes at Yu Xiong, a cold light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Ahem. I really don't know. I'll ask you one last time, what the hell is going on? Shan Qing Luo gritted her teeth and shouted. Yu Xiong's face suddenly became bitter as he stared at Shan Qing Luo pitifully, a sad expression filling his face as he smacked his lips. He was speechless. As expected. It's all you're doing. Shan Qing Luo was almost angered to death, her chest heaving up and down violently. Xueqi was not an ordinary monster race cultivator, so Yang Kai decided to fight him. No matter if he won or lost, nothing good would come of it. After realizing that this was a trap set up by Yu Xiong, Shan Qing Luo wished she could chop this cheap brother of hers into 8 pieces to vent the hatred in her heart. I didn't do anything. Yu Xiong scratched his head awkwardly. Xueqi just came to the palace a few days ago. I was just bragging about how outstanding Grandmaster Xiao's alchemy skills were in front of him and me Tian, and it just so happened that blood refining needed some pills, so... Shan Qing Luo didn't say a word as she ground her teeth and glared at Yu Xiong. This isn't Big Brother's fault. Big Brother originally wanted to instigate me Tian to take action, but that guy was too cunning and actually let Xueqi do it. Right, speaking of which, it's all your fault. My fault? Shan Qing Luo screamed, her anger growing. Yu Xiong anxiously whispered. Wasn't it you who didn't want Big Brother to take action himself? It was adoptive mother who ordered Big Brother to figure out that little brat's depths. So Big Brother had to think for 3 days and 3 nights before coming up with such a good idea. If you had let Big Brother take action himself, I would have been more careful not to hurt that little brat. No matter what, he is still my brother-in-law. Ha ha ha. So, it's really my fault. Shan Qing Luo smiled sweetly as she ground her teeth. No, it's all Big Brother's fault. Yu Xiong immediately admitted his mistake. Yu Xiong readily admitted his mistake. He knew that if he continued to pester her, he would definitely not have a good end, so if he acted like a coward, his little sister would forgive him. If anything happens to my man, you're dead. Shan Qing Luo grit her teeth and shouted. Worrying too much, Sister Qing Luo. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Both Shan Qing Luo and Yu Xiong were startled and quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the voice, only to find that Bahi had arrived at some unknown time and was standing not far from them, worthy of being the strongest master under the Origin King realm on Monster Star. It seemed that after living in seclusion for 200 years, not only had his cultivation not regressed, it had actually advanced even further. Yu Xiong and Shan Qing Luo were filled with awe and quickly saluted. Senior, what you said just now. Are you optimistic about Yang Kai? Shan Qing Luo looked at Bahi with her beautiful eyes and asked excitedly. Although she was also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, comparable to Bahi, in terms of eyesight, she admitted that she couldn't compare with the other party, so Bahi's words made her feel much more relieved. Bahi chuckled. I didn't say that, but he really isn't easy to deal with. I'm afraid Xueqi won't be able to take him down, in his current state. After saying so, Bahi sighed again. Amazing. Young people nowadays are really amazing. This little guy is just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, yet he was able to force Xueqi into such a state. If he really breaks through to the third order, Xueqi will definitely not be his opponent. Shan Qing Luo looked happy as a sense of pride welled up in her heart. This was the man she had chosen. That was how extraordinary it was. Back when he was in the central capital, he had set off a storm with his weak cultivation. At that time, he often created miracles, but after several dozen years, he seemed to be even more outstanding than he was back then. Xueqi was not an ordinary monster race master. He had a great background and was a top existence even among third-order origin returning realm masters. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange brilliance as a sense of pride welled up in her heart, as if as long as it was Yang Kai, no matter how incredible it was normal. Senior, did you just say that in his current state, Xueqi won't be able to take him down? Yu Xiong, on the other hand, understood the hidden meaning in Bahi's words. Xueqi hasn't used his full strength yet. You should be able to see that the potential of the Blood Flood Dragon bloodline hasn't been fully awakened yet, Bahi explained with a smile. Hearing what he said, Shan Qing Luo's pretty face couldn't help sinking. She suddenly realized this problem. Yu Xiong glanced at Shan Qing Luo cautiously and asked softly, Then, Senior, if Xueqi were to go all out, would my brother-in-law be able to stop him? I don't know. Bahi smiled faintly. I don't know the details of this guy's strength, but if that's all he has, he shouldn't be able to stop him. If he has other means though, I can't say for sure, but in my opinion, in a contest of physical strength, Xueqi has the upper hand. Xueqi has the advantage. N. Junior thinks so too, Yu Xiong nodded in agreement. However, a human being with a lower realm, being able to fight Xueqi to such an extent was something to be proud of. Adoptive mother's orders. It seems he can complete his task perfectly. Such a performance. Adoptive mother should approve of him, but this little brat's unfaithfulness is a problem. Adoptive mother would never allow little sister to share a man with another woman. Little sister, you can rest assured. If things don't work out, big brother can go down and separate them, Yu Xiong comforted. Shanqing Luo glared at him fiercely, causing Yu Xiong to let out a hollow laugh. Oh, golden blood? Bahi suddenly called out in surprise as he stared at Yang Kai with a look of disbelief. He found that the blood flowing from Yang Kai's wounds was actually a pale golden color. This was not the color of a human's blood. Did he really possess some kind of extraordinary bloodline that allowed him to compete with Xueqi in terms of physical strength? But what kind of bloodline could produce such golden blood? The blood that exuded a pale golden glow seemed to contain a surge of vitality, and as soon as it appeared, it began to repair the wounds on Yang Kai's body. His cracked skin and flesh were restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. What kind of powerful restorative ability was this? Bahi was shocked on the spot and his body involuntarily leaned forward a little, as if he wanted to see more clearly. 1,000 meters away, the bloody battle was still ongoing. Both Yang Kai and Xueqi were bathed in blood, the pale golden and blood-red colors intertwining and staining their bodies. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk. A series of explosions suddenly rang out from the point of contact between the violent forces, and Yang Kai and Xueqi separated. Both of their eyes were as sharp and resolute as an eagle's, not caring about their own injuries and simply staring at each other coldly. Human, you really are amazing. I take back my previous boasting. You are a very good opponent. Xueqi took a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice. Is that so? Yang Kai grinned. But you don't seem to be that good. Xueqi laughed. Arrogant enough, this young lord hasn't met a human like you for a long time. The last guy who dared speak to me like this was torn apart by me. I hope you can hold on a little longer and let me enjoy myself. As soon as his voice fell, drops of blood suddenly oozed out from Xueqi's exposed skin. As soon as these drops of blood appeared, they transformed into a blood mist that wrapped around Xueqi. This caused his already violent aura to become 30% stronger. In an instant, Xueqi seemed to have become a blood man, his entire body red, giving him a terrifying appearance. The blood mist wriggled around his body and suddenly transformed into scales that covered his skin. At the same time, 2 red curved horns appeared on Xueqi's forehead, giving him a majestic appearance. Flood Dragon Transformation! Bahi shouted in a deep voice as his expression became dignified. Shanqing Luo's expression also became tense while Yu Xiong's face became even more solemn. Xueqi was the son of the Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord and possessed the bloodline of the Blood Flood Dragon. He was the most powerful monster race bloodline on Monster Star, a fact that all monster race masters had to admit. After displaying the Flood Dragon transformation, Xueqi's strength would soar by at least 30%, a secret technique of the Blood Flood Dragon bloodline. Most powerful monster race masters possessed this secret technique, but depending on their bloodline, the potential they could stimulate would vary. The current Xueqi, compared to just now, was like a completely different person. A fierce and surging aura spread out from him, causing the entire world to tremble. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling and burning. A red aura wrapped around him. The red mist twisted and changed, rising into the air like a flame, making him look like a burning fireball. Xueqi is going all out. Chapter 1583. That little brat Xueqi's Flood Dragon transformation has reached its peak. In Qi Yu's palace, she muttered to herself softly as she became more and more attentive to the movements coming from her loft. As one of the 10 great tribal lords, of course, she wouldn't run over to watch the battle like Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong. Doing so would be far too degrading, but with her powerful divine sense, it was not a problem for her to secretly peek and not worry about being discovered. To be honest, the battle between Yang Kai and Xueqi really made her eyes light up. Who was Xueqi? He was the son of Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord, the successor that Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord had cultivated with all his strength. He was the future master of Blood Flood Dragon territory, yet even with his powerful third-order origin returning realm cultivation, he was still unable to defeat Yang Kai. If Yang Kai could fight evenly with an ordinary third-order origin returning realm cultivator, he would already be considered a heaven-defying genius, but his opponent was Xueqi. Qiyu had never expected that Yang Kai, as a human, could actually force Xueqi to use his Flood Dragon transformation in a battle of physical strength. Even among the experts of the demon race, there were very few who could do this. Yang Kai had done it as a human. This kind of thing had never happened on Monster Star before. The human cultivator on Monster Star was suppressed by the monster race and the cultivation resources were scarce. Even origin returning realm masters were rare, let alone someone who could fight head-on with the son of Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord. Qiyu was shocked as she secretly blamed herself for not being able to see the true strength of Yang Kai. However, she didn't know what his achievements in the other territories were. If his overall strength was really good, he was worthy of Shan Qing Luo. If that were the case, it wouldn't be impossible for her to accomplish this good deed. In this way, not only would she be able to make Shan Qing Luo submit, but she would also be able to gather a powerful ally, killing two birds with one stone. After what happened with Ba He 200 years ago, Qiyu no longer dared to oppose such a thing. She was afraid of arousing Shan Qing Luo's disgust and repeating Ba He's mistakes. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that in mind, Qiyu hid his divine sense around the battlefield and paid attention to the situation there. Outside the attic, Yang Kai frowned. He stared at Xueqi with a strange expression. At this moment, blood refinement. Its appearance was savage and terrifying. Its exposed skin was covered in blood-red scales, and its entire body seethed with a red glow while its battle-intent soared. He saw the strange look on Yang Kai's face. Laughing loudly, he said, "Human, don't tell me you're scared? If you're scared, it's not too late to beg for mercy. Do you only know how to talk big?" Yang Kai curled his lips, and the strange look on his face became even more intense. The moment Xueqi displayed his Flood Dragon transformation, Xueqi's expression changed drastically. Yang Kai felt a surge of energy in his body begin to stir, as if it wanted to rush out of his body uncontrollably. This made him extremely surprised. After figuring out what kind of power was causing this, Yang Kai felt relieved. Yang Kai did not allow this mysterious power to erupt and instead suppressed it. Suddenly, a five-colored light filled his body, and this five-colored light seemed to have a mind of its own, wrapping around his body and roaming about. Yang Kai's momentum, which was not weak to begin with, soared in an instant. What is this? Ba He was shocked and stretched his neck to look at Yang Kai. Damn, he really isn't using his full strength. This guy is too terrifying. Yu Xiong's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief filled his face. Mi Tian, who was watching the battle from a distance, was also shocked. He had thought that after Xueqi displayed his Flood Dragon transformation, Yang Kai would lose. But now, in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had also used some kind of mysterious secret technique to enhance his own strength. Human secret techniques are really broad and profound. Mi Tian was excited as he stared unblinkingly at Yang Kai, seemingly trying to figure out what kind of magical effect this five-colored light had. The five-colored light had different hues: yellow, blue, white, red, gold. All of them intertwined and exuded 5 different auras, but these 5 auras fused together perfectly without the slightest sense of awkwardness. 5 elements indestructible sword qi. Yang Kai's attainments in physical strength were extremely high not only because his foundation was good, but also because he had taken a large amount of life-revitalizing jade cream to create a large amount of pure golden blood, which had greatly enriched his vitality and vitality. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art he cultivated had also raised his physical strength to a whole new level. This was an extremely mysterious body tempering secret art. When Yang Kai cultivated it, the grade of the 5 elements supreme treasures he chose was extremely high, so the effects were naturally remarkable. Now that he had reached the minor accomplishment stage in the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he could use it to fight his enemies. Looking at Yang Kai shrouded in 5-colored light, Xueqi froze for a moment, but soon grinned. Good, human, it seems you've also used your trump card. Let's see who is stronger between you and me. As soon as his words fell, his figure turned into a blood-red light and shot towards Yang Kai. The red light was like a cloud of blood, directly pouncing on top of Yang Kai's head, opening a giant maw that enveloped Yang Kai, wanting to swallow him whole. The blood mist that filled the air was filled with an extremely evil and violent aura, drawing out the innermost brutality in the depths of Yang Kai's heart, causing his eyes to turn red. Yang Kai shouted as a 5-colored light burst forth, transforming into 5 layers of energy armor that wrapped around his body. A dazzling golden light emerged from Yang Kai's fists, and in an instant, they seemed to be covered in countless tiny golden needles that bombarded the blood cloud. Among the 5 elements' indestructible sword Qi, the metal element was the sharpest and most lethal, while the earth element had the most outstanding defense. These 5 elements complemented each other perfectly. The layer of fine blood-red scales on Xueqi's body was extremely sturdy at first glance, so Yang Kai naturally used the metal element indestructible sword Qi to attack his enemy. All the masters who were paying attention to this battle held their breaths at this moment, wanting to know who was better between Yang Kai and Xueqi after using their respective secret techniques. However, the result was shocking. There was no intense battle, nor was there a prolonged entanglement like before. This time, after Yang Kai and Xueqi collided, Xueqi seemed to have immediately suffered a loss. From the blood-red light, Xueqi's exclamations and roars rang out while Yang Kai remained silent, but everyone could tell that he was launching a fierce and merciless attack. Blood splashed out as a series of scales fell out. These were Xueqi's scales. Bahi's eyes trembled. It wasn't until this moment that he finally determined that Yang Kai's attainments in physical strength had surpassed those of the blood flood dragon lineage, which was known for its tenacity and strength. Bahi had completely misjudged this young man before. He subconsciously put himself in Xueqi's position and thought about how he would resolve the current crisis if he were Xueqi. The result he came to made his face pale. Powerless. He was truly powerless. The true strength of the second-order origin returning realm human was not inferior to any third-order origin realm master, and was even fiercer than most third-order origin realm masters. Even if Bahi went down to fight him one-on-one, he was afraid he wouldn't have a good ending. Bahi's forehead oozed cold sweat as he groaned in his heart. He was completely dumbfounded, not knowing what Yang Kai's origins were. Such a genius, even if one searched the entire star territory, there would likely be no other. Little sister, which cultivation star do you think my brother-in-law came from? Xueqi asked blankly. A very backward low-level star, Xueqi Luo smiled. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. Low-level stars. Xueqi felt like he couldn't think straight. How could a human from a low-level star have such strength? His strength was enough to make all the people in star territory, who thought they were geniuses, commit suicide out of grief and indignation. Good. Can you report to adoptive mother now? Presumably, adoptive mother will be very satisfied with this result. Xueqi Luo glanced at Xueqi with a smile that was enough to dazzle all living beings. Absolutely. Xueqi nodded heavily. If adoptive mother wasn't satisfied with such a human, it was likely no one would be. In this battle, this cheap brother-in-law of his had proven his strength to everyone. Xueqi Luo no longer spoke and simply stared down in a daze, her mind immersed in Yang Kai's strength, unable to extricate itself. After confirming that Yang Kai had the upper hand, she no longer worried about Yang Kai and instead began to appreciate this battle. A scream rang out as Xueqi retreated, his eyes filled with horror as he stared at Yang Kai tremblingly. His aura had withered and countless blood-red scales had fallen from his body. Even the 2 curved horns on his forehead seemed to have dimmed, no longer exuding the dazzling luster they had before. A great humiliation. Being forced into such a state by a human cultivator who was a minor realm lower than him was simply a stain on his life. He could not accept such a result. On Monster Star, he, Xueqi, was famous for his fighting prowess and did not fear any cultivator below the Origin King realm. Even Mi Tian had not been placed in his eyes, but this human of unknown origin had made him suffer a great loss and humiliated his bloodline. How could he accept this? How could he be willing to give up? Human, you forced me to do this. Xueqi roared, and after he finished speaking, a look of determination appeared on his face as he opened his mouth and spat out a blood-red bead. This bead was the size of a baby's fist and contained a terrifying amount of power. Vaguely, there seemed to be a small snake-like thing swimming inside this blood bead. Xueqi has gone mad. Xueqi was shocked and shouted in horror. He actually spat out his monster core. Not good, Xueqi is going all out. Bahi's face also flashed a look of horror as he hurriedly shouted, "Stop him!" Saying so, He hurriedly rushed over to the battlefield. Shanqing Luo also seemed to have recovered and nodded before following closely behind Ba He. The experts of the demon clan, regardless of whether they were transformed from demonic beasts into humans or were born with a human body, had a special item called the inner elixir in their bodies. The inner elixir was the most important treasure of the demon clan. It was the existence of their life. A monster race cultivator would never use their monster core in battle unless it was absolutely necessary, because once it was damaged, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 1584. The risk he had to take was not small, but using his monster core could greatly increase the strength of a monster race cultivator. Xueqi spitting out his monster core at this time showed just how crazy he had become, so it was no wonder Ba He and the others were so frightened. Xueqi's identity was extraordinary, so if he was still defeated by Yang Kai even after using his monster core, the Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord would never give up. He was a top master whose strength was not inferior to Qi Yu's, so if he became angry, all of Monster Star would be plunged into darkness. But if Xueqi won, with his current madness, Yang Kai's fate would not be any better. How could Ba He, Yu Xiong, and Shanqing Luo just stand by and watch? So, no matter what, they had to stop Xueqi before he could use the source strength contained in his monster core. Only then could they turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. The movements of these three were not slow. They were only 1,000 meters apart, so with their strength, they arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Ba He opened his mouth and was about to act as a peacemaker and persuade the two to stop, but before he could say anything, a loud roar rang out from Yang Kai's body, and at the same time, an incredible power spread out. Even someone as strong as Ba He felt his heart tremble. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, the corners of his eyes twitching. If he had heard correctly, that loud roar just now should have been Dragon Roar. Inside her palace, Qi Yu's beautiful face paled as she stood up abruptly, a strange brilliance flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she had discovered something incredible. Even with her second-order origin king cultivation, when that roar rang out, she still felt goosebumps all over her body. She still had goosebumps all over her body. That was an instinctive reverence that had nothing to do with strength. Qi Yu had a trace of the heavenly moon demon spider's bloodline, which was why she was able to cultivate to the origin king realm. This was also why she was so optimistic about Shanqing Luo, who had absorbed the heavenly moon demon spider source, and did not hesitate to accept Shanqing Luo as her adopted daughter and vigorously cultivate her. She looked forward to the day when Shanqing Luo would be able to bring back the majesty of the heavenly moon demon spider to this world and see the ancient era once more. The power of the heavenly moon demon spider. The heavenly moon demon spider was an ancient species. It was a terrifying monster beast. However, compared to the legendary ancient divine spirits, there was still a gap. Among the ancient saint spirits, dragons and phoenixes reigned supreme. Unfortunately, such a powerful holy spirit, he had long since disappeared in the long river of history. Only in the most ancient books and records could one see their sky-covering figures and their exaggerated descriptions. Those ancient holy spirits that only existed in legends. Strictly speaking, they were also part of the Yao clan, but they were born emperors of the Yao clan. They were existences that every Yao clan had to bow down to. Qi Yu thought that these ancient divine spirits had already gone extinct. But in her temporary residence, she had no choice. She suddenly heard the purest dragon roar. It pierced straight into the 9 heavens, and was deafening, causing the trace of heavenly moon demon spider's bloodline in her body to tremble in fear. She no longer hesitated. Her figure flickered and disappeared from the palace. Then, she rushed towards the battlefield. She knew that Xueqi was in big trouble this time. Outside the palace, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he took a deep breath, giving up on suppressing the mysterious power in his body and allowing it to erupt. A dragon's roar shook the heavens and a dazzling golden light flashed as a huge golden figure suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's body. This figure covered the sky and exuded a thick majestic aura. Its 2 eyes, which were larger than houses, were also golden in color, awe-inspiring to those who looked at them. Shaking its head and wagging its tail, it rushed straight toward Xueqi without the slightest hesitation. Xueqi was dumbfounded. The frenzied aura around his body was instantly extinguished as if a basin of cold water had been poured over it. While he was lost in thought, the golden dragon opened its bloody maw and bit down on the monster core in front of him, swallowing it into its stomach. Immediately after, it returned to the top of Yang Kai's head and looked down. Impossible. Mi Tian cried out involuntarily as he stared blankly at the golden dragon, shocked by the sudden appearance of this figure. Divine dragon! Yu Xiong almost bit his tongue as his whole body trembled violently. Bahi stared speechlessly at the shocking scene in front of him, as if he had lost the ability to speak. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as an 8-legged giant silver spider phantom suddenly appeared behind her, resisting the thick dragon pressure. This giant spider was the size of a house, and its phantom was so condensed that it seemed almost tangible, with a crescent moon mark on its forehead. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Of all the people present, only she was in a better situation. Firstly, she was a human, so the dragon pressure suppression on her was the least, and secondly, she had the strength to resist the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider source. Even so, she was still shocked by the golden dragon that suddenly rushed out of Yang Kai's body. The audience fell silent as the bloody battle came to an abrupt end, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. Yang Kai glanced up, a strange look flashing across his face as he turned to Xueqi and said faintly, "Sorry, this guy seems to be very interested in your monster core. I wasn't able to suppress it." Xueqi's face was extremely pale as the arrogance in his eyes collapsed like a skyscraper, turning him into ruins. In this battle, Yang Kai had completely whipped him from the inside out, from his body to his soul. Under the terrifying suppression of the dragon pressure, Xueqi couldn't even think about taking back his monster core. Enough! A delicate shout suddenly rang out, and the figure of a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in the void. Her sharp eyes swept over the crowd, and finally fixed on the golden dragon. She took a deep breath, and her plump breasts heaved up and down exaggeratedly. Adoptive mother! Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong hurriedly called out. Master! Bahi bowed respectfully. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he swept this beautiful woman with his divine sense, but was shocked to find that he couldn't see through her depths at all. She was an Origin King Realm Master. The identity of the other party was obvious. She was undoubtedly the owner of this palace, Qi Yu. This was not the first time Yang Kai had seen an Origin King Realm cultivator. He had spent some time with Gui Zhu before, but the feeling Qi Yu gave him was far more terrifying than Gui Zhu's. After all, Gui Zhu was just a first-order Origin King while Qi Yu had already reached the second order. The gap of a single minor realm was like the gap between heaven and earth. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Qi Yu. Yang Kai cupped his fists and shouted loudly. Qi Yu only cast her eyes on him now and gently nodded. You are also a guest of my palace, so there's no need to be so polite. Yang Kai grinned and said, Junior has admired Senior's prestige for a long time and should have taken the initiative to pay Senior a visit, but Junior's status is too low to meet Senior. I hope Senior can forgive him. It's fine, this queen coming to see you is the same, Qi Yu replied faintly. Adoptive mother this time. Shanqing Luo saw Qi Yu's attitude towards Yang Kai and could not help panicking, thinking that she was blaming Yang Kai, so she quickly tried to speak up for Yang Kai. You don't need to say anything, I know. Qi Yu waved her hand and interrupted her, not giving her a chance to speak. Narrowing her phoenix eyes, she looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and said, The outcome of this battle has been decided, shouldn't you return his monster core? Return it? Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. You don't want to be so ruthless. Qi Yu slowly shook her head. Red Moon shook his head slowly. You're a smart person. You should know the consequences of doing that. Junior really doesn't know, please enlighten me. Senior Qi Yu. Yang Kai looked at Qi Yu casually, seemingly not afraid of her at all. Bahi broke out in a cold sweat, Mi Tian felt the soles of his feet cramp, and Yu Xiong couldn't help shivering. Someone actually dared to speak to their master like this? Did this little brat not know how high the heavens were and how thick the earth was? What good would provoking a powerful monster race tribal lord do to him? Did he not know how to be lenient when it was possible? Little bastard. Even though Qi Yu's mental fortitude was quite good, she was still amused by Yang Kai's arrogance. After thinking about it for a moment, she said with a gentle expression, This queen will give you face, but you should also give this queen some face. After all, this queen is already so old, talking so much is tiring. Is Senior very old? This junior feels that Senior is still in her prime, not at all worse than those young girls in their late 20s. Yang Kai was surprised. Bahi and the other monster race masters were suddenly thrown into disarray. All of them stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Was he trying to flirt with their tribal lord master? Was this absolutely true? In this world, there was actually someone who dared to flirt with their tribal lord master. Looking towards Qiyu cautiously, Bahi and the others were surprised to find that their tribal lord master didn't show the slightest sign of anger and instead showed a strange smile, as if she was enjoying this, coldly snorting. This human really has a glib tongue. No wonder Qing Luo is so deeply in love with you. Is this how you managed to deceive her? Senior is mistaken. Junior used his personal charm to conquer Qing Luo. There was no such thing as a glib tongue. Yang Kai shook his head seriously. Arrogant. Qiyu pursed her lips and smiled, but after a moment, she restrained her smile and said seriously, "But in any case, you can't act too presumptuously in my palace. If something really happens to Xueqi, this queen won't be able to answer to Xue Jiao. Return his monster core to him and this queen will owe you a favor." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly as he glanced over at the pale-faced Xueqi, a look of reluctance on his face. He doesn't need to return it. Xueqi suddenly shouted, "It's just a divine dragon afterimage. It can't bind this young lord's monster core." As he said this, he opened his mouth and inhaled sharply. A loud dragon roar sounded again as a blood-red light suddenly shot out from the golden dragon's body and was swallowed into Xueqi's abdomen. Xueqi easily took back his monster core. The golden dragon was furious and bared his fangs for a moment. "Human, it was just this young lord being careless just now. Do you think you can defeat this young lord with such an afterimage? You underestimate me too much." Xueqi's expression was one of unwillingness to admit defeat, but the contempt he had before was now replaced with dread. Whether he admitted it or not, Yang Kai's strength was not inferior to his. Chapter 1585. Enough, Xueqi, don't be so long-winded. Since you've come to this queen's palace, you must abide by this queen's rules. Do you think this is still your Blood Flood Dragon territory? Before coming here, didn't Blood Flood Dragon teach you what to do? Qiyu reprimanded, "This queen can let bygones be bygones, but if there is a next time, you know what the consequences will be." Xueqi's face struggled for a moment before he cupped his fists and said, "Xueqi has been disrespectful. Please do not blame him, Senior Qiyu. Meteon, take him back to rest. In a few days, you will set off, so take good care of him. If he causes any more trouble, this queen will hold you responsible." Qiyu turned her eyes to Meteon, who had been standing there watching the show from beginning to end, her expression cold and stern. "Yes." Meteon responded obediently. No matter how arrogant he was, in front of Qiyu, he had to tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. None of the monster race's 10 tribal lords were easy to provoke, let alone Qiyu, who was ranked at the top. Quickly calling out to Xueqi, Yang Kai prepared to take him away. "Human, remember this, today's matter isn't over." Xueqi glared at Yang Kai with hatred and left behind a ruthless warning before leaving. Yang Kai sneered softly as he watched Xueqi gradually disappear into the distance before taking back his golden dragon. "You all should also disperse." Qiyu waved at Yu Xiong and the others casually before turning her eyes to Yang Kai and saying, "As for you, come with this queen." Saying so, she suddenly stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai and a soft force instantly enveloped Yang Kai. Perceiving that Qiyu did not seem to have any malicious intent, Yang Kai did not resist, letting her do as she pleased. The next moment, the two disappeared at the same time. "Adoptive mother," Shan Qing Luo exclaimed. "Don't worry, little sister. Adoptive mother shouldn't have any ill intentions towards that guy. With adoptive mother's powerful strength, if she really wanted to harm him, he wouldn't be able to resist," Yu Xiong comforted. Shan Qing Luo suddenly became a little worried, grit her teeth, and rushed towards Qi Yu's palace. In the bedroom, Qi Yu and Yang Kai's figures appeared. Looking around, Kai Yang found that the decorations here were very simple and crude. However, there was an air of nobility in its simplicity. This should be Qi Yu's residence, he speculated in his heart. After bringing Yang Kai here, Qi Yu stared straight at him, her phoenix eyes narrowed, not moving for a moment. Yang Kai remained calm. She stared back at her fearlessly. After a while, Qi Yu gently nodded. It was hard to tell whether she was praising him or mocking him. "Your courage is indeed not small. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a second human who dares to look me in the eye. Do you think this consort won't do anything to you?" "I don't think so," Yang Kai chuckled. "Senior doesn't look like someone who would bully the weak." If you really think so, then you're seriously underestimating the value of the divine dragon source in your body. Qiyu took a deep breath and said solemnly, "To tell you the truth, I am very interested in the divine dragon source in your body and have thought about killing you to seize it. With it, this consort may be able to peer into the heavenly way and break through to the third order origin king realm. Do you know this is this consort's long-cherished wish? Even this consort cannot resist such a temptation." Yang Kai still showed no signs of fear and gently nodded. "Since Senior says so, it means you don't want to kill me now. And may I know why?" "You're quite smart." Qiyu coldly snorted, turned around, and sat down in her chair, not intending to hide anything as she said, "There are 3 reasons. First, this consort cannot guarantee that I will be able to take the divine dragon source after killing you. Since it chose you, it means it acknowledges you. This consort is not confident it will acknowledge me. Second, even if it acknowledges me, I may not have a chance to break through to the third order origin king realm." Yang Kai nodded gently. "What about the third reason? You are the man Qing Luo has taken a fancy to. If this consort really kills you, she will lose Qing Luo. The gains do not make up for the losses. Her future potential is much greater than this consort's." Junior admires Senior's straightforwardness. Yang Kai grinned. "Stop flattering me, this consort doesn't buy it," Qiyu said with a serious expression. Qiyu's expression was solemn. "Although I don't want to kill you, do you know how much trouble you've caused this time?" Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. "Senior is referring to Xueqi? What kind of trouble is he?" Qiyu coldly snorted. "The trouble this consort is referring to is the other tribal lords on Monster Star." Yang Kai frowned, but soon understood why Qiyu said so. "You underestimate the appeal of the divine dragon source to people like us. If a human origin king were to learn that you have the divine dragon source in your body, they may only be shocked and amazed and try to strangle you before you grow, but it is different for our monster race. The divine dragon is a supreme emperor, an existence worshipped by hundreds of millions of our monster race. Tell me, who wouldn't want such a thing?" Qiyu's expression became solemn. "Once this news leaks out, the other 9 tribal lords on Monster Star will definitely come to Qiyu territory to find you. When that time comes, do you think this consort should protect you or not? Even if this consort is strong, 2 fists are no match for 4. Do you know how much trouble you've brought to this consort?" "Ah." Yang Kai was surprised. Junior had not thought about this, but Senior, isn't this Junior's fault alone? Doesn't Senior also bear some responsibility? He had been fighting with Xueqi for so long, so Yang Kai did not believe Qiyu had not noticed. Since she had not stopped him even after noticing, it was obvious she had acquiesced. Perhaps she had allowed this battle to continue. Qiyu glared at Yang Kai fiercely, naturally not admitting to this. "In short, this queen has nothing to do with you. This queen is not related to you in any way. This queen will not intervene in your troubles," Qiyu snorted, almost wanting to sweep Yang Kai out the door. Heh, this junior didn't ask Senior to protect him. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "If they want the divine dragon source in my body, they'll need to have the ability to do so." Qiyu frowned as she stared at him blankly, seemingly unable to recover from her shock. After a long time, she sneered, "How arrogant are you? You don't even put the tribal lords of my monster race in your eyes. This consort knows that humans have always been arrogant, but none like you. Only those with ability can be arrogant." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. To put it bluntly, even if Senior wants to kill this junior, she may not be able to succeed. Qiyu narrowed her phoenix eyes and said in a cold tone, "You're provoking this consort." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Junior didn't mean that, he was just telling the truth. Qiyu stared at him seriously, as if she wanted to see if he was trying to trick her, but Yang Kai's expression was completely serious, without the slightest trace of guilt. This discovery surprised her greatly and she couldn't help wondering where Yang Kai's confidence was coming from. She was a second-order origin king while he was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. An entire great realm gap. Even if he performed well in his battle with Xueqi, Qiyu was confident she could kill him with a single blow. After living for so many years, she had never seen a boy as domineering and arrogant as Yang Kai. However, it was undeniable that although such a boy was a bit arrogant, he did have his own unique charm. No wonder Qing Luo had fallen for him and was unable to extricate herself. "You still have a trump card you haven't used yet." Qi Yu's pretty face finally showed a trace of surprise. She thought that Yang Kai had gone all out in his battle with Xueqi, but now hearing him speak such nonsense, she suddenly realized that Yang Kai was still holding back. Xueqi's actions were not in vain. Such a human had already suppressed all the rising stars of the monster race. Mi Tian and Xueqi were nothing more than mediocrity in front of him. Yes, Yang Kai readily admitted. Qi Yu let out a sigh of relief as she stared at Yang Kai as if he was some kind of monster. After a while, she waved her hand dispiritedly. Forget it at this point, it's useless to pursue such matters. You can now be considered half a member of my monster race, and as your senior, this consort will naturally not embarrass you too much. This consort will no longer interfere with the matters between you and Qing Luo. You just let nature take its course. How am I half a monster race? Yang Kai shouted with a blank look on his face. Qi Yu's evaluation of him made him very unhappy. He was clearly a genuine human being from head to toe. Humph. Do you think I'm insulting you? Qi Yu stared at Yang Kai coldly. This is an opportunity that others can't even dream of. Boy, you'd best show a satisfied expression. An opportunity. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he pondered for a moment before asking, Senior is referring to the so-called divine dragon source? Indeed. Your current situation is somewhat similar to Qing Luo's. As a human, you have inherited the source of a powerful monster race, so you can be considered half a monster race. Qi Yu nodded. About the divine dragon source. Can Senior explain it to this junior? Yang Kai asked. What do you want to know? Qi Yu asked. Everything Junior wants to know. Yang Kai looked at Qi Yu with a smile. Qi Yu's brow furrowed, but she didn't show any signs of anger, instead patiently explaining, You should have heard of the term ancient divine spirit. In ancient times, some of the powerful creatures that were born with the formation of the heavens and earth were ancient divine spirits. They were the predecessors of my monster race and were the most powerful existences. Our demon race has tens of thousands of clans, all of which evolved from the bloodline of the ancient divine spirit. However, some clans inherited a thin portion of the bloodline, so they are relatively weak. Some clans inherited a rich portion of the bloodline, so they appear strong. The one you fought with, Xueqi, possesses the blood flood dragon bloodline, which means he inherited from the dragon race, and the bloodline he inherited is not thin. That's why when the divine dragon source in your body appeared, he was instantly suppressed. That's why the divine dragon source was so interested in his monster core, because if it swallowed Xueqi's monster core, it would be able to enhance its strength and strengthen itself. Yang Kai listened carefully, nodding from time to time. These were the words of the monster race's Red Moon tribal lord, so they were undoubtedly very authoritative. Chapter 1586. However, although you have the power of the divine dragon source, you don't seem to know how to use it, wasting such a great opportunity. Qi Yu looked at Yang Kai mockingly. That's why Xueqi was able to take back his monster core so easily. If not for that, he wouldn't even be alive right now. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yang Kai's face. This so-called divine dragon source was something he obtained from the Heaven's Cave inheritance with Su Yan when he was still in High Heaven Pavilion. Many years later, Yang Kai learned that this was the inheritance left behind by the two founders of Tongxian Realm's Dragon Phoenix Palace. But over the years, Yang Kai had never used it for anything. Only when he was dual cultivating with Su Yan did the golden dragon tattoo on his body become active. Qi Yu saying that he had wasted such a great opportunity was not wrong. Without even mentioning that, each of the divine spirits from ancient times had a divine technique that could split the heavens and earth, each of them being the rulers of the monster race, with the dragon and phoenix being the most powerful. However, for some unknown reason, these ancient holy spirits all disappeared at a certain time. There are rumors that a great battle broke out between them, and 90% of the ancient holy spirits have fallen. There are also rumors that they have gone into hiding. As for the real situation, no one knows. After the disappearance of the ancient divine spirits, other powerful demon clans took over the dominant position. These demon clans are all known as the Ancient Mutants, or the Savage Mutants. Blood Flood Dragon, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Nine Nether Cheong Chi. They all belong to this category. Although the Savage Xenogeneics only appeared after the Holy Spirits, some of the powerful Savage Xenogeneics were not inferior to the Holy Spirits, and some were even stronger. Moreover, some of these savage variants still exist today. Of course, These are bloodlines that have been passed down from generation to generation, not really from ancient times. Xueqi's bloodline and Qing Luo's source both belong to savage variants, right? Yang Kai asked modestly. Qiyu nodded. That's why this queen said that Qing Luo's future achievements will be brighter than mine. What she has is a complete source, unlike this queen who only inherited a faint bloodline. We can be considered family. You can also say that we are family. You should understand what kind of position Qing Luo holds in this queen's heart. Junior understands. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Let's talk about the divine spirits. Qiyu was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude, as this queen said just now, among the divine spirits. Dragons and phoenixes. Dragons and dragon race. The golden divine dragon was revered again. What you inherited is the golden divine dragon's source. Golden divine dragon. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai. You young even among the divine spirits is to begin to be divine spirits now. You to the king to the heavens to the monster king spirit? Yang Kai gently nodded and suddenly smiled. Senior being able to resist this kind of temptation is truly worthy of this junior's admiration. Queen to yang to you yang to, tease to me, s. To yang soul to spirit of to, s to yangs to be. S to you, this king. Haha. Yang Kai chuckled dryly. However, this queen is also very curious as to how much of the divine dragon source you have inherited. Qiyu looked at Yang Kai with interest, carefully sweeping him with her divine sense, but still wearing a look of suspicion. I don't know, Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Oh, that's strange. Qiyu suddenly seemed to discover something and the look on her pretty face became even more curious. How come? There seem to be two divine spirits in your body? One is the divine dragon force from before, and the other. Senior is talking about this. Yang Kai frowned and pulled out the verdant dragon bone sword without hesitation, pouring his Saint Qi into it. Accompanied by a dragon roar, a giant green dragon immediately hovered above Yang Kai's head, looking down at Qiyu condescendingly. Qiyu's phoenix eyes narrowed as she cried out involuntarily. Impossible, you still have this. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that this was an artifact refined from a piece of dragon bone that seemed to have been mixed with a dragon bead. What's more, the faint dragon soul had not yet been extinguished. Qiyu was shocked to the extreme, her eyes turning red as she envied the opportunity Yang Kai had. He was obviously just a human, so why did he possess an opportunity that made all the monster race envious? Is this your trump card? Qiyu gasped for breath as she felt the dragon pressure rushing towards her, causing the faint heavenly moon demon spider bloodline in her body to stir again. After a long time, she calmed her excitement and said with a complicated expression, If this is your only trump card, then this queen must advise you not to take yourself too seriously. With the power of this artifact, it may make you invincible against anyone below the Origin King realm, but an Origin King is not something an Origin returning realm cultivator can resist. Yang Kai just smiled and did not comment. This boy still had a trump card. Qiyu was really shocked. What kind of freak was this? Yang Kai looked at Qiyu faintly. He knew that what Qiyu had sensed just now was not the dragon bone sword, but the Ice Phoenix remnant soul. However, the Ice Phoenix remnant soul did not belong to him and was only temporarily attached to him. It belonged to Su Yan. Yang Kai would rather expose the dragon bone sword than let Qiyu discover the existence of the Ice Phoenix. If Qiyu knew this, it was hard to imagine how she would feel. Forget it, put it away. If you continue to act like this queen is afraid she won't be able to resist taking action against you, Qiyu said seriously. Yang Kai nodded and put the dragon bone sword back into his body. Qiyu sat there, her mood still fluctuating, not speaking for a long time. Yang Kai did not want to rashly provoke her, so he could only stand in place and wait. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Qiyu raised her head again and looked at Yang Kai with a strange smile on her face as she asked unhurriedly, Boy, do you want to dig out the divine dragon source in your body? As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Does Senior have a way? Haha, do you think this queen has a way? Qiyu smiled slyly. Just now, this queen saw your battle with Xueqi from beginning to end. Not bad, your physique is indeed extraordinary, even better than Xueqi's. This queen does not know how you tempered your body, but it must have something to do with the five-colored light. However, if you can exert the effects of the golden divine dragon source, your physique will rise to a whole new level. perhaps even comparable to a real golden divine dragon. Yongkai's eyes lit up even more. That's an immortal existence. Qi Yu's words were full of temptation. Yongkai's desire was instantly extinguished as he stared at Qi Yu vigilantly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it, there is no need to beat around the bush." This junior admits he is very interested in what you have to say and is willing to pay a price to obtain it. But please tell this junior clearly what you want from me. If it is too difficult, then forget it. Good. Qi Yu shouted. It's never tiring to talk to smart people. This queen does have something she needs your help with. You can choose to refuse or agree. Everything is voluntary. Please speak. Senior. Have you heard of the blood prison trial on Green Mountain Star? I have. Yongkai's expression became strange. Naturally, he had heard of the blood prison trial. He had even left Qian Tong and the others on Green Mountain Star to wait for the blood prison trial to open. Could the matter Qi Yu was talking about be related to this? Although the blood prison trial was famous and had attracted all the Third Order Origin returning realm masters from the entire star territory to participate, the masters on Monster Star were all from the monster race, so it was impossible for them to blatantly travel to Green Mountain Star. If they really did so, there would be no good consequences. Just as the monster race on Monster Star did not like humans, humans did not like monster race. Since you've heard of it, it's easy to explain, Qi Yu smiled with satisfaction. This queen needs you to go to Green Mountain Star, enter the blood prison, and find something for this queen. Find what? An origin essence crystal. Qi Yu shouted. What's that? Yongkai frowned. An origin essence crystal that only a Third Order Origin King can condense. You can think of it as the crystallization of that master's essence, qi, and soul. After such a master dies, their origin essence crystal will be left behind. Of course, what I want you to find is an origin essence crystal left behind by a top master from my monster star. Its true form is actually a monster core. A monster core. And you should have heard of the origin of the blood prison trial. It was a chaotic battle between a dozen or so Origin King realm masters. Almost all of them were wiped out, and the battlefield was filled with the power of the Origin King realm masters' territory, which is why so many Third Order Origin returning realm cultivator were attracted to it. A powerful tribal lord of my monster race participated in that battle, but unfortunately, he fell in the blood prison. I want you to take out his origin essence crystal. You want me to take it out? Yongkai frowned. By the way, Mi Tian and Xueqi coming to the palace at this time, are they going to participate in the blood prison trial? He suddenly realized this. Counting the days, the blood prison trial was not far away. It just so happened that the young Lord of Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord and the son of Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord had come to Qi Yu's palace together. Qi Yu mentioning the blood prison trial at this juncture made Yongkai think there was some kind of connection between the two. Yes, they will participate, which is why they came to this queen's palace. Because only this queen can safely enter the blood prison. In addition, not only them, but Qing Luo, Yu Xiong, and Ba He will also participate, as well as 2 monster race rising stars you have never seen before. They will soon arrive. Since so many people are going to participate, why do you want me to take it? Yongkai narrowed his eyes at Qi Yu and sneered, isn't it dangerous? Participating in the blood prison trial is a very dangerous act in itself. Haven't you heard that more than half of the masters who enter the blood prison will die? As for taking the origin essence crystal, there is definitely danger, but since you are so arrogant, are you afraid of such trivial danger? Junior only has one life, so naturally he must cherish it. Please answer my question, Senior. Yongkai looked at Qi Yu stubbornly. Chapter 1587. This smelly brat really isn't easy to deal with, Qi Yu cursed in her heart. However, she did not expect Yongkai to agree so easily. With his shrewdness, how could he not inquire about these things clearly? Good, Qi Yu sighed. The reason why I want you to obtain it is because only you can do it. Although the top master of my monster race has fallen, its origin essence crystal is not easy to obtain. Any attempt to lay a finger on it will cause it to resist and most likely self-destruct, leaving nothing behind. Does it have sentience? Yongkai was stunned. No, it just has a trace of the remnant soul of that monster race master attached to it. Qi Yu slowly shook her head. I needed to comprehend the mysteries of the Third Order Origin King Realm, and only you can use the power of the Golden Divine Dragon to suppress it for a moment before capturing it. Do you understand? I understand. Yongkai nodded, but Junior still doesn't quite understand. Since Senior wants it so badly, why don't you do it yourself? With your means, isn't it easy to suppress it? What kind of joke is that? Qiyu shouted angrily. Don't you know that Green Mountain Star has a Star Master? Secretly sending a few monster race juniors into the blood prison is one thing. But if this queen had gone to Green Mountain Star personally, how could he have given up? Fighting with him on his own turf. This queen isn't stupid enough to do that. Ah, Green Mountain Star actually has a Star Master? Yongkai was surprised. Wasn't there no Third Order Origin King on Green Mountain Star? Who knows where that guy got his luck from? With just a Second Order Origin King, he dared to refine the source of a Star. The most infuriating thing is that he actually succeeded. Qiyu's pretty face twisted as she seemed to recognize this Star Master. Yongkai gently nodded. If this was the case, then everything made sense. Green Mountain Star had a Star Master presiding over it, so Qiyu did not dare to go there easily. Both of them were Second-Order Origin Kings, so if they fought elsewhere, they might be evenly matched, but on Green Mountain Star, Qiyu would definitely not be the Star Master's opponent. As for the Monster Race Master's Monster Core, it could also be called an Origin Essence Crystal, but it was extremely sensitive. Any attempt to touch it would lead to unpredictable consequences, but the Golden Holy Dragon's Draconic might had a suppressive effect on it, just like how he had suppressed Xueqi before. This is this consort's suggestion. Whether you agree or not, you can carefully consider it for a few days. In any case, there was still some time before the blood prison trial began. I can wait. Qiyu looked at Yongkai with a smile. It was as if he was sure that he would win. There's nothing to consider. I agree. To Qiyu's surprise, Yongkai readily agreed. But I have a condition. Yongkai grinned. What? First, tell me the method to excavate the source power of the sacred dragon. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Red Moon was so angry that she laughed. That's the reward you get after you succeed. Why would I hand it over to you now? Yongkai shook his head lightly. Senior, you're wrong to think that way. According to what Senior said before, whether I can succeed or not depends on the suppression of the Golden Holy Dragon. This junior knows nothing about the Golden Holy Dragon's source power and doesn't know how to use it. What if something happens and the Origin Essence Crystal explodes? Presumably, Senior doesn't want to see such a result, right? Qiyu's pretty face sank as her brow furrowed. It was undeniable that even if she understood that Yongkai was just spouting nonsense, what he said was exactly what she was worried about. So, to be on the safe side, I think Senior should teach me the method first. Senior can rest assured that since this junior has agreed to this matter, he will not go back on his word and will do his best to obtain the Origin Essence Crystal for you. This queen would be a fool to believe you. Qiyu coldly snorted in her heart. After a moment of hesitation, Qiyu suddenly laughed softly. It's not impossible to give it to you first. This queen can even teach you personally and pass on some of her insights. Yongkai raised his brow. Senior's good intentions, this junior will accept. However, this queen will only teach you half of it. The other half will be taught to you after you succeed. And that's fine. Yongkai nodded lightly, but after saying so, he seemed to think of something and added, Senior, you can teach me half of this secret art first and give the other half to Yu Xiong for safekeeping. In any case, he is going to Green Mountain Star, so when this junior obtains the Origin Essence Crystal, he can exchange it with Yu Xiong. Qiyu frowned slightly as she stared at Yongkai suspiciously. Haha, such a good secret art, Junior can't wait to obtain it as soon as possible. Yongkai showed a harmless smile. Qiyu stared at him for a long time before gently nodding. Good. But this queen will remind you not to have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, don't blame this queen for not taking Qing Luo's feelings into consideration. Naturally, I am a man of integrity. Yongkai patted his chest and promised. Now that they had reached an agreement, Qiyu immediately took Yongkai to a secluded room and taught him half of the secret art for unearthing the source of the Golden Divine Dragon, the Monster Transformation Secret Art. In order to ensure Yongkai's success rate in obtaining the Origin Essence Crystal, Qiyu did not hide anything and taught him everything she knew. This Monster Transformation Secret Art was specifically designed to unearth the source strength hidden in one's bloodline, especially those at the Divine Spirit grade. Its effects were remarkable. Since Yang Kai obtained the Golden Divine Dragon tattoo, he had not been able to develop its potential, but now with Qi Yu, he finally understood the terrifying and bright prospects of the Golden Divine Dragon. His cultivation had not increased, but if he used the source strength of the Golden Divine Dragon, Yang Kai's combat power could be significantly improved. Time flew by and half a month passed. Yang Kai walked out of Qi Yu's palace with a look of excitement on his face, as if he hadn't had enough. By now, he had realized the value of the source strength in his body, but unfortunately, Qi Yu had only taught him half of the secret art and had not allowed him to fully study it, a regrettable outcome. What the hell is this little brat doing? Inside her palace, Qi Yu was puzzled. Although Yang Kai asking her to give the second half of the secret art to Yu Xiong made her vigilant, she still could not figure out what Yang Kai was planning. Was he not going to return to Monster Star? Otherwise, why would he make such a proposal? But as long as his little senior sister stayed in the palace, where could he run off to? Looking at him, he did not seem like someone who would disregard the safety of his senior sister. If that were the case, Qing Luo would definitely feel disgusted with him and they would part on bad terms. This was the result Qi Yu hoped to see. After thinking about it for a while, Qi Yu still could not figure it out and could only wait and see. As long as Xia Ning Chong was still in her hands, she was not afraid of Yang Kai stirring up any waves. Inside Xia Ning Chang's loft, Shan Qing Luo and her were waiting anxiously. It had been half a month since Yang Kai had a conflict with Shuel Yan and Yang Kai was taken away by Qi Yu, but Yang Kai still had not returned, which naturally made the two women extremely worried. Shan Qing Luo had also gone to Qi Yu's palace many times to ask for an audience, but she had never received a reply. Ning Chong, don't worry, adoptive mother won't do anything to him. Shan Qing Luo herself was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but she still comforted Xia Ning Chong. Elder sister Qing Luo, can you be sure that Red Moon Tribal Lord won't do anything to junior brother? Xia Ning Chong looked at her eagerly, as if she had placed all her hopes on her. Shan Qing Luo felt like she was under a mountain of pressure. Although she didn't dare guarantee anything in her heart, she still quickly nodded and made a promise. At that moment, the sound of light footsteps came from outside. The two women released their divine senses at the same time, and in the next moment, their faces filled with joy as they hurriedly stood up. A moment later, Yang Kai stepped in from outside, completely unscathed and seemingly in good spirits. Were you waiting for me? Yang Kai glanced at the two women before walking over to the table and pouring himself a glass of water before taking a sip. Are you okay? Shan Qing Luo asked nervously. Me? I'm fine. Yang Kai chuckled. Don't worry, Senior Qi Yu didn't do anything to me, she just made a deal with me. A deal? Shan Qing Luo's brow furrowed. What kind of deal? I can't tell you the details, but I want to go with you to Green Mountain Star. You're going to Green Mountain Star too? You're going to participate in the blood prison trial? Shan Qing Luo covered her mouth. Yes. But you're only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Only third-order cultivators are going there. What's wrong with that? Yang Kai chuckled. No one says that second-order cultivators can't go. In any case, I already promised Senior Qi Yu, so it's too late to back out now. That being said, but... No buts. Yang Kai shook his head. But I'm curious. Counting the days, the blood prison trial will open in about 1 or 2 months. If you don't leave now, will you be able to make it in time? Shan Qing Luo smiled. There's no need to be in such a hurry. There is a cross-cultivation star space array in the palace that can send us directly to the blood prison, so we just need to wait for the blood prison to open. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There's a cross-cultivation star space array here? Shan Qing Luo nodded. It is said to be something left behind from tens of thousands of years ago. The blood prison trial is such a grand event that the monster race on Monster Star also wants to participate, but it's really inconvenient for us to rush to Green Mountain Star, so tens of thousands of years ago, the previous generation's Red Moon Tribal Lord organized a group of array masters and artifact refining grandmasters to construct a cross-cultivation star space array. Basically, every time the blood prison trial opens, Monster Star will secretly send a group of newcomers in. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. No wonder time is so tight and Senior Qi Yu doesn't seem to be in a hurry. It turns out there is such a thing. And why else do you think me Tian and the others gathered at the palace? They all want to go to the blood prison from here. Xuanqing Luo explained with a smile. Chapter 1588. After hearing what Xuanqing Luo said, Yang Kai understood why the monster race masters from other territories would rush to Red Moon Palace. It turned out they wanted to use the cross-cultivation star space array. By the way, Qing Luo, this blood prison trial shouldn't be easy. Take this thing with you. Although you don't have much time, try to refine it as much as possible. Perhaps it will provide you with some help. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something, took it out of his space ring, and handed it to Xuanqing Luo. This is... Xuanqing Luo looked at the thing in Yang Kai's hand suspiciously, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she called out, "An Origin King grade artifact?" She instantly noticed the strong and restrained energy fluctuations coming from this thing. This kind of energy fluctuation could only be emitted by an Origin King grade artifact. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's called the Thunderfire Seven Birds Whip. I think it should be very suitable for you. Xuanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed a smile, not showing any sign of politeness to Yang Kai, instead taking the Thunderfire Seven Birds Whip from him and pouring her Saint Qi into it. The long whip immediately let out a humming sound, as if it was resonating with her Saint Qi. This seems to really suit me. Xuanqing Luo showed a thoughtful look on her face. Its previous owner was a human, right? The remnant brand of life inside is somewhat incongruous with its original form. It seems that it needs to be circulated with monster qi in order to display its full power. Really? Yang Kai was stunned. He really didn't know about this. The Thunderfire Seven Birds Whip was originally Thunder Typhoon Sec's hallowed artifact. After Yang Kai killed Feng Pang in the Sealed World Bead, this Origin King grade artifact became his trophy. Yang Kai hadn't studied it carefully, but he vaguely felt that this whip-shaped artifact matched Xuanqing Luo's temperament well, so he had given it away. Just think about it. The enchanting and charming Xuanqing Luo swinging her long whip, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and her clothes fluttering in the wind. It always made one's blood boil, and it made one feel like conquering. It's called the Thunderfire Seven Birds Whip? Xuanqing Luo happily played with the long whip, seemingly unable to put it down. Not bad. Then it should be. This might have been a secret treasure owned by one of the monster clan's powerhouses. Eventually it fell into the hands of humans. I can feel the aura of its original owner. Now that you mention it, it really does seem to be the case. Yang Kai frowned slightly. At that time, when I was fighting with the previous owner of this artifact, I felt that this artifact wasn't very powerful. If what you said is true, then its full power was not displayed. But now that it is in your hands, it shouldn't be a disgrace. I will not disappoint it, Yang Kai. Thank you. Xuanqing Luo stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes as a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. She had never owned an Origin King grade artifact before. Anyone who could own an artifact of this grade was a tribal lord of the monster race. She knew the value of this kind of artifact better than anyone else. But now, such an invaluable artifact had been gifted to her by Yang Kai without even batting an eye. She clearly felt the weight she held in Yang Kai's heart. Her heart leaped with joy. At this moment, she felt that her many years of waiting and guarding had turned into a sweet spring that nourished her heart, causing her heart to be filled with sweetness. Should I leave for a moment? Xia Ningchong asked weakly. Xuanqing Luo was stunned for a moment before giggling. She got up and walked over to Xia Ningchong, stretched out her jade-white hand, lifted her little head, and immediately kissed Xia Ningchong with her red lips. Elder sister Qing Luo, what are you doing? Oh! Before Xia Ningchong could finish her words, Xuanqing Luo covered her mouth. Separated by a veil, the tender lips of the two collided and Xia Ningchong even felt something enter her mouth. Her eyes widened in an instant as she was at a loss. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. After a while, Xuanqing Luo straightened up, stuck out the tip of her scarlet tongue, licked her lower lip, glanced at Yang Kai coquettishly, and then left arrogantly with a bell-like laughter. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchong were left breathing heavily. Did Qing Luo give this gift to the wrong person? Yang Kai's eyes stared straight at the door, swallowing hard as he asked dryly. Before leaving, Xuanqing Luo's coquettish eyes had almost stolen his soul. Xia Ningchong lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone again, her delicate earlobes red. Yang Kai looked at her and suddenly felt restless. Although Xuanqing Luo's gift was definitely given to the wrong person, even separated by a veil, he didn't know why. It made his blood boil, as if it had aroused the deepest desires in his heart. Standing up, Yang Kai walked over to Xia Ning Chang and picked her up. Yang Kai felt Xia Ning Chang's tender body heat up. On Monster Star's side, 6 monster race rookies were originally scheduled to go to Green Mountain Star to participate in the Blood Prison trial. Red Moon territory monopolized 2. Naturally Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong. In addition to them, there was also Mi Tian and Shuel Yen from Thousand Eyes territory and Blood Flood Dragon territory, as well as 2 monster race masters, both third-order origin returning realm masters. However, now that Bahi had returned, he would naturally participate in this Blood Prison trial as well. Bahi had chosen this time to apologize to Qiyu and return to the palace because he wanted to take this opportunity to participate in the Blood Prison trial, hoping to break through his current shackles and reach a higher level. In addition to Yang Kai, Monster Star would send 8 people to Green Mountain Star. At that time, no one could guarantee how many of them would return alive. Every Blood Prison trial was extremely dangerous, and at least half of the masters would fall in it. The dangers in the Blood Prison didn't just come from the domain power that permeated the terrifying battlefield, but also from the competitors of different star forces. It could be said that the fall of most masters was related to the struggles between them. But no matter how dangerous it was, it still couldn't erase the enthusiasm and determination of these third-order origin returning realm masters to enter the Blood Prison. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was extremely difficult. Out of 100 third-order origin returning realm masters, only 2 or 3 could cultivate their Shur to the Grand Accomplishment stage and be qualified to break through to the Origin King realm. Of these 2 or 3, not a single one could truly succeed. As such, Origin King realm masters were extremely rare in the entire territory of a star. Every cultivator who reached this realm could become a powerhouse in their own right. After entering the Blood Prison, not only could one comprehend the power of their territory from the battlefield left behind 10,000 years ago, but one could also find a special object. Territory Stone. The formation of territory stones had a great relationship with the fallen Origin Kings. The power of their territory erupted after their deaths was absorbed by some strange jade stones in the Blood Prison, and after countless years of accumulation, it formed a special object called Territory Stone. Territory stones contain the mysteries of their territory, allowing a cultivator to comprehend them at any time and place. Most third-order origin returning realm cultivator entered the Blood Prison trial in order to obtain Territory Stones. They did not expect to break through to the Origin King realm in the Blood Prison, but instead wanted to find some Territory Stones and carefully comprehend their mysteries in order to improve their martial Dao. This was the ultimate goal of most cultivator entering the Blood Prison and the root cause of all the fighting. If there were no Territory Stones, perhaps 90% of masters would be able to maintain their rationality and would not easily fight with others. After all, at this point, no one wanted to fall. However, it was precisely because of the existence of Territory Stones that the probability of falling in each Blood Prison trial was so terrifying. Shanqing Luo's understanding of the Blood Prison trial was undoubtedly much deeper than Yang Kai's. She was the one who told Yang Kai this information, so when he learned that there was a Territory Stone in the Blood Prison trial, his interest was immediately piqued. Although he was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator now, one day he would also become a third-order origin realm master and launch an assault on the supreme martial Dao. The Territory Stone would undoubtedly provide him with great help. Rubbing his hands together, Yang Kai waited for the Blood Prison trial to open. During this time, Xia Ning Chang was refining pills while Yang Kai was comprehending the half of the monster transformation secret art that Qiyu had taught him, trying his best to develop the source of the divine spirit in his body. Everything was calm and peaceful. A month and a half later, Yang Kai was in the loft urging the source of the golden divine dragon in his body when suddenly his expression changed and he looked up. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai got up, opened the door, and saw Shanqing Luo standing outside. "Is it time?" Yang Kai asked. Shanqing Luo gently nodded. "Adoptive mother wants us to gather now." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." After saying so, he turned around and walked back into the loft. A moment later, he reappeared in front of Shanqing Luo and asked her to lead the way. Inside one of the palaces in the palace, a terrifying force had gathered. Not only were there the rising stars of the monster race gathered here, but there were also several origin kings. However, everyone was silent, as if they were quietly waiting for something. From time to time, demon clan experts would arrive and bow to the 3 lords above. Then, they would find a place to sit down and close their eyes to rest. Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo were the last to arrive, and as soon as they stepped into the palace, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he began circulating his Saint Qi involuntarily. Yang Kai was shocked to discover that there were 3 Origin King Realm Masters in this palace, and besides Qi Yu, there were 2 others he had never seen before. However, the sharp gazes of these 2 monster race masters made his scalp tingle. "Hey, Qi Yu, why is there a human here?" On the left, an old man with red hair asked as he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "That's right, Qi Yu, you never told us about this kind of thing. What is the meaning of this?" Another burly man with bronze skin on his right was also puzzled. Qi Yu chuckled and said lightly, "Why are the 2 of you making such a fuss? It's just a trivial human." Chapter 1589. The red-haired old man coldly snorted and said with a look of displeasure, "A trivial human is indeed no need to make such a fuss, but Qi Yu, you must be mistaken. This time, we are here to send our monster race's juniors to the blood prison. Could it be that he also came here to enter the blood prison?" "Yes." Qi Yu gently nodded. The red-haired old man's face sank as a look of anger appeared on his face. The burly man also wore a cold expression as he asked, "Why haven't Brother Guangshi and I heard about this?" "It's just a small matter. This queen didn't think it was important, so she didn't tell you too," Qi Yu said indifferently. "This little guy and my Qingluo are old acquaintances. This time, he is only going to Green Mountain Star through this queen's space array. You two don't need to worry about it." The burly man frowned as he stared deeply at Qi Yu, asking in a low voice, "Qi Yu, what the hell are you doing? What could this queen do? Can't you two see that he is just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? This little brat seems to be overestimating himself. Just because he and my Qingluo are old acquaintances, he thinks he's a toad-eating swan meat. This queen and he have already agreed that if he can safely escape from the blood prison, this queen will allow him to pursue Qingluo. Since he wants to die, this queen will not stop him. Are you two satisfied with this explanation?" The red-haired old man and the burly man glanced at each other. Although neither of them dared to believe Qi Yu's words, neither of them wanted to get to the bottom of it. The space array leading to the blood prison was created by the previous generation's Red Moon tribal lord tens of thousands of years ago and belonged to Red Moon territory. For her to open it up and allow the juniors of other territories to pass through was already a great kindness. Qi Yu had complete control over this space array in the first place. If they continued to pester her, the gains would not be worth the losses. If Qi Yu became angry and refused to allow the juniors of other territories to enter the blood prison trial next time, the juniors of other territories would have no chance to enter. This little brat is quite arrogant. The red-haired old man looked at Yang Kai disdainfully, daring to boast so shamelessly. Since he wants to die, this old master naturally has no objections, but Qi Yu, if this kind of thing happens again, please inform this old master in advance. The burly man nodded in agreement. Qi Yu smiled and said, "I was a little rash this time. I promise that there won't be a next time." Hearing her say this, the red-haired old man and the burly man didn't say anything else. They could only close one eye and pretend that they didn't see anything. "Qingluo, come and greet Senior Mad Lion and Senior Nu Xie. These two are famous figures on Monster Star." Qi Yu beckoned to Shan Qingluo. Shan Qingluo responded and quickly went forward to pay her respects. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he immediately understood that these 2 Origin Kings should be Wild Lion Tribal Lord and Fierce Crab Tribal Lord. But he didn't know why they would appear here. Just as Yang Kai was lost in thought, a resentful gaze suddenly appeared from the side. Turning his head, he saw Xueqi looking towards him. Yang Kai grinned, causing Xueqi's face to twitch, seemingly recalling the unpleasant scenes he had fought with Yang Kai a few days ago. In that battle, his pride had been completely crushed. "Yang Kai, come here," Bahi called out enthusiastically. Yang Kai nodded gently, walked over to the chair next to him, and sat down. A few days ago, Bahi had gone to the loft to ask his little senior sister to perform alchemy, and the results were naturally pleasing to him. The herbs he had worked so hard to find were not wasted and were successfully refined by Xiaoning Chong. As such, he was very grateful to Xiaoning Chong and was very close to Yang Kai. "Yang Kai, you have to be careful on this trip to the blood prison. Everyone there should be a minor realm higher than you, so don't be too arrogant," Bahi whispered. "Junior has always been very low-key," Yang Kai chuckled. Bahi couldn't help rolling his eyes. By the way, senior, who are those two? Yang Kai turned his eyes to the two monster race newcomers he had never met before and asked. Bahi naturally wouldn't conceal anything, and immediately introduced them to Yang Kai in a low voice. One of the two was a well-developed woman called Xueqi. She came from the Furious Crab territory and seemed to be a capable subordinate of the Furious Crab Overlord. The other was a sunny young man called Lai Feng. He came from the Wild Lion territory and was also a capable subordinate of the Wild Lion Overlord. Fierce Crab Tribal Lord and Wild Lion Tribal Lord didn't have any decent heirs, so they could only send their best subordinates to participate in the blood prison trial. Whether it was Xueqi or Lai Feng, both were famous in their respective territories. Yang Kai gently nodded, remembering them in his mind. These two monster race masters also seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai, and would occasionally glance at him. When their eyes met, Lai Feng would even show an amiable smile to Yang Kai. This guy shouldn't be difficult to get along with. Yang Kai thought to himself. The hall was completely silent as time slowly passed by. Everyone was resting with their eyes closed as they waited quietly. Yang Kai's divine sense continued to scan the ultra-long distance space array in the hall, prying into its mysteries. He suddenly discovered that the layout of this array was somewhat similar to the altar that connected Monster Star and Spider Mother's nest, but he couldn't figure out what kind of connection there was. A day later, Chi Yu and the other tribal lord-level masters suddenly opened their eyes at the same time, a brilliant light flashing across their eyes. It's begun! Wild Lion Tribal Lord shouted. The 8 Origin returning realm masters who were waiting to depart also wore shocked expressions and stood up together. The 3 monster race tribal lords didn't move at all, but all of them suddenly arrived at the edge of the ultra-long distance space array and stood in a triangular formation with solemn expressions on their faces. Do it! Chi Yu shouted in a tender voice, her hands suddenly forming a series of profound and complicated seals. The same was true for Xie and Shi. As these seals emerged, the 3 powerful tribal lord-level monster race masters gradually released terrifying energy fluctuations. The Origin returning realm cultivators in the hall stared at all of this in a daze, secretly wondering when they would be able to display such power with just a wave of their hands. Chi Yu, Xie, and Shi's St. Qi surged as they madly poured it into the space array, seemingly doing their best. The array buzzed and the Saint crystals that had been inlaid long ago bloomed with light, illuminating the entire hall in an instant, making it as bright as day. Everyone, Green Mountain Star is very far away from Monster Star. Although this ultra-long distance space array can guarantee that you will be sent to the blood prison, it cannot guarantee where you will be sent, so you must be careful. Chi Yu's voice sounded. Those who can enter the blood prison are all masters with extraordinary strength. Inside, avoid conflict as much as possible and focus on comprehending the mysteries of your territory while searching for territory stones. This queen hopes that all of you will go together and return together. Did you hear that clearly? Shi couldn't help roaring when he saw the lack of reaction from everyone. Understood. The monster race rookies shook their spirits and replied in unison. Shi showed a satisfied look. This king doesn't have much to say to you. Xie chuckled and said concisely, come back alive, and in the future, there will be a place for you on Monster Star. We will follow the teachings of 3 seniors. Right at this moment, the entire palace seemed to tremble. A terrifying fluctuation that seemed capable of destroying the world emanated from the superstar teleportation formation, and then a pure white pillar of light shot into the sky and into the clouds. Even from 10 million kilometers away, everyone could clearly see this white beam of light. The trembling gradually subsided and the white beam of light gradually disappeared. Finally, above the ultra-long distance space array, an oval-shaped energy gate appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Let's go! Chi Yu's expression became solemn as she shouted. Bahi took the lead and nodded lightly to Chi Yu before rushing into the oval-shaped energy gate without looking back, disappearing in an instant. One figure after another followed closely behind Bahi, rushing in one after another. Yang Kai was too lazy to compete with others and simply followed behind. When he stepped into the ultra-long distance space array and was about to disappear, he suddenly grinned at Chi Yu and waved, Senior Chi Yu, we will meet again if fate wills it. Chi Yu's pretty face sank as her brow furrowed. But before she could ask anything, Yang Kai had already disappeared. This human brat is really arrogant. Shi coldly snorted. Close this array first, Xie hurriedly said, lest we cause too much of a commotion and that guy from Green Mountain Star notices. Chi Yu didn't respond, her expression fluctuating as if she had realized something. Releasing her divine sense like a tidal wave, she probed towards the loft where Xia Ningchong had been. In the next moment, Qi Yu's pretty face twisted as she ground her teeth and muttered, "Little bastard, you actually dare play such a trick on this queen?" When she noticed that Xia Ningchong was not in the palace, Qi Yu immediately understood what Yang Kai was planning. He had no intention of returning to Monster Star at all, nor did he need to return to Monster Star. Qi Yu had thought that by controlling Master Xia, she could play with this human brat at will, but she hadn't expected the other party to be one step ahead of her. However, Qi Yu couldn't figure out how Yang Kai had made Xia Ningchong suddenly disappear, or where he had hidden her. When she had investigated before, that woman surnamed Xia was still in the loft, so why had she suddenly disappeared? "Qi Yu, what are you doing?" Nu Xie and Kuang Shi both looked at her in confusion, not understanding why she suddenly became so angry. "Nothing." Qi Yu shook her head and took a deep breath. "Close the array first." Being schemed against by a mere second-order origin returning realm human brat, how could Qi Yu say such a thing? If she really did say it out loud, she would definitely be laughed at by Nu Xie and Kuang Shi. She would never do such a shameful thing. This little brat's methods are quite good. No wonder he asked me to hand over the half of the monster transformation secret art to Yu Xiong for safekeeping. It turns out he already had a plan. What about Qing Luo? Would she also leave with him? Thinking so, Qi Yu's mind became chaotic and her expression became extremely ugly. Being schemed against by Yang Kai was one thing, and if he had really obtained the origin essence crystal and reached a deal with Yu Xiong, she wouldn't have suffered a loss. But if he had taken Qing Luo away with just a few words, where would she find her in this vast star territory? If such a thing really happens, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, this queen will take your head. Qi Yu secretly swore to herself. Chapter 1590. A feeling of dizziness assaulted Yang Kai from all directions, as if space itself had collapsed. This was the sign of a space transmission. For Yang Kai, short-distance teleportation didn't affect him in the slightest, but this kind of ultra-long distance teleportation from one star to another was still somewhat taxing on him. Fortunately, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so he only needed to circulate his Saint Qi slightly to dispel these negative effects. In a flash, Yang Kai found himself in a strange land. Before he had time to look around though, he noticed the aura of a life not far away. Turning his head vigilantly, Yang Kai found that this person was actually Lai Feng from Wild Lion territory, only 1,000 meters or so away from him. The other party had arrived one step ahead of him, but from the look on his face, it was clear he had not yet recovered from the transmission. Lai Feng did not have the Tao of space like Yang Kai did, so he naturally could not recover from the negative effects of this transmission as quickly as Yang Kai did. But he was still a rising star of the monster race and his strength had already reached the third-order origin returning realm. After about 3 breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes, and just like Yang Kai, he vigilantly scanned the surroundings while secretly circulating his Saint Qi, preparing to deal with any possible crisis. In the next moment, he saw Yang Kai who was 1,000 meters away. "Oh!" Lai Feng showed a look of surprise as he stood in place and thought for a moment before his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Yang Kai, asking with a smile, "I heard your name is Yang Kai?" "N." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his attitude neither warm nor cold. "I also heard that you taught Xueqi a lesson?" Lai Feng seemed to be very interested in him. Yang Kai did not answer. Lai Feng shrugged his shoulders. "I heard about it from Yu Xiong. It's a pity I couldn't get to Red Moon territory earlier, otherwise I would have been able to watch the fun. Haha, I won't lie to you, I don't like that Xueqi guy, but it's quite surprising you were able to teach him a lesson. The human race really can't be underestimated. N, I think I can invite you." "Why did you invite me?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. The other party acted like they were close friends, and his attitude was also quite amiable, so Yang Kai didn't feel any ill will towards him. "I'm inviting you to join me." Lai Feng smiled. "Brother Yang, you also know that this is Green Mountain Star. My monster race cultivator has come here, so he definitely won't be treated well. Looking around, it seems that there are only me and Brother Yang here, so if we can join forces, our safety will be greatly improved." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Yang Kai shook his head and refused. "Why?" Lai Feng frowned. "Because I'm a human. I won't be treated differently here." Yang Kai pointed at himself and then at Lai Feng. "You're from the Yao clan. Do you think someone who hates the Yao clan would attack me as well if they saw me with you? I don't want to look for trouble. Ah! Lai Feng scratched his head in surprise and said, "What you said is reasonable. Since Brother Yang says so, then forget it." This Lai Feng didn't consider it thoroughly. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then I wish Brother Yang good luck. This one will take his leave first." Lai Feng didn't seem to be annoyed by Yang Kai's rejection of his invitation, and simply chuckled before picking a random direction and hurrying off. He was very straightforward. After he left, Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully probed his surroundings. After a while, his expression changed and he quickly took back his divine sense. The information provided by Shanqing Luo was not wrong. In the blood prison, it was not suitable to release one's divine sense casually to investigate anything. Although there were no restrictions on divine sense here, in this special ancient battlefield, there were countless territory vortexes. These territory vortexes were left behind by the battles between Origin King realm masters tens of thousands of years ago. Some had already dissipated, while others had transformed over the course of time, becoming even more terrifying. These territory vortexes were strong enough to swallow anything, including divine sense. Yang Kai had suffered a small loss just now, and if he had not taken back his divine sense in time, he would have been seriously injured in an instant. Even so, at this moment, he felt a tingling pain in his head, as if it was being pricked by a needle. This was a sign that his soul had been damaged, but with the 7-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, Yang Kai didn't care too much about this damage. "It seems that we've really arrived at the blood prison." Yang Kai looked around and muttered to himself. Only in the blood prison could such strange territory vortexes exist. The previous generation's tribal lord Qi Yu was truly a genius, being able to create a cross-cultivation star space array that connected the blood prison and monster star. Unfortunately, because the distance was too great, it was impossible to accurately pinpoint his location, so Yang Kai only found Lai Feng nearby. The other monster race rookies had all been teleported somewhere else. Yang Kai was quite confident in Shanqing Luo's strength. In any case, she had inherited the source of the heavenly moon demon spider, so an ordinary cultivator in the same realm was not her opponent. In addition, he had given her the Thunder Fire 7 Birds Whip, which could greatly improve her combat power. The only troublesome thing was her bewitching appearance, which may be the main reason for her troubles. Few men could resist her bewitching appearance. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Qing Luo had her own path to walk, and Yang Kai felt that he could not always take care of her. After not seeing her for so many years, she was still alive and well, so he believed that she would be able to move forward smoothly in the future. Choosing a direction at random, Yang Kai slowly flew forward. He did not dare to move too quickly. He had only heard about the strangeness of the blood prison and had never personally experienced it. But this place was the burial ground of a third-order origin returning realm master. There was no doubt about it. Yang Kai was invincible against anyone below the Origin King realm. But when facing an Origin King's territory, he had to be careful. He did not want to die before he had even begun his journey. Along the way, Yang Kai did not encounter too many setbacks. Instead, there were a few remaining territory vortexes in the blood prison that Yang Kai studied with great interest. Unfortunately, these territory vortexes were not too strong, and the mysteries they contained were vague. Yang Kai tried to probe them with his divine sense, but after studying them for a long time, he did not gain much and could only give up. However, Yang Kai did not lower his guard because of this. He knew that there were countless murderous intents hidden here, so he could not underestimate the blood prison just because of a few weak territory vortexes. Along the way, Yang Kai also felt several life auras and even saw a third-order origin returning realm cultivator pass by a few thousand meters away. Fortunately, the blood prison had just opened, so no one was willing to take the initiative to provoke him. Everyone still maintained a rational state of mind and avoided conflict as much as possible, so when Yang Kai felt a few auras, he took the initiative to avoid them. A day later, Yang Kai stood in an open space with a dignified expression, staring straight ahead at a certain spot 1,000 meters away. There, a middle-aged man in a blue robe was bathed in blood, the Saint Chi pulsing from his body flickering as if he was in a very difficult situation. Around his body was a defensive artifact that looked like a water curtain. He was constantly releasing his Shi and performing various secret techniques in an attempt to escape from this place. However, none of his attempts had much effect. The space around him seemed to be calm, but it was as if it had frozen solid, imprisoning the middle-aged man. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move. In the void, streams of light constantly shuttled back and forth, like sharp swords, cut through the defensive artifact around the middle-aged man's body, wearing down its power. This man had accidentally rushed into a territory vortex. What's more, this was a very powerful territory vortex that could easily imprison a third-order origin returning realm master. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely panicked as he felt the call of death, pushing his Saint Chi harder and harder. Suddenly, he saw Yang Kai staring at him from not far away and couldn't help his eyes lighting up, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, shouting loudly, "Friend, please help me. This one was accidentally caught in this territory vortex and can't escape. Please help me, friend." Yang Kai frowned but didn't respond. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of this middle-aged man, the vortex in his territory made him unable to extricate himself. For a stranger, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't put himself in danger. Yang Kai had only stayed here to comprehend the mysteries of the vortex in his territory. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't respond, the middle-aged man couldn't help becoming anxious, thinking that the other party was cold-blooded and ruthless and wouldn't help him, so he quickly shouted, "Friend, this one is Scarlet Wave Star's Blue Feather Sect Master, Su Dingyang. Please help me. If you can escape, this Su will give you a generous gift and Blue Feather Sect will be grateful." Scarlet Wave Star? Yang Kai's expression changed. He had vaguely heard of this star before, but he couldn't remember where he had heard of it for a while. Slowly shaking his head, he said, "Friend, it's not that I don't want to save you, it's just that the power of this vortex in my territory is somewhat frightening." Su Dingyang's face darkened. Although he showed a look of unwillingness, he knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. For a moment, he was left speechless. "Hold on, I'll see if I can find a way," Yang Kai said lightly. He wasn't really trying to save this man out of kindness. Without even mentioning Su Dingyang's personality, Yang Kai knew nothing about him. Even if he was a kind person, since he had entered the blood prison, he should have been prepared to die. If he died here, he couldn't blame anyone. Yang Kai said this because he wanted to explore the vortex in his territory. He wanted to gain a deeper understanding of the power of an origin king's territory. Su Dingyang obviously misunderstood Yang Kai's meaning and was overjoyed. Good, good. This Su thanks you in advance. Friend, you must be careful. This vortex seems to contain the power of many different territory and is extremely difficult to deal with." Yang Kai nodded gently and took a step forward. In an instant, Yang Kai paled in horror. At this moment, he felt as if the space around him had solidified, and there were many different kinds of Saint Chi being applied to him, causing the Saint Chi in his body to involuntarily resist. With a loud sizzling sound, Yang Kai's clothes were instantly cut into several pieces. This invisible territory power seemed to want to kill any creature that dared to intrude. The difference of just one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai quickly circulated his secret art to resist while summoning his purple shield, which transformed into a purple fluorescent light to protect his body. Chapter 1591. In an instant, the sound of metal colliding rang out from the purple shield as a terrifying force invisible to the naked eye constantly bombarded Yang Kai's defensive artifact. The purple fluorescence covering his body faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai's face sank as he hurriedly took back his purple shield. Although his defensive artifact was origin grade high rank and extremely sturdy, it didn't seem to be enough to compete with the territory vortex here. If he allowed it to be destroyed by the territory vortex here, the shield's spirituality would be greatly reduced. Yang Kai had to circulate his Saint Chi with all his strength to resist the invisible and terrifying pressure around him. So for a time, he was unable to move. How could he only be a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? Su Dingyang stared at Yang Kai dumbfounded, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. As soon as Yang Kai circulated his Saint Chi, Su Dingyang naturally perceived Yang Kai's true cultivation and inevitably felt a little disappointed. Although the difference between the second order and third order was only a minor realm, the gap in strength was quite large. Moreover, this was the blood prison, so all the cultivator who entered here was at the third order. After perceiving Yang Kai's cultivation, Su Dingyang felt a little disheartened. He felt that with Yang Kai's ability, he wouldn't be able to save him. "Friend, I'm sorry." Su Dingyang struggled to resist while kindly reminding Yang Kai. "I didn't know you were only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you for help. You should withdraw quickly before you enter too deep, otherwise, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Yang Kai ignored him and simply continued to increase the intensity of his Saint Qi as he probed the mysteries of this territory vortex. However, to his horror, the vortex in this territory seemed to grow stronger the stronger it was, and no matter how hard he tried, he was always suppressed by it, making it difficult for him to even move his feet. Several mysterious forces wrapped around his body, making it impossible for Yang Kai to understand their mysteries. This was the power of this territory. This was a power unique to Origin Kings. Friend, use your own force to fight. You can't rely on brute force in your territory. Otherwise, you will sink deeper and deeper. Su Dingyang saw that Yang Kai was in a difficult situation and quickly reminded him. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly released his shi according to Yang Kai's words. In an instant, he noticed that the frozen space around him seemed to show signs of loosening, and his own momentum was like an invisible sharp blade, cutting into the vortex in his territory, becoming the capital to resist it. Many thanks for the advice. Yang Kai raised his head, glanced at Su Dingyang, and thanked him. You're welcome. Su Dingyang squeezed out an ugly smile, his forehead full of sweat as the Saint Qi radiating from his body fluctuated more and more rapidly. After talking to Yang Kai for a while, his situation became even more unbearable. He immediately restrained his thoughts and didn't dare to speak again. He wholeheartedly searched for a glimmer of hope in this terrifying vortex of territory. Yang Kai's demeanor also became focused as he released his shi with all his strength. With him as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius began to distort as faint, almost invisible void cracks suddenly formed and then disappeared. The pressure on Yang Kai suddenly became much lighter. The territory of an Origin King Realm Master was an evolved form of shi, a mysterious power that was one level above it. Using shi to resist a territory really had some effect. If this territory was formed by a living Origin King Realm Master, even if Yang Kai's shi reached the grand accomplishment stage, he would not be able to resist it. However, the vortexes in his territory here were remnants from tens of thousands of years ago, so even if they had been accumulated and transformed over time, without human intervention, they were still dead. Yang Kai was barely able to resist them. No wonder the Blood Prison was a place that third-order Origin returning Realm Masters flocked to. No wonder this place was so dangerous that it attracted so many third-order masters to come here for life experience. The vortexes in his territory here were simply the best helpers to help a third-order cultivator condense their shi. A cultivator could condense their shi here, enhance their control over it, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory. Once they condensed their shi to the grand accomplishment stage, they would have the capital to charge towards the Origin King realm. This was a height that most third-order Origin returning realm masters could not reach. Yang Kai wholeheartedly used his shi to resist the invisible territory vortexes around him, an inexplicable feeling pouring into his heart, causing him to frown from time to time and reveal a joyful expression. Unconsciously, Yang Kai also began to move forward, and although his speed was very slow, his body was unconsciously approaching the center of the vortexes in his territory, seeking more powerful and profound mysteries within his territory. Yang Kai's control over his shi seemed to have become more flexible. The shi that originally only covered a radius of 10 meters around Yang Kai's body began to expand at a subtle speed, and although it was not obvious, it had indeed increased. Yang Kai was completely immersed in this special feeling, unable to extricate himself. Although the cultivator named Su Dingyang was in a worrying situation, he was also observing Yang Kai's movements. When he saw this young man walking towards him step by step, resisting the terrifying territory vortexes with just his second-order Origin returning realm cultivation, Su Dingyang was completely shocked. He knew better than anyone else just how deadly the vortexes in his territory were, so he thought that with Yang Kai's ability, he would withdraw immediately, otherwise he would die. However, this young man he had never met before not only did not withdraw, he even launched an attack towards the center of the vortexes in his territory. This world was simply too crazy, and Su Dingyang could hardly believe his eyes. Which cultivator who could reach the third-order Origin returning realm was not a proud and arrogant person? Su Dingyang was even the sect master of a medium-sized sect and had received extremely good cultivation since childhood, so he had no need to worry about resources. But now, compared with this young man, Su Dingyang felt inferior. He felt like his self-confidence had been dealt a heavy blow. Just as he was feeling uneasy though, a slight sound suddenly reached his ears. Su Dingyang's expression changed as he quickly turned to the source of the sound, his face turning pale in the next moment. The defensive artifact he had been protecting his body had finally reached its limit, and a small crack had appeared on its surface while more cracks were rapidly forming. Friend. This Su is likely unable to escape this calamity. If it is convenient for this friend, please take some time to visit Scarlet Wave Star's Blue Feather Sect and inform the Blue Feather Sect's Elder Council that this Su has fallen here. Everything in this Su's space ring can be used as a thank you gift. Many thanks, friend, Su Dingyang shouted anxiously. Hearing his shouts, Yang Kai broke free from his deep contemplation and opened his eyes to look at him. Just in time to see the water curtain around Su Dingyang's body turn to dust. Su Dingyang's little remaining Saint Chi erupted at this moment and he rushed out with all his strength. Although he had already warned Yang Kai, Su Dingyang obviously did not want to sit still and wait for death. He wanted to fight one last time. The light on his body alternated between bright and dark as his expression became ferocious and a roar like that of an angry beast emerged from his throat. With a sizzling sound, the invisible force of his territory attacked him from all directions. After taking less than 3 steps, Su Dingyang's body suddenly shook and he came to a halt, his face turning red as drops of blood seeped out of his pores. Pong. With a loud bang, Su Dingyang's entire body burst apart, his flesh and blood splashing out, leaving behind nothing but bones. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as a look of horror filled his face. A third-order origin returning realm master dying so tragically in front of him made Yang Kai deeply realize the terror of his territory, and at the same time, he couldn't help feeling an inexplicable sense of sadness. But soon, Yang Kai dispelled these distracting thoughts and continued to close his eyes, walking towards the center step by step. He and Su Dingyang were complete strangers, so naturally, he wouldn't feel any emotional fluctuations over his death. Even if he killed Su Dingyang's territory vortex, he wouldn't necessarily repeat the same mistake. Yang Kai was confident. His Shi was still shuttling back and forth in the surrounding space as Yang Kai comprehended this mysterious force and absorbed it, turning it into his own nutrients for his own growth. The murderous aura coming from the void did not stop Yang Kai's pace of exploration, so he continued to move forward step by step. Without using any defensive artifacts and only circulating the minimum amount of Saint Chi to protect his body, Yang Kai approached the vortex in his territory and used his Shi to resist it, allowing him to experience the wonders of his territory. Yang Kai gained something and gradually immersed himself in it. The benefits of having a powerful physique were once again demonstrated. Perhaps no origin returning realm master would dare to do this. They could only use their Shi to resist the territory vortex in order to gain benefits and continue to grow. This indirect method was far inferior to Yang Kai's overbearing method. Yang Kai not only used his Shi, but also his physical body. The benefits he obtained were far greater than any origin returning realm master. Time passed by, and at a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, his body shook, and his Shi suddenly expanded outwards. The vortex in his territory, which made it difficult for him to even move forward, was no longer obstructed, and Yang Kai strode forward directly to the center of the vortex. This was the most terrifying vortex in his territory, where Su Dingyang had died. There were still remnants of Su Dingyang's body on the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air, making anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Yang Kai stood there silently, gradually restraining his Shi and allowing the surrounding territory vortex to press down on him. The terrifying power caused Yang Kai's bones to creak, as if they were about to be dislocated. The power of the vortex in his territory seemed to want to crush him into dust. A 5-colored light appeared as the 5 elements' indestructible sword Qi filled every inch of Yang Kai's muscles, causing his physical strength to soar, allowing him to compete with the vortex in his territory. Yang Kai's face flushed red as his blood boiled, as if he would explode and die at any moment. However, his gains began to increase and he began to gain more. He began to comprehend the mysteries of his territory, and his understanding of Shi also began to deepen. However, Yang Kai was not satisfied with this though, and after confirming that his life was not in danger, he fell into a deeper state of enlightenment and enjoyed it. Yang Kai vaguely felt that this blood prison trial would allow him to gain unimaginable growth. Chapter 1592. Originally, Yang Kai was not very interested in this blood prison trial. After all, this place was specially prepared for a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, and although he could fight those above his realm and was not afraid of any cultivator below the origin king realm, his cultivation was not high enough, so he thought he would not gain much from the blood prison, so he left Qian Tong and the others behind and went to Tongxian realm to find his family and friends. But since Shan Qing Luo told him that there was a territory stone in the blood prison, Yang Kai's interest was piqued. Now that he was here in person, Yang Kai fully understood that even without a territory stone, he could obtain unimaginable benefits from this territory vortex that filled the blood prison. As long as one had enough strength, any origin-returning realm cultivator could use this territory vortex to condense their sure and advance to the grand accomplishment stage. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation. That being said, there were only a few who could truly achieve this. Yang Kai was one of them. At the same time, 100 kilometers outside the blood prison, there was a tall mountain with a stone pavilion at its summit. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 cultivators sitting inside this stone pavilion. There were old and young cultivators, men and women, but all of them without exception were origin kings. Anyone who saw such a terrifying lineup would be horrified to the core. This was definitely a terrifying force. These masters sat in various positions in the stone pavilion, either resting with their eyes closed, chatting in pairs, discussing the heavenly way and martial Tao, or simply watching with cold eyes. This was a gathering of the top masters from all the cultivation stars in Tongxian realm territory. They had rushed here on the day the blood prison trial opened, not to watch the show, but to scout for talents. They were waiting for the day when the cultivator who entered the blood prison would emerge. Being able to walk out of the blood prison safely meant that this cultivator had great potential. Even if they could not break through to the Origin King realm in the future, they would still be a top master in the Origin Returning realm. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had sent masters here, Purple Star had sent masters here, and Sword Union had also sent people here. It could be said that the 7 or 8 Origin Kings here represented the peak great forces of the entire Star territory. Every time the blood prison trial opened, they would come to Green Mountain Star in order to find talents they favored and bring back to their forces to cultivate. Of course, there were also people who came for the territory stones produced by the blood prison. They already had Origin King realm cultivations, so they did not need territory stones. However, they also had nephews and juniors who needed them. Every piece of territory stone brought out of the blood prison could be bought at a high price. Among these 7 or 8 Origin Kings, a man wearing golden robes and a purple gold crown was the most conspicuous. When the other experts looked at him, there was a hint of solemnity in their eyes. This man didn't look very old. He seemed to be in his 30s. His sword-like eyebrows were slanted to his temples, and his expression was dignified without being angry. It was as if he was born to be in a high position, making people revere him. At this moment, the man was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and let out a soft sound of surprise, as if he was very surprised. All the surrounding Origin King realm masters turned their gazes towards him. An old woman frowned thoughtfully before looking at him with a chuckle and asking, "Master Luo Hai, did you find something interesting? If it's convenient, can you tell us more about it? You should know that on Green Mountain Star, only you as the Star Master can sense some of the movements inside the blood prison." Someone nodded and echoed, "Yes, Brother Luo Hai, although we are very close to the blood prison, you know what kind of place it is. Our divine senses can't penetrate it at all. So what's the situation inside?" The man named Luo Hai smiled, stood up, and said unhurriedly, "This king did find something interesting. However, it's not a big deal, so there's no need to make such a fuss." During this blood prison trial, a little second-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator entered. A second-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator? The old woman looked surprised. Everyone else also showed surprise. It's not that a second-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator has never entered the blood prison before, but it's quite rare, and most of those people's fates don't end well. Generally speaking, after 1 or 2 days in there, they're all little brats who think too highly of themselves and fail to see. I'm afraid this person is no exception. The old woman slowly shook her head, a look of disdain appearing on her face. Such a little brat won't settle down unless he suffers a loss. The blood prison has always only been accessible to third-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator. Although there are no clear rules or restrictions, this is the result of tens of thousands of years of experience. Brother Luo Hai, what is the situation of that little brat now? For you to be so interested in him, did he show some kind of extraordinary performance? A beautiful woman looked at Luo Hai with a smile. This beautiful woman had picturesque features and a powerful first-order Origin King cultivation. But when facing Luo Hai, she had to be cautious. This was not just because Luo Hai's cultivation was higher than hers, but also because this was Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai's territory. No one would be stupid enough to oppose the Star Master of a cultivation star. To put it bluntly, even if a top third-order Origin King cultivator came here, they would not necessarily be able to kill Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star. Here, Luo Hai was the master. When Luo Hai broke through to the third-order Origin King realm, any master who came to Green Mountain Star would have to act according to his mood, and Luo Hai, who had refined the star source, definitely had the potential to do so. Therefore, the Origin King realm masters who came here, while being wary of Luo Hai, all spoke with a flattering tone. There's nothing extraordinary about his performance, Luo Hai smiled faintly. It's just that this king hasn't seen such an interesting little brat for a long time and was a little curious. He seems to have rushed into a whirlpool within the territory of Green Mountain Star, but this king is unable to investigate the specific situation. After all, that is the blood prison. Even if this king is the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, his divine sense is greatly restricted there. He rushed into a whirlpool within the territory of Green Mountain Star. The old woman sighed slightly. It looks like he's dead. There are always some people in this world who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This kind of person should be taught a lesson. Forget it. There's no need to pay attention to him. He won't be able to live much longer. Let's wait a few days and see if there are any good seedlings who come out alive. It happens once every 1,000 years. Didn't we all come to Green Mountain Star for that day? Hearing this, Luo Hai smiled and said, Everyone, this king knows your purpose for coming here, but please allow this king to remind you that if you see any good seedlings, do not force them. Everything is up to their own free will. As the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, this king has an obligation and responsibility to protect these little ones and ensure they receive fair treatment. Brother Luo Hai is too polite. After so many years, when have we ever forced anyone? Of course it's all up to them. The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. I don't want them. This old master came here just to buy territory stones. Heh, those little guys can go grab them themselves. A white-haired old man chuckled meaningfully before saying with some unwillingness, If it weren't for Brother Luo Hai forbidding me, this old master would have personally gone to the blood prison to look for territory stones. Brother Zhou is mistaken. Luo Hai shook his head. It's not that this king forbids you, it's just that this blood prison has a barrier placed down by the previous Star Master of Green Mountain Star before his death, preventing any Origin King from entering. Even though this king has become the new Star Master of Green Mountain Star, he cannot remove this barrier. Perhaps in a few thousand years, when this king's strength breaks through to the third-order Origin King realm, he will be able to ignore this barrier. The previous Star Master placed a barrier? Everyone was shocked, as if they had never heard of such a thing before. This king has never publicized this matter, but it is a fact. Otherwise, why do you think no one left the blood prison after the Great War 10,000 years ago? Is it the restriction of that layer of restriction? Someone revealed a thoughtful expression. That barrier was placed using the source strength of Green Mountain Star, and not only did it prevent Origin Kings from entering, it also prevented them from leaving. Luo Hai gently nodded. No wonder. No wonder more than 20 masters with similar cultivation to us didn't come out alive. So it was for this reason, the man who asked suddenly realized. There were many doubts about the Great War 10,000 years ago, but the biggest one was that no one survived. Even if that battle was unprecedented and there were a huge number of Origin Kings involved, it was reasonable to say that it was impossible for all of them to be wiped out. At the very least, there should have been a few survivors. But in fact, the history books recorded that no one had survived. Now, after listening to Luo Hai's explanation, everyone understood. Green Mountain Star source strength had been used to place this barrier, and without the Star Master lifting it, the other Origin Kings were indeed unable to leave. The final result may have been that the previous Star Master was heavily outnumbered and dragged his enemies down with him. After learning the truth about the birth of the blood prison, everyone fell silent for a while. The sun set and the moon rose, and 3 days passed in a flash. Luo Hai suddenly let out a soft cry as his face filled with surprise. Master Luo Hai, what interesting thing did you find? The old woman frowned and asked. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Luo Hai raised his brow. His face filled with surprise as he quickly said, That little guy actually walked out of the vortex in his territory. What? The old woman was shocked. Brother Luo Hai, are you talking about that little second-order origin returning realm brat? The beautiful woman was also shocked. This is really interesting. How did he survive? Luo Hai asked suspiciously. Even though he was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, he could not explore the situation inside the blood prison clearly, so he was very surprised that Yong Kai was able to survive. Could it be that the vortex in his territory was very weak? Someone speculated, there are countless vortexes in the blood prison, some of them not even worth mentioning. What he encountered should have been one of those vortexes, right? Impossible. Before him, a third-order origin returning realm master died in that vortex in his territory, so this vortex was definitely not weak. Luo Hai slowly shook his head, denying the man's guess. Chapter 1593. When they learned that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator was actually able to walk out of the vortex in their territory safely, the Origin King realm masters in the stone pavilion suddenly burst into an uproar. They instantly saw the unimaginable potential of this origin returning realm cultivator. Heh, this old woman has reserved this little guy for Sword Union, the old woman chuckled. If he can walk out of the blood prison alive, this old woman will immediately take him back to Sword Union's home star and vigorously cultivate him. Senior Sister Lei, have you not woken up yet? A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar sneered. You've reserved him with just a few words, shouldn't you ask your friends here first? My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to give up such a good seedling. My purple star also wants him, the beautiful woman interjected. This old woman doesn't care. If he can really come out alive, this old woman only wants him, the rest is up to you, the old woman said firmly, taking advantage of her seniority. Senior Sister Lei, you can't decide on this matter. Not to mention where he came from or whether he has a great backer behind him. Even if he doesn't, Senior Sister Lei, are you sure he will follow you? Perhaps he is more optimistic about our Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. After all, in Star Territory, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is more famous than Sword Union. The middle-aged man was not to be outdone and sneered. In terms of fame, our three forces aren't much different, right? The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly, a look of disagreement on her face. Maybe he will like Purple Star more. Aldo coldly snorted and said with an unkind expression, You too, do you really want to compete with this old woman for this little guy? It's not that we want to compete with you, Senior Sister Lei, you're being too presumptuous. The middle-aged man slowly shook his head. Enough. Stop arguing. Luo Hai frowned and interrupted the quarrel between the three. Whether that little guy can come out alive or not is still unknown, so what are you three arguing about? Maybe he was just lucky this time, and that's why he was able to escape the domain whirlpool. Maybe he won't be able to hold on until the end. If he really dies in there, and you guys are making a ruckus here, won't others see you as a joke? Hearing Luo Hai's words, the three of them were still a little hesitant. Hearing this, they all nodded. The old woman said, Master Luo Hai, then I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to this little fellow's movements. If he really dies in there, please inform us so that we don't have any expectations. This king will do his best, Luo Hai gently nodded. Many thanks, Master Luo Hai. The old woman quickly thanked him. The stone pavilion regained its tranquility. Within the blood prison, Yong Kai picked up the space ring on the ground. His own power shrouded his body. He quickly walked forward. The terrifying whirlpool in the territory couldn't stop him at all. He swept through everything like a hot knife through butter. Yong Kai easily left the area enveloped by the whirlpool within the territory. After a few days of confrontation and comprehension, Yong Kai felt that his Shur had clearly grown. His understanding and control of Shur had also deepened. This was a reward that could not be obtained through meditation. The blood prison is really a good place. Standing in place, Yong Kai swept Su Ding Yang's space ring with his divine sense before silently putting it away. There was nothing good in Su Ding Yang's space ring that made Yong Kai's eyes light up. Although Su Ding Yang's wealth was astonishing compared to that of an origin-returning realm master, Yong Kai's vision was very high and naturally wouldn't be moved by his wealth. As for Su Ding Yang's request before his death, Yong Kai didn't care. He and Yong Kai had met by chance and had no friendship, nor had he ever agreed to his request. Of course, Yong Kai wouldn't go to Scarlet Wave Star to inform Blue Feather Sect for a stranger. If fate wills it, we'll talk about it later. Looking up and identifying the direction, Yong Kai walked forward. The blood prison was different from the places Yang Kai had gone to in the past. Whether it was the Lu Yen Desert on Shadowed Star or the Emperor Garden in the Great Emperor's courtyards, the space inside was extremely wide and there were many restrictions, so even if many people entered, they rarely had the opportunity to meet. But the blood prison was different. Although the blood prison covered a very large area, because it had existed for tens of thousands of years and was famous enough to attract countless third-order origin returning realm masters from all over the star territory, Yang Kai often encountered strangers along the way. Most people didn't like looking for trouble, so when they noticed the aura of strangers, they would take the initiative to avoid conflict. However, when they noticed that Yang Kai was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, they all showed looks of shock before quickly turning to despise him, casting sympathetic looks towards Yang Kai's position, as if he would immediately die. Yang Kai naturally didn't pay attention to them. He had encountered several life-or-death battles between cultivators. The great forces in the star territory weren't harmonious either. Many of them had their own conflicts and grievances, so now that they met in the blood prison, it was natural for them to start fighting. Yang Kai didn't get involved in any of this and instead just searched for the vortexes in his territory, hoping to obtain greater benefits from them and improve his comprehension of Shi. His cautiousness brought him peace. Since entering the blood prison half a month ago, Yang Kai hadn't had any conflicts with anyone. He had encountered 3 powerful vortexes in his territory, risking his life to enter them, and in the end, emerged safely from each of them with great gains. Yang Kai's Shi was growing at a terrifying speed, having already surpassed the minor accomplishment realm and was moving towards the grand accomplishment realm. However, to his disappointment, he couldn't find the specialty of the blood prison, the territory stone. The birth of the territory stone was inseparable from the existence of a territory. The remnant power of a territory that had existed in the blood prison for countless years had been absorbed by some peculiar jade in the blood prison, and after countless years of evolution, it had formed the special territory stone. Therefore, the territory stone generally existed in the vortexes in a territory, and if one wanted to obtain a territory stone, they had to break into a territory vortex. Therefore, where there was a territory stone, there must be a territory vortex. Yang Kai felt that his luck wasn't very good. On this day, while he was searching for a territory vortex, he suddenly heard a piercing sound coming from afar. Yang Kai frowned and immediately knew that he had encountered a fight again. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to avoid it, but when he swept his divine sense in that direction, he suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and paused in place, staring in that direction suspiciously. He noticed that the life aura over there was somewhat familiar. The cultivator who was rushing over obviously noticed the existence of Yang Kai and immediately increased its speed a lot, rushing straight towards him. After a short while, a rainbow light appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes, and in less than 10 breaths of time, the rainbow light flew in front of Yang Kai, revealing a graceful but embarrassed figure. "It's you." Yang Kai frowned and showed a look of surprise. She was actually Xueqi from Furious Crab Territory, who had set off from Monster Star with him. At this moment, her aura was chaotic and there seemed to be some injuries on her body. Her green dress was dyed red, and it was unknown whether it was her own blood or the enemy's. After landing in front of Yang Kai, she gasped for breath, her full breasts heaving up and down exaggeratedly as she looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. She didn't seem to expect that the one standing here was actually a human she had only met once. She just felt that the aura here was a little familiar and wanted to ask for help. "You look embarrassed, are you injured?" Yang Kai looked her up and down. "Don't make sarcastic remarks, I'm being chased," Xueqi replied coldly, her attitude not very enthusiastic. "Help me." Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked behind her, where 2 figures were rushing over with murderous intent. "Why, it's none of my business?" Yang Kai frowned. If he had known it was Xueqi who was coming, he would have fled long ago. A trace of helplessness flashed across Xueqi's beautiful eyes as she bit her red lips and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I have a good relationship with little sister Qing Luo." "That's none of my business," Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Did she think he would help her just because she mentioned Shan Qing Luo? Shaking his head, Yang Kai said, "You're mistaken, I'm just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You'd better run away quickly, those 2 will catch up soon. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid it'll be too late. A second-order cultivator like you can't be taken lightly. I know what you did in the palace. You defeated Xueqi. You're not weaker than us." Xueqi was obviously unwilling to give up on the reinforcements in front of her. Yang Kai still shook his head. "Girl, Your current situation isn't so serious. With your strength, even if you can't beat those two, running away shouldn't be a problem. Why must you drag me down with you? It was precisely because he saw this point that he didn't want to intervene. Xuesun's insistence made him feel somewhat repulsed, as if he was being used. Of course, running away isn't a problem, Xuesun replied proudly. The snow falcon proudly replied, but have you ever thought about this? I am a monster race. If I brazenly flee in the blood prison like this, once other human race experts notice me, won't they chase me down and intercept me? Running away will only make my situation worse. That's true, Yongkai was stunned, not having considered this point. Help me kill one of them, I'll take care of the other myself. Xuesun stared straight at Yongkai and quickly said, I'll owe you a favor. A favor is fine, but what kind of tangible benefits do you have? Yongkai asked casually, looking her up and down, his eyes pausing on her full breasts for a moment. A trace of disgust immediately flashed across Xuesun's beautiful eyes as she leaned over and asked lightly, What benefits do you want? It's not what I want, it's what you have. Yongkai raised his brow. Xuesun's brow furrowed as a trace of hesitation flashed across her pretty face. Seeing the two pursuers getting closer and closer, she grit her teeth and said, I found a territory stone but didn't have time to take it. I can take you there. A territory stone? Yongkai's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded. Deal. Seeing this greedy look on his face, the disgust in Xuesun's eyes became even stronger. She really couldn't understand why such a proud and arrogant girl like Shanqing Luo would have such a soft spot for such a man. After going back this time, it seemed she would have to persuade her sister Qing Luo to interact less with such a man, lest he hinder her future. Chapter 1594. Just as Xuesun's thoughts were running wild, the two people chasing her suddenly landed a few dozen meters in front of her. One was a man and one was a woman. The man had fair skin and oily hair, but the powerful aura radiating from him was not to be underestimated. The woman was dressed coquettishly, wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothes that exposed her snow-white thighs and arms, attracting the eyes of the man. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with lust, giving her a seductive appearance. Landing on the ground, the woman glanced at Yongkai and her beautiful eyes lit up, showing a look of interest as she giggled and said to the man next to her, Brother, this guy's figure is very good. Does junior sister like him? The man didn't seem to care at all and instead looked at Yongkai with interest before nodding. His figure is really good, he's really your type. Saying so in front of Yongkai and Xuesun, he pinched the seductive woman's buttocks and grinned wickedly. Junior sister, are you tempted? Brother. The woman hesitated for a moment before her pretty face became flushed. Junior sister and the other men are just playing around. With you, junior sister is truly in love. Brother knows. The man grinned meaningfully. Yongkai and Xuesun were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Although Xuesun was from the monster race and had inherited some of their bold and unrestrained nature, she really couldn't stand such a scene, and the lewd atmosphere exuding from the words of this man and woman made her want to vomit. He's not a good thing. Yongkai glanced at Xuesun and frowned. Is this guy chasing after you because of your beauty? Xuesun heard this. Glaring fiercely at Yongkai, she ground her teeth and said, Enough with your sarcasm. Yongkai chuckled meaningfully. Seeing them acting so fearless and indifferent, the man and woman chasing them were a little surprised. The man took a serious look at Yongkai and couldn't help sneering. A second-order origin returning realm boy actually dares to come to the blood prison? This is quite interesting, junior sister. This guy's courage is quite big. I like bold men. The seductive woman stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips, a look of interest on Yongkai's face. The expression on her face became more and more amorous. As she swayed her waist, her curves were even more captivating. Good, then this man is yours, the man nodded, pointing to Xuesun. This dragon lady is mine. Senior brother has lived for so many years. He had never played with such a high-level demon before. And I'm sure I'll enjoy myself. Demonis, did you come all the way here hoping that this guy would save your life? I advise you to surrender obediently without a fight. As long as you cooperate, I won't make things too difficult for you. Instead, I'll make you happy. What do you think? He asked casually, as if he was certain Xuesun and Yongkai would win. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory, Xuesun coldly snorted and shouted. I'll leave this woman to you, this man is mine. Can we exchange? I don't like to kill women. Yongkai looked at her, But before he could finish his words, Xueqi had already rushed out, her monster chi surging fiercely and enveloping the man in a gust of wind. In an instant, Xueqi and the man exchanged blows, leaving Yang Kai and the seductive woman staring at each other. "Little brother, did you just say you wanted to kill me?" The seductive woman didn't seem to be worried about her brother and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai grinned. "How could I be willing to kill a woman like you?" The woman was startled for a moment before giggling, looking at Yang Kai charmingly and saying, "Since you're unwilling, how about we find a place to talk? Little brother looks so young. Elder sister can't bear to embarrass you." Her breath smelled like orchids, and a sweet scent suddenly filled the air, lingering at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. This sweet scent was like an invisible hand, teasing the depths of Yang Kai's heart, causing his blood to boil and his heartbeat to accelerate. As she spoke, she stretched out a jade-white hand and stroked Yang Kai's cheek, her eyes soft and gentle, her movements gentle, as if she could make all men in the world let down their guard and let her do as she pleased. "Okay." Yang Kai smiled brightly, not waiting for her jade-like hand to touch him. His eyes suddenly filled with a cold light as he reached out to grab her wrist. Caught off guard, the woman's wrist was caught by Yang Kai. The seductive woman's beautiful face changed slightly, and she couldn't help crying out, staring at Yang Kai with an aggrieved expression. "Little brother, you're hurting me." Saying so, her white arm shook slightly. Her white arm shook like a snake, as if it was boneless, trying to break free from Kai Yang's control. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he grabbed her wrist and dragged her towards him. Realizing that she couldn't resist such a violent force, the woman's face finally changed, and her other hand, which was not under her control, suddenly took out a few thin needles and threw them into Yang Kai's arms, mercilessly stabbing towards Yang Kai's waist and abdomen. Yang Kai and the woman's skin were pressed together, and the woman's breathing suddenly became heavy as her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Gently blowing towards Yang Kai, she giggled and said, "This 7 emotions and 6 desires needle is elder sister's exclusive artifact. Little brother, if you're obedient, elder sister will definitely satisfy you." "This is called the 7 emotions and 6 desires needle?" Yang Kai grinned. "It's not very good, it can't arouse anyone's interest at all." The charming woman's smile immediately stiffened on her face as she looked down and was surprised to find that on Yang Kai's waist and abdomen, at some unknown point, a layer of purple fluorescent light had appeared. Her artifact was actually blocked by this layer of purple fluorescent light, unable to pierce through at all. Immediately shouting, the woman's figure flickered as she pushed her Saint Chi and sent a palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his fist burning with black demonic flames as he punched towards the woman's jade palm. Hong. With a loud bang, the two Saint Chis collided, and the woman's jade palm was unable to resist Yang Kai's violent power and was directly knocked back, her hand landing on her towering chest, the sound of bones breaking resounding from her chest. With a scream, the woman's tender body flew high into the air like a broken kite. The black demonic flames burned the clothes on her chest, revealing her seductive white skin, but this seductive beauty that men were infatuated with was quickly scorched black. Crimson blood dripped down her chest and flowed down her thighs, forming a stark contrast with her white skin, giving off a seductive sense of beauty. The woman staggered as she desperately pushed her Saint Chi, finally managing to stabilize her body. Standing mid-air, she looked down at her chest and her face immediately twisted as she glared at Yang Kai viciously and screamed, "I'll kill you!" Yang Kai's expression became cold as a golden light flashed in front of him and 2 golden blood threads appeared. With a single thought, the 2 golden blood threads immediately transformed into arrows and shot towards the woman without mercy. The woman was shocked. She had never expected that this second-order origin returning realm man would be so powerful. She had thought that she could easily deal with him, that he would definitely prostrate himself before her and allow her to do as she pleased. It wasn't until this moment that she realized how wrong she had been. This second-order man was no worse than any third-order master. In fact, he might even be stronger. As the 2 golden lights closed in on her, the woman didn't dare to neglect, and with a shake of her tender body, a light blue artifact armor immediately appeared and wrapped around her tender body. At the same time, she waved her hand and sent out a series of needle-shaped artifacts that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. With a series of clanging sounds, the 2 golden blood threads were stopped mid-air. But before the woman could breathe a sigh of relief, the 2 golden blood threads twisted and transformed into 2 huge golden and red monster beasts with wings on their backs. Thunder flame flying lizards. The woman's expression was dull as she was completely unable to comprehend the mysteries of this secret technique. The two huge thunder flame flying lizards rushed towards her from both sides, opening their bloody mouths as if they were trying to swallow her whole. The woman's expression was one of panic as her beautiful eyes filled with panic and her tender body couldn't help trembling. Before she could use any kind of secret technique, the huge claws of the thunder flame flying lizards had already arrived in front of her. With a muffled bang, the woman was immediately sent flying as the other thunder flame flying lizard bit down on her. The light blue artifact armor flickered as it resisted the terrifying bite of the thunder flame flying lizards. Xueqi flew up, and under the woman's desperate gaze, a short arrow-like artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. Feather Spirit Arrow. After being fully charged, this strange artifact could be used twice. Its lethality was so great that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could not ignore it. With a slight flick of his wrist, Xueqi fired an energy arrow towards the woman. The aura of death rushed towards her as the woman cried out in alarm, "Brother, save me!" The cry for help came to an abrupt end. The Feather Spirit Arrow had directly destroyed the defensive armor on her body, shattering it into pieces. Without the protection of the armor, the thunder flame flying lizard had bitten the woman in two. Her physique was not fragile, but it was still unable to resist the thunder flame flying lizards. Her body fell from the sky as the smell of blood filled the air. The two thunder flame flying lizards twisted again and transformed back into golden blood threads before flying back into Xueqi's body. Standing in place, Xueqi pondered for a moment before showing a satisfied look. Last time in Shimmering Moon City, Xueqi had killed Meteon's two chariot monster beast and used his golden blood threads to absorb the blood essence of the thunder flame flying lizards and refine them into blood beasts. This was the first time he had used them in battle. The power was truly extraordinary. What was most commendable was that once they were refined into blood beasts, there was no need for Xueqi to control them as they had the ability to fight on their own. This made Xueqi very satisfied. Turning his gaze to the other battlefield, Xueqi watched for a while before relaxing. The arrogant man from before seemed to be no match for Xueqi at all, as the demonic chi on the other side completely suppressed his aura, allowing Xueqi to occupy the absolute upper hand. Chapter 1595. It wasn't that the man's strength was inferior to Xueqi's, but in a one-on-one fight, the two were actually on par. Even if Xueqi was stronger, she wouldn't be able to kill her opponent on her own. However, Xueqi's lightning-fast battle had greatly shocked the man. The seductive woman's screams and cries for help before she died had disturbed his concentration, making it impossible for him to face the enemy with his full strength. What's more, Xueqi was still standing not far away, glaring at him, causing the man to become more and more uneasy. He couldn't understand how his junior sister had died in just a few breaths of time. He was well aware of his junior sister's strength, which was similar to his own, so how could she have died at the hands of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator in such a short time? He was completely shocked and had no idea what had happened between his junior sister and this young man. The fear of the unknown made him lose his ability to fight, so how could he display his full strength? Xueqi naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and vented all her anger from being chased all the way here, using all kinds of artifacts and secret techniques unique to the monster race to the fullest. The man was completely suppressed, and the battle became one-sided. Obviously, he didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence to cast a powerful secret technique, blocking the snow falcon for a moment. Then, his figure turned into an afterimage and suddenly disappeared. He decided to retreat, not daring to continue entangling with Xueqi. Before leaving though, he glanced over at Xueqi and found that this unfathomable young man was just standing in place, seemingly having no intention of stopping him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Just when he thought he had escaped death, the space around him suddenly became viscous. His figure came to a halt involuntarily as his eyes shrank and he shouted in horror, "Sure." He was also a third-order origin returning realm master, so he naturally knew the mysteries and effects of Sure, so he stepped into this viscous space. He knew he had fallen into a powerful Sure. The power of this Sure was much thicker than his own, so powerful that it made him tremble. Moreover, this Sure seemed to be mixed with some other strange force. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly released his own force to resist it, but it was only able to recover a little of his freedom. It was impossible to escape from this situation in a short period of time. A silhouette entered his eyes. He raised his head and exclaimed, "How could you be here?" At this moment, he was shocked to find that Xueqi, who was supposed to be watching the battle from afar, was actually standing not far from him. However, he didn't notice the other party's movements at all. "Why can't I be here?" Yang Kai grinned and gradually increased the power of his Shi. The man who fell into it was immediately drenched in sweat, and it was difficult for him to move. Chi-chi. Soft sounds came from all directions. The man looked around and found that the space around him seemed to be collapsing. Strange, pitch-black cracks the size of a cow's hair appeared one after another. Disappear. His liver and gall were torn apart. He never knew that someone's potential could cause such an unimaginable effect on space. At this moment, he finally understood that it was not an accident that his junior sister died so quickly. This second-order origin-returning realm young man was his most terrifying enemy. Without giving the man a chance to resist, Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent out a dozen pitch-black space blades one after another. These space blades easily shattered the man's Saint Chi and defensive artifact before cutting his body into several pieces and banishing most of his flesh and blood into the void. The man fell to the ground with a loud bang. His body scattered across the ground. Xueqi's beautiful eyes trembled as she watched all this, her tender body shivering slightly. Although she also knew that Yang Kai killing this man was a bit of a sneak attack, there was no doubt about his strength. No wonder Xueqi was taught a lesson, and no wonder Mi Tian was so wary of him. There was a reason for all of this. Judging from his performance just now, when he dealt with Mi Tian and Xueqi, he should not have used his full strength, otherwise, how could those two still be alive? Xueqi had always thought so. In the origin-returning realm, Xueqi and Mi Tian were already strong enough, and both of them were existences she admired greatly, but today, she realized she had been a frog in a well. An origin-returning realm master could be even stronger. The arrogance and disdain in her eyes quickly converged as she began to re-examine Yang Kai. Perhaps little sister Qing Luo's choice was not wrong. She thought so in her heart. Yang Kai looked towards her, but Xueqi hurriedly looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. She did not know why she was doing this, but deep down, there was a trace of fear towards this young man. He could easily kill the two people who chased after him in a very short period of time, so he could also kill her without any effort. Xueqi's figure flickered as she picked up the space rings of the two dead men, walked over to Yang Kai, and handed them to him. "Thank you." Yang Kai chuckled lightly and did not refuse, putting away the two space rings without even looking at them. After pondering for a moment he asked, "Where is the domain stone you mentioned?" "I'll take you there." Xueqi volunteered, using her movement skill to fly off in a certain direction. "How are your injuries?" Yang Kai followed behind her and asked casually. "Minor injuries, nothing serious," Xueqi replied faintly. Yang Kai did not say anything else and simply followed her through the blood prison. The place where Xueqi found the territory stone was not too far from the previous location and would only take about an hour to arrive. "There's one thing I have to tell you." Halfway there, Xueqi's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she had a guilty conscience. "What is it?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "In fact, the two people you killed had companions." Xueqi turned to look at Yang Kai. "Where?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Near the territory stone." Xueqi became even more uneasy as she gritted her teeth and told the truth. "I found a few territory stones earlier and wanted to go in and take them, but I ran into those guys. There were 5 of them in total and they seemed to be from the same cultivation star. 2 of them chased after me while the other 3 stayed behind. I don't know if they have succeeded or not, but if they have, that's good, we can just snatch them," Yang Kai grinned. Xueqi frowned slightly as she looked at him seriously. "Aren't you angry? I didn't tell you the truth before, I lied to you." "A little," Yang Kai gently nodded. Xueqi's expression changed slightly. "But it doesn't matter to me, so I won't bother arguing about it," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Continue leading the way." "Good." Xueqi breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling relieved. After a while, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of joy as he asked, "It's up ahead, right? I can feel the fluctuations of the territory field." Xueqi nodded and sped up a lot. Soon, Yang Kai and Xueqi arrived in front of a territory whirlpool. This territory whirlpool covered an area of about 2,000 meters in radius and gave off terrifying energy fluctuations. At the center of the territory whirlpool were several fist-sized stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Territory stones. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the territory stones with scorching eyes. This was the first time he had seen a territory stone, so he was naturally curious, but because of the territory whirlpool, he could not release his divine sense to investigate carefully, so he did not know how many territory stones there were. However, it was undeniable that any territory stone was extremely valuable. If taken out, one could exchange for many precious cultivation resources or absorb the power of a territory stone to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. Within this 2,000-meter radius, there were 3 people, each occupying a different position, sitting cross-legged. Judging from their postures, they seemed to be comprehending the mysteries of the territory whirlpool and preparing to rush in and take away the territory stones. The great value of a territory stone was not only due to the mysteries of the territory it contained, but also because of the risks involved in obtaining it. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was, and this was vividly reflected in the territory stones. Territory stones were only born in the territory whirlpool, and if one wanted to obtain a territory stone, they must first comprehend the mysteries of the territory whirlpool in order to reach its depths and safely take away a territory stone. Countless third-order origin returning realm masters had fallen in the territory whirlpool, and their lives and blood endowed the territory stones with supreme value. In order to obtain a territory stone, some people may have to give up their lives. However, the territory whirlpool in front of him actually produced several territory stones, which naturally attracted Xueqi's interest. Xueqi just casually glanced at the 3 strangers who had already entered the territory whirlpool and no longer paid them any attention. The territory whirlpool in front of him gave him a feeling that it was neither strong nor weak, only slightly weaker than the one that had strangled Su Dingyang. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for those 3 to remain inside safely. The arrival of Xueqi and Xueqi naturally alarmed the 3 people who were sitting cross-legged in meditation inside the territory whirlpool. These 3 opened their eyes and swept their gazes over Xueqi and Xueqi. One of the white-haired old men couldn't help calling out in surprise, "Dragon Lady, how are you still alive?" Xueqi coldly snorted, "Old dog, did I disappoint you by being alive? Where are Brother Li and Senior Sister?" Another one-eyed man with a ferocious expression frowned and asked coldly. Xueqi sneered, "Since I came back alive, what do you think happened to them?" "Impossible." The one-eyed man's expression changed as he understood the meaning of Xueqi's words, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. "That's right, Dragon Lady. You think you have the ability to kill Brother Li and his brother and sister? You overestimate yourself," the third man sneered, obviously thinking Xueqi was talking nonsense. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Xueqi didn't want to explain any further, simply grit her teeth and declared, "Those 2 are dead, it will be your turn next." The white-haired old man was startled, and then he burst into laughter. "Demon girl, you're so arrogant, and your tone is even bigger than the sky. Good, good, good. I'm currently in the domain vortex, and it's inconvenient for me to move. So, I'll let you make irresponsible remarks. If you really have the ability, then I'll have a good fight with you after I get out of here." Chapter 1596. Saying so, the white-haired old man turned to look at Xueqi curiously and chuckled. "Little brother, are you a human? Why are you fighting the Dragon Lady in such a sorry state?" "Sorry state?" Xueqi frowned. "Old sir, aren't you exaggerating a bit?" The old man shook his head. "Humans are humans, and demons are demons. Humans hunt demons, and demons hunt humans. The 2 races have always been at odds with each other. Now that you've attached yourself to a demoness, if this isn't a sorry state, what is?" He subconsciously thought that Xueqi, who had a stronger cultivation, had taken the lead and that Xueqi was following her orders. "This old master wants to ask you, this Dragon Lady said that Brother Li and sister have fallen, is that true?" The old man's expression suddenly became serious as he asked Xueqi in a low voice. "Yes, I saw them die with my own eyes." Xueqi gently nodded. "You were involved?" The old man narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent filling them. "Yes. Why? Seeing injustice on the road, I drew my sword to help." Xueqi replied in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xueqi curled her lips slightly. "Good, good, good." The old man nodded again and again, his tone extremely cold. "Daring to admit what you did, young man, your courage is not small. This old master will remember your face. Remember this, the blood prison will be your burial place." Xueqi smiled brightly. "Old sir, before you speak big words, you should consider whether you have enough weight. Be careful not to cut your tongue." The old man sneered. "Whether I have enough weight or not, This old master is clear in his heart. This old master won't argue with you now. Let this old master take this territory stone first. Territory stone? Yongkai raised his brow and said in an arrogant tone, "The territory stone is mine. Don't even think about getting it." The old man was stunned, the other two were also stunned, but soon they all burst into laughter. The one-eyed man sneered. "A brat who hasn't even grown out his hair wants to obtain the territory stone? You should quickly go back and cultivate for a few more years to improve your cultivation. Young people these days really don't know what they're talking about, daring to come to the blood prison as a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You idiots, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'm going to get the territory stone for sure." Yongkai curled his lips in disdain. He stepped into the whirlpool within his territory. "Be careful." Xueqi's expression changed. He hurriedly reminded him. She had experienced the terrifying power of this vortex before and knew very well how powerful it was. The white-haired old man and the other two also looked over in shock. They didn't expect Yongkai to rush into the whirlpool in their territory. Was he looking for death? The old man couldn't help but sneer. There was a playful smile on his face. They were waiting for the show to begin. He thought that Yongkai would definitely be killed by the vortex in his territory. But in the next moment, the old man's smile stiffened on his face. The whirlpool in his territory that he and his companions were so afraid of failed to stop Yongkai in the slightest as the arrogant young man strode forward. Step by step, Yongkai walked inside, completely ignoring the whirlpool in his territory. The old man couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as his eyes glazed over, paying more and more attention to Yongkai's movements. He could clearly see that Yongkai's Shi was not inferior to his, in fact, it was much stronger. The invisible Shi was like a perfect armor, protecting Yongkai from all sides, allowing him to walk inside unimpeded. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. The young man only walked 200 meters before his speed slowed down, and after another 10 meters, his figure came to a halt. Yongkai closed his eyes and began perceiving the mysterious fluctuations around him, comprehending the mysteries of his territory. Seeing this scene, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Yongkai really walked to the center step by step without stopping to take the territory stone, he would probably vomit blood. Fortunately, although this kid was a little strange, he didn't really ignore the whirlpool in his territory. He also had to comprehend the mysteries in it before he could walk to the deepest part. He still had a chance. The old man's eyes burst with light as he suddenly got up, ignoring the huge burden on his body, and moved forward a distance. Seeing this, the other two also didn't want to be outdone and also moved forward a distance. The closer to the center of the whirlpool in the territory, the stronger the power, and the greater the pressure on the cultivator. If they couldn't resist, the final result would be to be killed by the territory. Therefore, when the cultivator was comprehending the mysteries in the whirlpool in the territory, they would generally act according to their ability and not be greedy. Otherwise, they would be courting death. Before Yongkai's arrival, the old man and the other two were prepared to advance to the center step by step and slowly walk to the territory stone. They also had this confidence. However, Yongkai's arrival and strange behavior made them feel the danger. They realized that if they didn't speed up, the territory stone would be handed over to someone else. The surrounding territory of the chaotic territory made it so that no one dared to make a move on others. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would cause a backlash and they would be asking for trouble. If not for this, the old man and the other two would have joined forces to kill Yongkai first. The battle now was about who could walk to the center of the whirlpool and take the territory stone first. With the treasure in front of them, no one would show weakness. Outside the whirlpool, Xueqi's beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at Yongkai's back. She was greatly shocked. This guy didn't stop at all and directly walked to within 300 feet of the whirlpool in the territory. Every step Yongkai took was like a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer that smashed into Xueqi's heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. She was sent by Fierce Crab Tribal Lord to participate in the Blood Prison trial, which meant that she was the strongest origin returning realm master in Fierce Crab territory. The importance of Fierce Crab Tribal Lord and the respect and admiration of those in the same realm gave her the capital to be proud of herself. She had never taken other origin returning realm masters seriously. But today, she finally put away her arrogant thoughts. Yongkai's performance made her realize that she was still not good enough as an origin returning realm master. In this realm, there was still someone who looked down on her. Gritting her teeth, Xueqi also pushed her and stepped into the whirlpool in the territory. As soon as she entered, Xueqi's tender body trembled slightly. All around her, an invisible and terrifying pressure forced her monster qi to circulate madly, forcing her to resist it. She struggled to take a step forward, following Yang Kai's footsteps step by step. After less than 5 meters into the whirlpool, Xueqi was unable to move. Looking up at Yang Kai, Xueqi suddenly discovered that in this extremely short period of time, this guy had actually moved forward again. How did he do it? Xueqi couldn't understand. After spending less than half a day with Yang Kai, her pride and self-confidence had been completely shattered. She found that she couldn't compare with this human at all. Xueqi and Mi Tian were also no match. On Monster Star, all the tribal lord-level masters present. Their evaluation of Xueqi and Mi Tian was extremely high, believing that these two rookies were likely to break through to the Origin King realm and become tribal lord-level existences. If Xueqi and Mi Tian had a great chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm, then Xueqi was certain. Yang Kai could definitely break through to the Origin King realm, just based on his current excellent performance. This showed that his control over Shi had reached a level that made all Origin returning realm masters feel inferior. He may have also comprehended the mysteries of the tribal territory. For the first time, Xueqi felt awe towards another Origin returning realm master. The figure in front of her was like an unattainable mountain. She could only look up to him. Impossible. This is impossible. The one-eyed man's shout reached everyone's ears as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai with trembling eyes, watching him walk towards the center of the whirlpool step by step as if he was walking on flat ground. Even if he paused occasionally, it wouldn't take long for him to take another step. The powerful tribal territory vortex seemed unable to stop him at all. The one-eyed man's eyes were blank and his face was dull, shocked by Yang Kai's actions. "Calm down," the white-haired old man suddenly shouted. "This little brat is indeed a bit strange, but we started earlier than him. He is still behind us in terms of distance, so we may have a chance. In any case, we can't let this little brat succeed." Hearing this, the one-eyed man seemed to recover, took a deep breath and nodded heavily. "I understand." "Is that so?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned and glanced over at the white-haired old man. "Am I behind you in terms of distance? Take a look again and calculate it carefully." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai, who had been standing in place for a long time, suddenly stepped forward lightly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Without any intention of stopping, Yang Kai continued forward with unstoppable momentum, approaching the center of the territory stones at an extremely fast speed. The old man was stunned, the one-eyed man was stunned, and the third person was also stunned. Xueqi cried out in alarm, covering her red lips with her small hand as she stared in the direction of Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai seemed to have suddenly understood something and wrapped himself in Shi, repelling all the territory stones, allowing him to pass through without any hindrance. He easily arrived at the center of the tribal territory. The 3 old men looked panicked and were at a loss. At this moment, they didn't know what to do. If it were any other place, they would definitely go all out and join forces to stop Yang Kai. But inside the tribal territory vortex, they could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Their faces became ashen and filled with resentment. Suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. At the center of the tribal territory vortex, Yang Kai's footsteps paused in midair, seemingly unable to take this last step. His brows furrowed as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. This boy is in trouble. The old man was overjoyed and secretly prayed that this boy would stop there or be directly strangled by the tribal territory vortex. He clearly felt that there was some strange movement in the tribal territory vortex, as if most of its power was attracted to Yang Kai and was exerting pressure on him, wanting to crush him into pieces. Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified, sweat oozing from his forehead and dripping down. The invisible tribal territory vortex was constantly destroying his body. The pressure on the old man and the others suddenly lightened, and after looking at each other for a moment, they rushed forward with red eyes. Chapter 1597. No one had expected such a situation, and no one had encountered such a situation before. They had not even heard of it before. The 5 of them were in the middle of the vortex in the same territory, but most of the power of the vortex in the territory was being drawn towards one person. It seemed that even the vortex in the territory had begun to target this person, preventing him from reaching the center of the vortex. With the pressure on the old man and the other two greatly reduced, they naturally saw a glimmer of hope and were unwilling to hand over the territory stone. The three of them approached the center of the vortex at an extremely fast speed, their expressions fierce as they glared at Xueqi, murderous intent radiating from their bodies, obviously harboring malicious intent. Xueqi's beautiful face changed slightly as she shouted a warning to Xueqi before also rushing forward. "If you don't want to die, wait there." Xueqi's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Xueqi's raised foot did not take a step forward in the end as she stared at Xueqi's back with a complicated expression, her brow furrowed slightly, not understanding what Xueqi was doing. However, she did not delve into it and instead chose to believe in Xueqi. Xueqi's situation seemed to be very dangerous. The power of the huge territory he was drawing towards him was not something an origin-returning realm master could withstand. It was already a miracle that he was still standing there. Xueqi clearly felt that Xueqi's Shi was being suppressed back into his body inch by inch, unable to compete with the strange power of the territory vortex. Xueqi could not help feeling nervous as she did not know what would happen to Xueqi once his Shi was completely suppressed. He would most likely die on the spot. If that really happened, Qingluo would definitely be heartbroken. It was said that the two of them had a very good relationship. In front of her nervous gaze, Xueqi's Shi collided with the power of the domain in the vortex, as if two armies were engaged in a fierce battle, but Xueqi's Shi was constantly being defeated and suppressed. The Shi field shrank little by little, and finally only covered Xueqi's body. The fluctuations in the whirlpool in the territory became even more bizarre and violent. It was as if all the power was attracted by Xueqi, and it launched a ferocious and cruel final attack on him. In an instant, his Shi was destroyed and he was completely submerged. Xueqi couldn't help screaming and turned her head away. She couldn't bear to see Xueqi explode and die. The expected sound of flesh and blood flying did not come. Xueqi was bewildered, but in the next moment, she heard Xueqi's laughter. In this desperate situation, he seemed extremely carefree. She turned her head abruptly and looked at Xueqi again. She was surprised to find that Xueqi, who was submerged in the territory field, was unharmed. How could this be? Xueqi was stunned. She clearly didn't feel Xueqi releasing any Shi. He was in the center of the territory vortex without any precaution, but he was still safe and sound. There was a mysterious power lingering around Xueqi, allowing him to merge with the territory vortex. If she didn't look with her eyes, Xueqi felt that she definitely wouldn't be able to discover Xueqi's existence. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the territory vortex, becoming a part of it. His footsteps paused in mid-air, and he suddenly descended to the center of the vortex. As his foot landed, the chaotic domain vortex that was stirred up by him returned to normal. The terrifying pressure that should have been there came from all directions again. Xueqi couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as she struggled to resist. The old man and the other two were so lucky. When the pressure was greatly reduced, they madly rushed in, and in an instant, rushed in dozens of feet, and were only about 10 feet away from Xueqi's position. Now that the pressure from the territory vortex had returned, how could they withstand it? The sudden pressure from the territory vortex horrified the trio, causing them to cry out in panic as they desperately pushed their Saint Qi and summoned all kinds of artifacts to protect themselves while attempting to retreat. This was not a place they could enter at all. If Xueqi hadn't attracted most of the pressure from the territory vortex before, they wouldn't have been able to reach this place. Now that they wanted to return, it was undoubtedly too late. The mysterious strangling force that erupted from the territory vortex was too much for them to contend with. Their defensive artifacts exploded one after another, and as they screamed, the trio exploded one after another, blood and internal organs spilling all over the ground. Xueqi stared at all this in a daze. Watching 3 third-order origin returning realm masters die in just 3 breaths of time, a chill ran down her spine. She suddenly remembered Xueqi's warning before. If you don't want to die, just wait there. She was certain that if she hadn't listened to Xueqi's advice at that time, the old man and the other two would have ended up the same way, and she would have died on the spot. A feeling of escaping from death inexplicably welled up in her heart, causing Xueqi's face to turn slightly pale. This guy. Has he been planning this all along? Has he always wanted to integrate himself into the vortex in the territory in order to get rid of the vortex targeting him? Where did he get the confidence to do this? How deep is his understanding of Shi? Has he already comprehended the mysteries of the territory vortex? Xueqi had countless questions lingering in her heart, but she couldn't ask them. She only knew that this human's attainments in the martial Tao were something she could only look up to. In fact, although the vortex in the territory in front of them was powerful enough, if the old man and the other two had advanced step by step and comprehended its mysteries bit by bit, they might have had a chance to reach its center and wouldn't have died tragically. The bad thing was that they didn't have this opportunity. Xueqi gave them hope, but when they saw the light, he brought despair to them. He had effortlessly used the power of the vortex in the territory to kill all three of them. If this was all part of his plan from the beginning, then it was simply too despicable. It should just be a coincidence, right? Xueqi's expression was extremely complicated. What are you waiting for? Let's go out. Xueqi's voice suddenly sounded, startling Xueqi slightly. When she came back to her senses, she found that Xueqi had already arrived in front of her and was playing with two domain stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Saying so, he casually tossed one of the territory stones over. Xueqi caught it and glanced at him suspiciously, frowning as she asked, "Why did you give me a piece?" "I didn't do anything." Xueqi smiled lightly. "You brought me here and you were the one who discovered the territory stone first, so I gave you a piece. Don't you want it? If you don't want it, then give it back." Xueqi quickly put the territory stone into her space ring. This was a free advantage, so why not? Xueqi grinned. "I'll give you a piece of the territory stone. I'll take the space rings of those three. There doesn't seem to be anything good inside." "I don't want to share their space rings," Xueqi replied lightly. After pondering for a moment she said, "Then we'll part ways here, I wish you good luck." "You're not going out?" Xueqi was stunned. "I want to stay here and continue to meditate." Xueqi nodded and didn't force her, instead saying seriously, "Then I wish you good luck as well, I'll be going first." As he spoke, he brushed past her and strode out. "Xueqi!" Xueqi suddenly shouted from behind. "What?" Xueqi turned to look at her. "Can I ask, how did you integrate yourself into the vortex in the territory?" Xueqi looked at him curiously. Xueqi rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly and said, "I took advantage of the situation." "Took advantage of the situation?" Xueqi's brow furrowed as she carefully pondered over the meaning of this sentence. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up and a look of gratitude appeared on her face as she sincerely said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Xueqi waved his hand gently before walking away without looking back. Over the next few days, Xueqi continued to move around the blood prison. Once he found a vortex in the territory that met his requirements, he would go and study it to understand its mysteries. Absorbing the mysteries of the vortexes in the territory, Xueqi's sure grew at a terrifying speed. There was no vortex in the territory that could trap him and make him unable to extricate himself. Most of the vortexes in the territory could enter and exit at will, and even if he occasionally encountered some powerful vortexes, it would take him some time to integrate himself into them, allowing him to travel unimpeded through the vortexes. Xueqi found that the method Su Dingyang had taught him was somewhat wrong. Comprehending the mysteries of the territory vortexes and using one's own sure to resist them may be a good method, but integrating one's own sure into them would allow one to explore their mysteries at a deeper level. This was why Xueqi had told Xueqi to take advantage of the situation. However, if one wanted to do this, they needed to have extremely strong control over their own sure, otherwise, it would be tantamount to asking for humiliation. Xueqi did not obtain many territory stones. Even in the blood prison, territory stones were extremely rare. Half a month after separating from Xueqi, Xueqi had encountered several dozen large and small territory vortexes but had only managed to find 2 territory stones. While he was on his way, Xueqi had studied the strange territory stones. These stones did contain the power of a territory, similar to the territory vortexes in the blood prison. However, the territory power contained in these territory stones was very gentle, not as violent and difficult to deal with as the vortexes in the territory. This gentleness was enough for any origin-returning realm master to safely absorb these stones, improve their understanding of sure, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory. This was also one of the reasons why territory stones were so valuable. Besides Xueqi, Xueqi did not meet anyone else he knew. Whether it was the monster race masters who had come here from Monster Star or Qiantong and the others who had stayed on Green Mountain Star, Xueqi did not meet any of them. Xueqi did not know whether Qiantong and the others had entered the blood prison or not, But the main reason they had stayed on Green Mountain Star at that time was because of this, so it was unlikely they would miss such a grand event. They should have come in, but Yang Kai did not know where they were. Occasionally, when he had some free time, Yang Kai would take out his communication artifact and pour his divine sense into it, hoping to contact Qian Tong and the others. Unfortunately, after so many days, there was no response from his communication artifact. On this day, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged in a secluded place, recovering his energy and taking out his communication artifact to investigate. He did not have much hope, but when he poured his divine sense into it, he could not help smiling and quickly began to investigate. Qian Tong had actually responded. What's more, he was actually summoning his companions to his location. Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something incredible. Chapter 1598. 100 kilometers away from the blood prison, in a stone pavilion atop a high peak, Luo Hai's eyes were closed, as if he was silently perceiving something. The other Origin King Realm Masters were all paying attention to his movements. They could not know anything about the situation inside the blood prison, and only Luo Hai, as the Star Master, could spy on it. Naturally, Luo Hai became the focus of everyone's attention. After a long time, Luo Hai opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, did you discover something? Why are you so happy? The old woman from Sword Union asked quickly. Good news, good news. Luo Hai gently nodded. Good news. The beautiful woman from Purple Star raised her brow as she glanced over at Luo Hai thoughtfully, revealing a look of understanding as she asked, Brother Luo Hai means. Haha, yes, there is only one good news in the blood prison, and it's exactly as you think, Luo Hai gently nodded and quickly said. A stone mountain has appeared in my territory. A stone mountain has appeared in my territory? Everyone was shocked. This really is a joyous event. The old woman smiled so widely that her face wrinkled. The little ones who entered the blood prison this time are really blessed to have encountered such a joyous event. It seems they are luckier than most. Senior Sister Lei need not envy others. When you entered the blood prison 2,000 years ago, didn't you also encounter such a joyous event? The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled. Haha, yes, 2,000 years have passed in a flash. The old woman's face showed a trace of nostalgia. If I had not encountered a stone mountain in my territory, this old woman would not have been able to spy on the mysteries of my territory and break through to the Origin King realm. It can be said that the stone mountain in my territory is the foundation of this old woman's current realm. Senior Sister Lei encountered a stone mountain in your territory? Many people showed surprised expressions and someone shouted, Why didn't I have such good luck? When I entered the blood prison, the stone mountain in my territory was surrounded by a powerful territory field, making it impossible to see what it was. This is luck. Luo Hai chuckled. The stone mountain in our territory is a treasure of the blood prison. It is extremely sturdy, and even an Origin King may not necessarily be able to damage it. It is so huge that no one can take it away. It was the best place for Origin returning realm masters to comprehend the mysteries of their own territory. But unfortunately, it was shrouded in various fierce territory fields all year round. Only occasionally would these territory fields weaken and reveal the true appearance of the stone mountains within their territory. On the other hand, the blood prison only opens once every 1,000 years, and when it does, the stone mountain in our territory may not appear, so it's normal that you haven't encountered it yet. There's no need to envy Senior Sister Lei's luck. Aren't all of you Origin Kings now? Even so, if I had encountered a stone mountain in the territory back then, I wouldn't have needed to cultivate bitterly for 300 years to break through to this realm. After speaking, a look of resentment appeared on his face as he lamented that he was not as lucky as the old woman surnamed Lei. The old woman smiled and said, Why are you sighing here? This old woman was lucky enough to encounter a stone mountain in our territory, but after breaking through to the Origin King realm, this old woman has not been able to make any further progress. I'm afraid this old woman will be stuck here for the rest of her life. Senior Sister Lei doesn't need to belittle yourself, who can say for sure? Perhaps one day, Senior Sister Lei will be blessed with good fortune and break through to the Second Order Origin King realm, the beautiful woman comforted. Although there were many frictions between the great forces in the Star Territory, as Origin Kings, there was more or less some friendship between them, so it wasn't a big deal for the old woman to offer some casual words of comfort. I hope so. The old woman forced a smile. The old woman smiled reluctantly, but suddenly frowned and said with a worried look, However, although the appearance of a stone mountain in our territory is a happy event, I'm afraid it will be a much more difficult test for those little brats. This old woman fought a life-and-death battle in order to compete for a good position back then and almost died. This time, I'm afraid many of them will die. Whether it's a blessing or a curse will depend on their own good fortune. It's useless for us to worry here. The old man from Hangluo Chamber of Commerce slowly shook his head. That's true. By the way, Master Luo Hai, that second-order origin returning realm brat, how is he doing right now? Is he dead or alive? The old woman suddenly remembered Yang Kai and asked. Everyone turned their attention to Luo Hai, seemingly very interested in Yang Kai. Luo Hai smiled lightly and said, "He's still alive, this king can feel his vitality." He's still alive. The old woman was overjoyed. Great. This old woman was really afraid his luck would be bad and he would be killed by that powerful guy. It seems his luck is much better than this old woman's. I'm really looking forward to the day he walks out of the blood prison. This old woman wants to see if this little brat really has 3 heads and 6 arms. He definitely doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, he's just courageous, Luo Hai suddenly fell silent, his brow furrowing as he tried to sense his surroundings. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, could he have encountered some kind of trouble? The beautiful woman from Purple Star asked nervously. No one wanted to see Kai Yang get into trouble, or even die. They all regarded Yang Kai as a rising star of their force and were all prepared to wait for him to emerge from the blood prison before offering extremely generous conditions to win him over. He hasn't encountered any trouble, but this king thinks he's looking for trouble. Luo Hai said in a strange tone. What do you mean? The old woman asked nervously. He's actually heading towards the stone mountain in our territory. Luo Hai's expression became extremely strange. Huh! Everyone was shocked. Why would he go in the direction of the stone mountain in our territory? The old woman asked with a look of disappointment. That little brat is simply courting death. How could he possibly go there? If he were to be involved in some kind of dispute. This little guy is really too troublesome, the beautiful Purple Star woman sighed with a helpless look on her face. Yang Kai was trapped inside the blood prison, so none of them could intervene and could only watch as Yang Kai walked into danger. All the Origin King Realm Masters couldn't wait to break into the blood prison right now, fish Yang Kai out, and teach him a lesson. Things are getting more and more interesting. This little brat's courage is really big, Luo Hai smiled softly. Master Luo Hai, I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to that little brat and see if he's there. The old woman asked nervously. All right, although I can't investigate too carefully, this king can still sense whether he's alive or not. If something really happens, this king will definitely tell you, Luo Hai nodded, not refusing such a request. He himself was also very interested in Yang Kai. Then I'll have to trouble Master Luo Hai. Inside the blood prison, at a certain location there was a small hill. Although it was called a small hill, it was actually just a slightly larger one. It was no more than 300 meters high, and covered an area of only a few dozen meters. This small hill gave off a strange luster and a gentle territory aura radiated from it. A stone mountain in the territory. A treasure of the blood prison. Its main body was actually a huge piece of territory stone. No one knew how it was born, but since its birth, it had always existed inside the blood prison. It was shrouded in a terrifying territory all year round, making it impossible for anyone to enter and see the true appearance of the stone mountain in the territory. The territory field around the stone mountain in the territory was recognized as the most powerful territory in the blood prison. No origin returning realm cultivator dared to challenge it, and anyone who dared to do so had died a violent death. Although it was shrouded in a powerful territory all year round, there were also times when this territory would weaken, and only at such times would the stone mountain in the territory be exposed. There was no pattern to this phenomenon, but every time the blood prison opened, perhaps 1 in 10 times, the stone mountain in the territory would be exposed to the eyes of the world. Every time this happened, all the origin returning realm masters who heard this news would be like cats that had smelled blood and would gather at the foot of the stone mountain in the territory, searching for a suitable position to comprehend the mysteries emanating from the stone mountain. This was much safer and more effective than breaking into the whirlpool in the territory. The mysteries emanating from the stone mountain in the territory could be easily absorbed by a cultivator, allowing them to spy on the mysteries of the territory. Some cultivator who originally had no chance to break through to the Origin King realm were able to do so because they encountered the stone mountain in the territory. For example, The old woman surnamed Lei from Sword Union was one of them. For tens of thousands of years, although the stone mountain had only appeared a few times in the territory, it still did not diminish the enthusiasm of the cultivator. At this moment, there were hundreds of third-order origin returning realm masters gathered around the stone mountain in the territory. These people came from all corners of the star territory, either in groups of 3 or 5 or in groups of 7 or 8, occupying different positions. There were a total of 7 groups, all of them clearly divided. Among these groups, the ones with the largest number of people occupied the best positions, each of them revealing their imposing auras, the artifacts in their hands shining brightly as they looked around coldly. No one dared to provoke them, not only because they had the advantage in numbers, but also because their backgrounds were not small. The remaining groups, according to their strength, also occupied different geographical positions. Nearly 100 people had surrounded almost the entire stone mountain in the territory. Although there was still some open space left, there was a steady stream of cultivator who had heard the news and rushed here from all directions. It was not hard to imagine that these open spaces would eventually be occupied by the cultivator groups. Those who came late and didn't get a good position would definitely challenge the weaker groups and forcibly occupy the advantageous positions. On the left side of the stone mountain in the territory, 3 third-order origin returning realm cultivator had gathered. Of the 3, 2 were known to Yang Kai, Qian Tong and the beautiful woman from Star Emperor Mountain, Lin Yu Rao, while the other was someone Yang Kai had never met before. At this moment, the 3 of them were secretly circulating their Saint Qi, holding their most powerful artifacts in their hands as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. The 3 of them had arrived early, so the positions they occupied were not bad, but as the number of cultivator groups continued to increase, some of them were already eyeing them with malicious intent, as if they were contemplating whether or not to attack the 3 of them and drive them away. If the 3 of them had not displayed enough strength, they would definitely not have been able to protect their territory. However, continuing to be vigilant was not a solution. The stone mountain had already appeared in the territory, and the powerful and numerous groups had already begun to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. If the 3 of them continued to delay like this, the gains would not make up for the losses. The 3 of them were intent on comprehending the mysteries of the stone mountain, but they did not dare to lower their guard. Chapter 1599. Elder Chen, Elder Yang, Elder Mo, and the others, have they responded? Among the 3, an old man in a brown robe looked around from time to time and asked Qian Tong in a low voice. Not yet. Qian Tong shook his head slowly and replied worriedly, I don't know where they went, my communication artifact can't contact them at all. What about Vice City Lord Ning? Have you contacted him yet? The old man sighed, I can't contact him either, I don't know where Brother Ning went. The 2 looked at each other and saw the anxiety and helplessness in each other's eyes. The old man was the city lord of Green Mountain Star's Green Water City. When Yang Kai left Green Mountain Star and returned to Tongxian Realm, Qian Tong and his group of 5 stayed behind to prepare to participate in the blood prison trial a few years later. The city lord of Green Water City was also very good at dealing with people. After learning that Qian Tong and the others had arrived, he tried his best to invite them to serve as Green Water City's honored guest elders. Qian Tong and the others did not want to cause any misunderstandings and also needed a place to settle down, so they readily agreed. Over the past few years, everyone got along quite well and there were no gaps or frictions between them. As soon as the blood prison trial opened, they entered the blood prison with the old man and the Vice City Lord surnamed Ning. Everyone here was a third-order origin returning realm master and had entered this place to comprehend the mysteries of their territory in hopes of prying into the mysteries of the origin king realm. Of course, it was impossible for all 7 of them to travel together. As such, everyone dispersed. A few days ago, when the old man heard the news of a stone mountain appearing in his territory, he immediately used his communication artifact to contact his companions, but only Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao had arrived. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, Mou of Clear Sky Sect, and Green Water City's Vice City Lord Ning had not responded. Seeing that more and more people were arriving, Qian Tong and the others were naturally anxious. Without absolute strength and numbers, it was impossible to keep the territory they occupied at the moment. Not far away, a cultivator who had just arrived failed to grab a good spot and was looking over with ill intentions. However, there were too few of them, only 2, so they naturally did not act rashly. However, they were also constantly pouring their divine senses into the communication compass, as if they were trying to establish contact with someone. Once they called for help, the situation would be dire. Elder Lin, is there a response from your side? The elderly man turned his expectant gaze to Lin Yurao. The latter slowly shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. No. What should we do? The elderly man was anxious and uneasy. An enormous opportunity was right in front of him, yet he had no time or opportunity to comprehend it. He could only wait here, and this was even more unbearable than killing him. Wait for another half a day, just another half a day. If Elder Yang and the others still don't come, we'll leave. The elderly man gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Although the appearance of the stone mountain in his territory was a heaven-sent opportunity, he did not want to lose his life here. The stone mountain in his territory was still stable for the time being, but he believed that it would not be long before this place became chaotic. There would definitely be many cultivators fighting over the position. Leave. Qian Tong's expression became gloomy as his eyes filled with unwillingness. No one wanted to pry into the mysteries of the Origin King realm more than him from Shadowed Star. If Yang Kai had not taken him away from Shadowed Star and brought him here, he would never have been able to escape the shackles of world principles and would never have had the opportunity to touch the higher realms of the martial Tao. Yang Kai had given him this opportunity, and now that there was an even greater opportunity in front of him, he was naturally unwilling to take the initiative to leave. Oh! Just as he was feeling annoyed, Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed and he poured his divine sense into the communication compass in his hand. Is someone coming? Greenwater City's city lord saw Qian Tong's expression change and asked with joy. Lin Yuраo's expression also changed as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Qian Tong. Qian Tong did not respond and continued to investigate the communication compass, only letting out a laugh after a while. Yes, someone is coming. Who is it? Is it Elder Yang, Elder Chu, or Elder Mo? None of them. Qian Tong slowly shook his head. None of them? Could it be Brother Ning? Greenwater City's city lord's expression changed as he nodded. It's fine if Brother Ning is here. His strength is not weak. It's not Brother Ning either. Then who is it? Greenwater City's city lord was stunned to the extreme. Qian Tong's group only had 5 people, and now there were 2 of them by his side. There were also more than 3 people who had come, causing him to be confused. Lin Yurao also wore a puzzled look as she stared at Qian Tong suspiciously, not understanding what he meant by this. Qian Tong chuckled, glanced at Lin Yurao and said, Yang Kai is here. Lin Yurao's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed in surprise. Sect Master is here? How come he's here? Didn't he return to his homeland? I'm also quite surprised. Qian Tong chuckled, a look of relief on his face. Maybe he came back in time. When he left Green Mountain Star, didn't he say that if there was enough time, he might come back? Elder Qian, are you sure? Are you sure that was Sect Master's response? How could I be wrong about such a thing? Qian Tong shook his head repeatedly. Although this old master is a bit old, I'm not so old that I'm confused, right? That's great. Lin Yurao jumped up with joy. Since Sect Master is here, things will be much easier. The 2 of them spoke one after another, their words revealing their admiration for Yang Kai. Although Greenwater City's city lord didn't know who Yang Kai was, from their expressions, he knew he had an incredible helper. Relaxing his tense mood, the city lord smiled as he turned to Lin Yurao and said, Elder Lin, can you briefly tell the city lord about your sect master? This old master has never met him before, so when we meet later, I can't be too rude. The elderly man was well aware of Lin Yurao's strength and knew she was definitely stronger than him. Not only Lin Yurao, but Qian Tong's group of 5 also seemed to be much stronger than ordinary third-order origin returning realm masters. Their understanding of Shi was extremely profound, and their Saint Qi was incredibly dense. At first, the elderly man didn't quite understand why this was the case, but after interacting with them for a long time, he learned that the star Qian Tong and the others came from had a mysterious world principle that prevented them from breaking through to the Origin King realm, forcing them to temper themselves in the Origin Returning realm. As such, they were able to reach an extremely high level in the Origin Returning realm, surpassing the Origin realm masters of other stars. It wasn't unreasonable to take a sip and peck at everything. And someone who could be called sect master by a master like Lin Yurao was obviously stronger than her, right? Most likely, he had already taken half a step into the Origin King realm. Greenwater City's city lord took it for granted. With the arrival of such a powerful helper, Greenwater City's city lord was naturally overjoyed. What should I say about him? Lin Yurao couldn't help showing an awkward look on her face, as if she found it difficult to speak. Haha, it's hard to explain, but after you meet him, Brother Zhao will understand. Qian Tong smiled to the side, as if he also felt that explaining was useless. Yang Kai could not be judged by common sense. And that's fine. The elderly man nodded lightly, not insisting. In any case, they would meet in a while, so there was no point in asking now. But Brother Zhao, this Qian must tell you in advance that this sect Master Yang is not someone you can judge by his appearance. Qian Tong said casually. A person can't judge by his appearance? Greenwater City's city lord frowned, his expression blank, not understanding what Qian Tong meant by this. He's here. Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in a low voice, raising his eyes and looking in a certain direction. When Greenwater City's city lord heard this, he quickly pulled himself together and prepared to meet this powerful helper in his best state. A figure flew over from a very distant place at an extremely fast speed. When Qian Tong said those words, this figure was still far away on the horizon, only a small black dot visible. But after only 3 breaths of time, a handsome young man suddenly appeared not far from the stone mountain in Greenwater City's territory. Yang Kai, come here. Qian Tong shouted. Around the stone mountain in Greenwater City's territory, countless cultivator glared at him. Qian Tong couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh, realizing that his joy had been a little too conspicuous, so he quickly kept a low profile. Yang Kai, who had just arrived, first glanced at the huge stone mountain in Greenwater City's territory, a trace of surprise flashing across his eyes before his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Qian Tong and the others, enthusiastically greeting them, Elder Qian, Elder Lin. Greetings, Sect Master. Lin Yurao quickly saluted. Yang Kai waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so polite, asking in amazement, why is it only the 2 of you here, where are the others? I couldn't contact them so I don't know where they went. Qian Tong smiled helplessly. Have you returned from Greenwater City? Yang Kai nodded. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. With such a grand event like the blood prison trial, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to make it in time, Qian Tong laughed. Being able to come here is also a stroke of luck, Yang Kai replied casually, not saying too much. Being able to come here was indeed a stroke of luck. He had only gone to Monster Star to see Shanqing Luo. He had not expected to be able to come to the blood prison for Monster Star. Saying so, he glanced over at Greenwater City's city lord and asked suspiciously, this is... Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Greenwater City's city lord, Zhao Tianze, Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, this is the Yang Kai I told you about. Zhao Tianze stared at Yang Kai in a daze, his expression extremely strange. Since Yang Kai appeared, Zhao Tianze had been scrutinizing him. After all, the previous conversation between Qian Tong and Lin Yurao had greatly elevated Yang Kai's strength and status, causing Zhao Tianze to have high expectations for Yang Kai's arrival. Zhao Tianze thought that this person was a peak third-order origin returning realm master. He thought that this person would definitely be much stronger than Qian Tong and Lin Yurao. But as soon as they met, Zhao Tianze realized that something was wrong. The person who had come was actually a young man, but that wasn't all, and the aura fluctuations coming from this person were actually only second-order origin returning realm. Zhao Tianze almost thought he was seeing things and repeatedly swept Yang Kai with his divine sense, only confirming that this person was really just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Zhao Tianze was so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Chapter 1600. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. At this moment, Zhao Tianze finally understood what Qian Tong meant when he said that a person could not be judged by their appearance. So this was what he was referring to. What could a mere second-order origin returning realm cultivator do? Even if he had the ability to fight above his realm, it was impossible for him to change the current situation. His arrival would not be of much help to the overall situation. It could only be said that they had gained an extra helper. Zhao Tianze's mood suddenly became depressed. However, he was still a city lord and had a good relationship with Qian Tong, Lin Yurao, and the others, so of course, he could not show his disappointment too obviously. Putting a smile on his face, Zhao Tian cupped his fists and greeted. This Zhao greets Sect Master Yang. Sect Master Yang. Sure enough, you are young and promising. This praise was obviously insincere and anyone could hear it. Yang Kai spoke politely and naturally did not make a fuss. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao exchanged a glance but did not explain too much. They were well aware of Yang Kai's strength. It could be said that Yang Kai alone was equivalent to several third-order origin returning realm cultivators. This gave them the confidence to stay in this place. Oh, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator actually came here. He actually managed to survive in the blood prison for so long. His luck is quite good. But his luck is about to run out. I bet he won't live past today. He really doesn't know life from death, actually running so close to our territory Stone Mountain. This little brat is really stupid. Not only did he fail to provide any help to his companions, but he also exposed the weakness of their team. Just watch, they're finished. Whispers suddenly rang out all around as countless cultivators stared at Yang Kai with a playful look on their faces, as if they were looking at some kind of rare treasure. Around the Stone Mountain in the territory, there were hundreds of origin returning realm masters, all of them third order. Yang Kai, a mere second order cultivator, suddenly stood out from the crowd and naturally attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai was unperturbed and didn't care about the clamor of those people. On the contrary, Zhao Tianzhe's expression became more and more uneasy. Originally, with him, Qian Tong and Lin Yurao here, even if some people were eyeing them covetously, they could still rely on their momentum to stabilize the situation. But as soon as Yang Kai arrived, their position immediately became the focus of attention. Divine senses swept towards them and powerful auras pressed down on them, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat uneasy. The arrival of this young man named Yang Kai seemed to have made their situation even more difficult. He looked left and right, and sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Yang Kai, there seems to be something wrong with these two, they've been staring at us. Qian Tong leaned over to Yang Kai and whispered, gesturing to the side as he spoke. Following his gaze, Yang Kai looked over and found two third-order origin returning realm cultivators standing not far away, constantly glancing towards them. Seeing Yang Kai's gaze, one of them did not avoid meeting his gaze and sneered. The other person was holding a communication compass in his hand and seemed to be communicating with someone. I know, Yang Kai nodded lightly, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. He vaguely felt that the clothes these two were wearing were somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. However, Yang Kai had lived on Shadowed Star all this time and rarely interacted with cultivator from other stars, so he couldn't remember when he had seen them. Was it in the Emperor Garden? Yang Kai thought secretly. Only when the Emperor Garden was open did he have frequent contact with cultivator from other stars. By the way, where is this place? What is this huge territory stone? Why are there so many people gathered here? Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and asked curiously. He had sensed Qian Tong's summons and hurried here. As for the stone mountains in the territory, he knew nothing about them. This is a stone mountain in the territory. Qian Tong replied, we only just learned that there is such a thing in the blood prison. As for the specific situation, I'll have to ask Brother Zhao to explain it to you, he knows more about it. Then I'll have to trouble City Lord Zhao. Yang Kai cupped his fists to Zhao Tianzhe. Sect Master Yang is too polite. Zhao Tianzhe laughed dryly. Zhao Tianzhe let out a hollow laugh. Although he was still a little uneasy, it wasn't a problem for him to explain the mysteries of the lower territory stone mountains to Yang Kai. Hearing him say this, Kai Yang's interest was piqued. So the probability of a stone mountain appearing in the territory is very small? That's only natural. Out of the 10 blood prison trials, Domain Stone Mountain may only appear once. Apart from that, it is enveloped by an extremely terrifying domain all year round, making it impossible for anyone to approach. Zhao Tianzhe nodded. Has no one ever thought about taking it away? Yang Kai stared at the huge territory stone with burning eyes. Such a large piece of territory stone, if it could be taken away, presumably even an origin king would be envious, right? If placed in any sect, this stone would become a hallowed treasure and many origin kings would be born because of it. The gentle territory field it exuded allowed one to safely comprehend it. Sect Master Yang must be joking. Zhao Tianzhe's mouth twitched, not to mention that this territory stone is extremely heavy and no one can move it. Even if someone could, they wouldn't dare touch it. Why is that? Yang Kai was stunned. If a powerful hidden territory field is triggered, who can resist it? Zhao Tianzhe's expression became solemn as he stared at Yang Kai with a strange expression. He wanted to say that Yang Kai was a bit ignorant, but he was too embarrassed to say so. So that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded, finally understanding the peculiarity of this stone mountain in the territory. Staring at the stone mountain in the territory for a while, he suddenly grinned. But this is really an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Since we've come here and occupied a good place, let's not waste any more time and quickly comprehend this stone mountain. I can see many of them are already doing so. With just the few of us? Zhao Tianze was stunned. Who else are we waiting for? It's not that we're waiting for anyone, it's just that with just the few of us, if we're attacked while we're comprehending this stone mountain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Tianze worriedly pointed to the group with the largest number of people and said, Sect Master Yang, look over there are quite a few of them, so 2 of them can stand guard while everyone else can focus on comprehending the stone mountain, but there are only 4 of us. I'll take over for you, the 3 of you can comprehend this stone mountain, Yang Kai said generously. This. Zhao Tianze was stunned but also showed a trace of gratitude. Although he was a little disappointed with Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Kai's actions had undoubtedly touched him. Regardless of his strength, this young man's character was still quite good. Sect Master, I'll do it. Lin Yurao volunteered. No need, don't waste time, Yang Kai waved his hand and urged. The earlier you comprehend this stone mountain, the more benefits you'll obtain. All right then. Qian Tong pondered for a moment before nodding. Then Yang Kai, I'll leave it to you, we won't immerse ourselves in this stone mountain. If anything happens, we'll be the first to react. Once I've comprehended this stone mountain, I'll switch with you. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao glanced at each other before sitting down cross-legged. Zhao Tianze hesitated for a moment before leaning over to Qian Tong and whispering, Elder Qian, can we really do this? He really didn't feel comfortable leaving his safety in Yang Kai's hands, so he would rather have Qian Tong or Lin Yurao standing next to him. When Yang Kai does things, you can rest assured. Qian Tong reached out and patted him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Zhao Tianze smiled bitterly. He really didn't know where Qian Tong's confidence in Yang Kai came from, but seeing that both he and Lin Yurao had closed their eyes and were meditating, Zhao Tianze couldn't help but grit his teeth and sit down cross-legged. However, he didn't dare immerse himself too deeply in the stone mountain, lest he failed to react in time. Seeing that the 3 of them had entered a meditative state, Yang Kai also sat down cross-legged and stared at the stone mountain in front of him with great interest. Before this, he couldn't have imagined that there would be such a large piece of territory stone in the blood prison. He had explored several dozen territory vortexes and had only obtained a total of 3 pieces, each of which was only the size of a fist, one of which had been given to Xue Sunday. Such a large piece of territory stone, if he could obtain it. Yang Kai was greatly tempted, his eyes rolling as he grinned meaningfully. Just as he was thinking about this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he turned his head to look to the side. Not far away, a group of 4 people was rushing over, and a moment later, the 4 of them arrived in front of the stone mountain in his territory. Stopping in their tracks, they all stared at the stone mountain in his territory with scorching eyes, their breathing rapid, each of them showing a look of joy and excitement. The appearance of a stone mountain in his territory was an opportunity for anyone. You're finally here. Someone greeted them and complained. Yang Kai looked carefully and recognized this person as the one who had sneered at him before. He and his companion had been contacting someone and had been paying attention to Qian Tong and the others. It seemed that the companion they had contacted before had arrived. We ran into some trouble on the way. We met a dragon lady. The man in the lead replied in a deep voice. A dragon lady? The person who asked was stunned. I don't know where she came from, but she was ridiculously strong. If it weren't for the 4 of us, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Fortunately, there were more of us and we managed to injure her, but unfortunately she managed to escape, the man in the lead replied angrily. That dragon lady was really beautiful. Brother Kai, you didn't see her, but if you did, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to walk, someone giggled. Are you exaggerating? The cultivator surnamed Kai curled his lips, obviously not believing him. I'm not exaggerating, that dragon lady was definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life, but the aura she gave off was also very strange, somewhat similar to monster Qi, but also somewhat similar to human Saint Qi. It's a mix, I can't really tell. Forget it, let's not talk about that dragon lady. The man in the lead waved his hand, interrupting the man's chatter. Brother Kai, what's the situation here? That's about it, the man in the lead shrugged. The man surnamed Kai shrugged. As you can see, There's only so much space around Domain Stone Mountain. The innermost layer has already been occupied by those who came here first, but there's still a lot of space on the outside. Chapter 1601. Hearing this, the man leading the group frowned and said unhappily, I don't want to be too far away from the stone mountains in our territory. What's the point of being too far away? I want the innermost position. Then we'll have to snatch it. The man surnamed Kai grinned. Have you found a suitable target yet? I've found one, the man surnamed Kai said. He glanced back towards the position where young Kai and the others were and chuckled meaningfully. And the position isn't bad. The man leading the group glanced towards the position where young Kai and the others were and immediately showed a satisfied look, nodding. The position is indeed good, we'll take this one. They won't necessarily give in, the man surnamed Kai chuckled. Noticing that young Kai's eyes were fixed on them, he shot a cold glance back. That little brat seems to have been paying attention to us. Since we've chosen them, they have no choice but to give in. The man leading the group coldly snorted, meeting young Kai's gaze head-on and striding forward. The other 5 followed closely behind, their auras extremely sharp. In a flash, the 6 people arrived 10 meters in front of young Kai and the others. The man leading the group looked down at young Kai condescendingly and coldly asked, Boy, where did you come from? Young Kai grinned and said lightly, From Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star? The man leading the group frowned and curled his lips. Never heard of it. This king has taken a fancy to your place. Quickly move out, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Young Kai sat on the ground, picked his ear casually, and snorted. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said, can you say it again? The man leading the group sneered. Boy, you've got guts, this king believes you're not deaf. This king won't repeat himself twice. If you know what's good for you, scram quickly. If you don't want to die. The 5 people behind him let out low chuckles, and their threatening intent was very strong. What is this? Everyone, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Why get so worked up? Zhao Tianze suddenly stood up with a helpless look on his face. Although young Kai had said that he would be responsible for comprehending the mysteries emanating from the stone mountains in his territory, how could Zhao Tianze be at ease to entrust his life to young Kai? No matter how much Chen Tong and Lin Yurao admired him, to Zhao Tianze, young Kai was just a stranger. Moreover, it was an unfamiliar second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Therefore, he did not immerse himself in his thoughts. The moment there was a commotion, he immediately noticed it and quickly jumped out to smooth things over. This one is Green Mountain Star's Green Water City's City Lord, Zhao Tianze. Greetings, friends. May I ask for your names? Zhao Tianze chuckled and cupped his fists. The man leading the group looked at Zhao Tianze and then glanced towards young Kai, secretly thinking that Zhao Tianze was the one in charge here. As for young Kai, who had a lower cultivation, he was just following orders. The man's expression eased greatly as he quickly said, This king is Scarlet Wave Star's Brilliant Flame Sect's Zhang Qing. These are my friends and fellow disciples from Scarlet Wave Star. Scarlet Wave Star? Brilliant Flame Sect? Young Kai raised his brow, finally remembering why he felt this name was familiar before. When he met Su Dingyang, who had been strangled in his territory, he had said that he was from Scarlet Wave Star. Young Kai felt very strange at that time, as if he had heard the name of this star somewhere before. Now, after hearing Zhang Qing's self-introduction, young Kai immediately understood. Back in the Emperor Garden, he had met a cultivator from Scarlet Wave Star. Moreover, there were 2 groups of people. One group was this cultivator from Brilliant Flame Sect, while the other was called Iceheart Valley. At that time, the 2 groups were fighting to the death over the ownership of an ancient cave mansion. Young Kai happened to pass by and was involved. In the end, Young Kai even participated and helped the woman from Iceheart Valley kill a few cultivators from Brilliant Flame Sect. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture and the purple origin furnace were obtained from that hidden ancient cave mansion. No wonder the robes worn by this man surnamed Kai looked familiar. It turned out that he had met him before. Young Kai grinned with a playful look on his face. So it is friends from Brilliant Flame Sect. Zhao Tianze's complexion changed slightly as he hurriedly said, Forgive my rudeness. Obviously, he had heard of Brilliant Flame Sect before. Zhang Qing wore a proud look on his face as he nodded lightly. Since this friend has heard of my Brilliant Flame Sect, this matter is simple. Quickly ask your companions to clean up and give up their positions. This king does not want to be too harsh. As long as you withdraw, this king can guarantee that he will not hurt you. This. Zhao Tianzhe's expression became bitter as he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Please forgive me, Brother Zhang, but this matter cannot be decided by me alone. Please allow this Zhao to discuss this matter with these friends." "There's nothing to discuss, this place is not for you to take. Go find another spot," Lin Yuраo's tender voice called out. She and Qian Tong had long ago been alarmed and had been sitting there watching coldly, but now that they heard Zhao Tianzhe's words, they naturally could not bear to back down. She and Qian Tong shared the same determination to reach the Origin King realm. "Don't you think this is a bit too much?" Qian Tong's face sank as he stared at Zhang Qing and the others coldly. "Too much?" Zhang Qing sneered. "This king doesn't think it's too much. This king is giving you a chance to live. It's up to you to grasp it. If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll kill you all." The man surnamed Kai shouted, his expression becoming impatient. "Everyone, please calm down, calm down." Zhao Tianzhe frowned as he motioned to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao not to speak first before turning to Zhang Qing. "Brother Zhang, please wait a moment, I'll speak to them and give you an answer later." "Good. Since you're half a landlord, this king will give you face, but there's not much time. I want an answer in half a cup of tea's time," Zhang Qing reminded coldly. Zhao Tianzhe nodded bitterly before turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao and helplessly asking, "Two friends, do you really not want to back down?" Qian Tong looked at him faintly. "What's wrong, does Brother Zhao want to withdraw from here?" Zhao Tianzhe slowly shook his head. "If possible, how could I be willing to withdraw from here? It's just that they outnumber us now, so if we don't follow their wishes, we won't have a good ending." Qian Tong frowned slightly and said with some surprise, "Brother Zhao's courage isn't so small, right? You are a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. What kind of storms have you not seen? Why are you so afraid of this brilliant flame sect? What is their background that makes you so afraid?" Zhao Tianzhe's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly. "Elder Qian can see through it? And I won't hide it from you. I am indeed a little afraid of them. Brilliant Flame Sect is based on Scarlet Wave Star, so logically speaking, they have nothing to do with my Green Mountain Star, but their Supreme Elder seems to have a good relationship with the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. We can't afford to offend this group of people." The Star Master of Green Mountain Star. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao both narrowed their eyes. Having lived on Green Mountain Star for 2 or 3 years, they naturally knew that there was a powerful Star Master here, a second-order Origin King. "Do you two understand what I mean?" Zhao Tianzhe looked at them worriedly. "I understand, but whether or not we should withdraw, I will listen to Sect Master. If Sect Master tells me to withdraw, I will withdraw, and if Sect Master tells me to stay, I will stay." Lin Yurao raised her eyes and looked at Yang Kai. "Listen to him." Zhao Tianzhe looked depressed, never having expected that the final decision would still be in Yang Kai's hands. "Yang Kai, do you want to withdraw or stay?" Qian Tong also looked over. "This old master will stay with you. Do we need to withdraw?" Yang Kai curled his lips. "Naturally, we should stay. How can we miss such a good opportunity? As for those people, rest assured if they court death, I will fulfill their wishes." "With your words, this old master can rest assured." Qian Tong chuckled while Lin Yurao also looked excited. "You!" Zhao Tianzhe was really speechless as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze. "Do you still not understand the situation? If you want to court death, why drag Elder Chen and Elder Lin with you? They have put their lives in your hands. You should at least take some responsibility. Don't speak so arrogantly, in the end. You will only suffer." He was obviously a little angry and no longer spoke politely to Yang Kai. "If City Lord Zhao feels it is inappropriate, you can leave on your own." Yang Kai looked at him faintly. "I am not forcing you to stay and live or die with us." Zhao Tianzhe was so angry that he could only point at Yang Kai, unable to say a word. When Zhang Qing and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. They suddenly felt that these 4 people were quite interesting. In the face of a great disaster, not only were they not united, they were even fighting amongst themselves. "This old master won't bicker with you." Zhao Tianzhe was almost angered to death by Yang Kai. Turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao, he said, "The 2 of you, leave with me, otherwise, they will definitely not be polite." Qian Tong sighed. "Brother Zhao, After working together for several years, this Qian is well aware of your character. This Qian understands that you are doing this for our own good. However, there is no need to mention this matter. You should withdraw first. Lin Yu Rao pursed her lips and smiled. You don't need to go too far, perhaps you will return later. Zhao Tianze was stunned. Of course, he understood the hidden meaning in Lin Yu Rao's words, but he couldn't believe it. Glancing at Yang Kai indifferently, Zhao Tianze sighed. I don't know why Elder Qian and Elder Lin have so much confidence in you, but I hope you know what you are doing. After saying so, he walked out disheartened. He had done his best, but Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao weren't willing to listen to his advice, so there was nothing he could do. He also didn't have the confidence to stay and help Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao fight against the enemy, so he could only choose to leave. Zhang Qing and the others looked at him coldly. There was no need for him to explain. They already knew the result. Sure enough, they didn't try to embarrass Zhao Tianze and instead just swarmed towards Yang Kai's group of 3. It looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Zhang Qing sneered, his eyes as cold as a knife as he said in an unfriendly tone. Don't blame this king for not giving you a chance, you asked for it. Saying so, an extremely sharp shur suddenly spread out and enveloped Yang Kai's group of 3. Chapter 1602. Next to the stone mountain in his territory, Brilliant Flame Sex Zhang Qing wore a fierce expression as he released his shur to envelop Yang Kai and the others. His shur seemed to be mixed with a special kind of domain, and as soon as it spread out, it made one feel as if they were standing in the middle of a volcanic crater, scorching hot as if they were about to be roasted alive. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao's faces changed slightly as they released their shur to resist this pressure. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of interest. Zhang Qing really had the capital to act so arrogantly. His shur had obviously reached the minor accomplishment stage. Shur was a special kind of power that could be condensed as long as a cultivator broke through to the third-order origin returning realm. As one's cultivation increased, the power of their shur would also increase. However, if one wanted to cultivate their shur to the minor accomplishment stage, they would need to integrate their own unique kind of power into their shur in order to strengthen it. For example, Yang Kai was able to integrate his space force into his shur. And this Zhang Qing was obviously able to do the same, as his shur contained the power of fire. Among all third-order origin returning realm cultivators, only about 20% of them were able to cultivate their shur to the minor accomplishment stage, and Zhang Qing was undoubtedly one of them. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao were also among them, so they were able to resist the oppression of Zhang Qing's shur. This was also the fundamental reason why Zhao Tianze felt inferior to Qian Tong and the others. In front of Yang Kai and the others, there seemed to be an invisible barrier that blocked Zhang Qing's shur, preventing it from advancing any further. Zhang Qing couldn't help feeling shocked as a look of shock appeared in his eyes. If Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao were able to resist him, he could understand. After all, these two were also third-order cultivators like him. But what was going on with this young man? He was clearly only a second-order cultivator, so how could he have cultivated his shur to the minor accomplishment stage? He seemed to be having a much easier time resisting his shur than the other two behind him. Yang Kai's violent shur was like a gentle breeze to him, unable to shake him in the slightest. Zhang Qing looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. His heart was shaken. Small success in shur. Yang Kai nodded lightly with a playful smile on his face. Not bad. As he spoke, he casually glanced around. Ever since Zhang Qing and the others arrived, countless pairs of eyes had been looking in their direction, as if they were waiting for the scene of a great battle to break out. There were also some people whose expressions flickered, and it was unknown if they were scheming something. Yang Kai observed the situation and knew that if he didn't display enough strength this time, even if he forced Zhang Qing and the others to retreat, there might still be others who would come to provoke him. There would be no end to it. After all, their lack of manpower was their biggest weakness. Sneering in his heart, Yang Kai pointed at a cultivator behind Zhang Qing and asked, I heard you say that you met a dragon lady? The cultivator was stunned. He didn't know why Yang Kai would ask about this at this time. His face turned cold and he replied in a deep voice. So what? Is the dragon lady wearing a red dress? That's right. You injured her? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura flashing in them. Wrong. I injured her, but unfortunately, it was only a single palm. I wasn't able to take her life. The cultivator sneered. Very good. Yang Kai nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, His figure suddenly became blurry. In the next moment, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Although it happened suddenly, Zhang Qing and the others reacted quickly. Which one of them hadn't experienced countless life or death battles to be able to cultivate to the third-order origin returning realm? Shocked, they all opened their eyes wide and searched for any trace of Yang Kai. They found nothing. There was no trace of Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai's figure appeared in the middle of Zhang Qing and the others like a ghost. With a cold expression, he opened his hand and grabbed at the cultivator who had just spoken. "Watch out!" Someone next to him shouted. The cultivator was furious and was about to counterattack, but Yang Kai had already grabbed his head and poured his Saint Qi into his body. Like a hot knife through butter, Yang Kai broke through the layers of Saint Qi protection inside his body and poured it into his 5 viscera and 6 organs. Then, Yang Kai took a step and threw out his arm. The cultivator was directly flung away by Yang Kai. In midair, he suddenly let out a miserable howl, as if he was suffering some kind of inhumane torture. Then with a muffled bang, his whole body suddenly exploded. Blood and organs scattered everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air. "I forgot to tell you, that dragon lady is my woman." Yang Kai's expression was ferocious. Everyone was stunned. Trembling, they stared at the blood and flesh floating down from the sky. Looking at the arrogant Yang Kai who seemed to be unaware of the danger, they even forgot to breathe at this moment. With just one blow, he had instantly killed a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. This was something no third-order cultivator could accomplish. Only an origin king realm master could do so. But the young man who killed this cultivator was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, a cultivation lower than any other cultivator present. The subtle difference in realms, the intense visual conflict, and the unexpected ending formed a clear psychological contrast, making everyone keep quiet out of fear. Those who had thought about bullying Kai Yang and the others before but didn't make a move couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They secretly rejoiced that they hadn't bullied Kai Yang and the others at that time. Otherwise, their fates would have been very miserable. "Little brat, you dare." Zhang Qing's fist seemed to burn, and the high temperature caused space to distort. As he punched out, a fiery flood dragon rushed towards Yang Kai. The moment Zhang Qing attacked, his companions also summoned their artifacts one after another, their Saint Qi surging wildly as the brilliance of their artifacts blossomed. A mysterious Shi suddenly broke through the blockade of Zhang Qing's Shi and suppressed them instead. At this moment, everyone's aura was fiercely suppressed back into their bodies, unable to be released at all. Not only that, the space around them solidified, making it difficult for them to move. The circulation of their Saint Qi also seemed to be affected, and the brilliance of the artifacts in their hands suddenly dimmed. The suppression of Shi. They knew better than anyone the reason for this. They had already fallen into Yang Kai's Shi and were unable to extricate themselves. In the past, they had used this method to deal with enemies whose cultivation was lower than their own, and it had worked time and time again. Now, they were being suppressed by a mere second-order cultivator. No one would believe it if they said this, but it was the truth. Their eyes trembled as their muscles bulged as they desperately pushed their Saint Qi, trying to break free from Yang Kai's suppression. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao, however, did not give them a chance to breathe. Qian Tong let out a roar and summoned a coin-like artifact from his finger. This copper coin exuded a dazzling golden light, and as soon as it appeared, it split into 2, then 4, then 8. The sky was filled with golden copper coins, and from the central hole of each copper coin, an extremely sharp attack suddenly shot out towards the enemy like a swarm of locusts, creating a terrifying momentum. Lin Yu Rao's tender body twisted as a multicolored ribbon flew out from her hand and wrapped around one of the enemies. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking rang out from this enemy's body and filthy blood gushed from his mouth. By the time the multicolored ribbon flew back to Lin Yu Rao's hand, the enemy had already collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, his aura barely discernible. Yang Kai laughed wildly, not paying any attention to the enemies except for Zhang Qing. Everyone else could be dealt with by Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. Neither of them was weaker than Zhang Qing, so the two of them working together to deal with the enemies suppressed by their Shi was a piece of cake. Yang Kai divided his attention and divided a part of his Shi to contend with Zhang Qing's while at the same time focusing his mind. Accompanied by a high-pitched bird cry, the Firebird artifact spirit appeared. "Kill him!" Yang Kai shouted as he pounced towards Zhang Qing. The Firebird artifact spirit flapped its wings and descended like a meteor from the ninth heaven, landing directly above Zhang Qing's head, opening its mouth wide and constantly spitting out fireballs containing violent power. Zhang Qing's complexion changed drastically, not having expected the situation to become like this. The screams coming from all around him terrified him, and the joint attack of Yang Kai and the Firebird artifact spirit was even more difficult for him to cope with. After resisting for less than 3 breaths, Zhang Qing's lower abdomen was pierced by Yang Kai's punishing heaven spear, and the Firebird took advantage of this opportunity to smash a fireball directly into his head. Zhang Qing's hair was burnt and he cut a sorry figure as he grit his teeth and glared at Yang Kai, a look of extreme resentment flashing across his face as a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, accompanied by the faint sound of thunder. Thin arcs of lightning also appeared on the surface of his body, giving off an astonishing momentum. With a flash of golden light, Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a golden blood thread, catching Zhang Qing off guard and binding him up. Looking at him with a playful look, Yang Kai sneered. "Do you think I don't know you cultivate the heaven-scorching thunder fire? Do you want to use this secret technique to take me down with you?" "How do you know?" Zhang Qing's face changed slightly. "Because I killed a few people from your brilliant flame sect in the Emperor Garden." Yang Kai's expression became fierce as the golden blood thread that bound Zhang Qing suddenly contracted. Voila. The extremely sharp golden blood thread broke through Zhang Qing's Saint Qi defenses and cut him into countless pieces, scattering his body on the ground. The battle ended. Only 10 breaths of time had passed, so fast that it was difficult to follow. On Scarlet Wave Star's side, the 6 cultivators led by brilliant flame sect's Zhang Qing had been completely wiped out. On the other hand, Yang Kai and his 2 companions were unscathed. The audience was shocked. All the cultivators stared at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a monster, a look of disbelief flashing across their eyes. They had watched this battle from beginning to end, so naturally, they knew how big of a role Yang Kai had played. It could be said that he had single-handedly suppressed Zhang Qing's group of 6. If it were not for his Shi being so powerful, Qian Tong and Lin Yurao would not have been able to kill their enemies so easily. Of the 6 cultivators, only Zhang Qing was able to release his Shi slightly from his body. The other 5 were unable to release their Shi at all and were all suppressed inside their bodies, unable to play the slightest role. How could an origin-returning realm cultivator who could not display the power of his Shi be an origin-returning realm cultivator? Chapter 1603. Zhang Qing and the others did not seem to be facing a second-order origin-returning realm opponent, but a genuine origin king. Around the stone mountains in the territory, everyone's eyes became dignified as they stared at Yang Kai. They realized that this was an extremely terrifying opponent. Many of the cultivator groups who were closer to Yang Kai and the others retreated without a trace, subconsciously opening up some distance from Yang Kai, as if they were avoiding the plague. A purple thunder fire emerged from Zhang Qing's body. This thunder fire not only contained the scorching heat of fire but also the violent power of lightning. It was a secret technique that all powerful cultivators in Brilliant Flame Sect were proficient in cultivating. Last time in the Emperor Garden, the beautiful woman from Iceheart Valley named Tan Ting he had told Yang Kai that Brilliant Flame Sect had a heavenly thunder fire, which was the foundation of Brilliant Flame Sect and its hallowed treasure. If a cultivator in Brilliant Flame Sect was strong enough, they would use the power of this heavenly thunder fire to cultivate their secret technique. Zhang Qing was obviously qualified. As soon as this heavenly thunder fire that belonged to Zhang Qing appeared, the Firebird artifact spirit swooped down like it had been injected with chicken blood, bit down on it, and swallowed it into its belly while letting out a joyful cry. "Come back!" Yang Kai called out, and the artifact spirit immediately turned into a streak of fire and flew back into Yang Kai's body before disappearing. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai found that everyone seemed to be still immersed in shock and had yet to recover. Many of them were subconsciously avoiding his gaze, as if they were afraid of being stared at. Yang Kai chuckled and declared loudly, "Rest assured, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. I just want a more spacious territory. Everyone can do whatever they want." Hearing what he said, the vigilant cultivator breathed a sigh of relief and their tense expressions gradually eased. With the strength Yang Kai had just shown, if he had set his sights on any team, that team would definitely not have had a good ending. Zhang Qing's group of 6 had died without even a chance to resist. The strongest team here only had 9 people, so no one had the confidence to resist Yang Kai's violent attacks and resolve his powerful Shi. "Continue with your meditation, I don't think anyone will disturb you now." Yang Kai motioned to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao. The two looked at each other with blank expressions, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. When they saw Yang Kai take action just now, they had joined him, without hesitation. They had not expected victory, but victory had come so easily. But their opponents had been powerless. When they killed their opponents, they had clearly felt their opponents' powerlessness. As a result, now that the battle was over, the two of them felt like they were dreaming. Yang Kai, you seem to have grown a lot. Did you gain a lot in the blood prison? Qian Tong looked at him suspiciously. The last time he joined with Yang Kai to attack Shadowed Star's three great leaders, Yang Kai had not been so terrifying. At that time, although Qian Tong felt that Yang Kai's potential was infinite, in the end, he had not yet fully matured, so he felt that his strength might be on par with Yang Kai's. But now, he could only look up to him. The improvement of his cultivation was only a small part of the reason. His attainments in Shi were Yang Kai's greatest assets. Qian Tong vaguely felt that Yang Kai's gains from this trip to the blood prison were not small. Not bad, Yang Kai nodded lightly, not explaining too much. Qian Tong gently nodded, collected his thoughts, and no longer thought about it. Just as he was about to sit down cross-legged, he suddenly said, "By the way, Yang Kai, brother Zhao, You decide." Yang Kai smiled brightly before sitting down cross-legged. Qian Tong nodded, thought about it for a moment, then walked over to Zhao Tianze, who was standing in place like a fool, and whispered to him. After a while, Zhao Tianze returned with a guilty look on his face, found a place, and sat down cross-legged, staring at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. He really felt guilty. Before, he had been afraid of death and had not stayed behind to share the joys and sorrows of Qian Tong and the others. But now that all his enemies had been killed, he had come to pick up the benefits. Zhao Tianze felt quite ashamed. If it had been anything else, Zhao Tianze would have most likely refused. A person should always have some dignity. However, the temptation of the stone mountains in the territory was too great for him, so even if he felt embarrassed, he could only grit his teeth and return. Now that he sat down, he felt his old face burning hot. Brother Zhao, don't think too much. In that situation just now, anyone who didn't understand Yang Kai's background would have made the same choice. You don't have to feel embarrassed. How could this Qian not understand brother Zhao's character? Qian Tong comforted. Zhao Tianze smiled bitterly as he glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing that he was motionless and had no intention of speaking, Zhao Tianze sighed and said sincerely, "This Zhao is grateful." He was too embarrassed to speak. Qian Tong patted him on the shoulder, motioning him to feel free to meditate. The stone mountains in the territory were surrounded by hundreds of third-order origin returning realm cultivator, all of them occupying different positions. Yang Kai's group occupied the largest position, so even if there were only 4 of them, no one dared to offend them. The corpses and blood on the ground were evidence of the great battle that had just taken place. On both sides of Yang Kai's small group, there was a large empty space that no one dared to occupy. From time to time, cultivators who heard the news would join in, and when they saw the empty space on both sides, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They wanted to occupy it, but when they saw the corpses on the ground, their expressions changed and they finally gave up reluctantly. Half a day later, the stone mountains in the territory had been surrounded twice. The number of cultivators here had already reached 200, and there were still more cultivators coming from afar. Conflict inevitably occurred. The larger groups all wanted to occupy the better positions, but the cultivator groups that arrived first naturally wouldn't give up, and the two sides began to fight. From time to time, someone would scream and die. The area around the stone mountains in the territory had become a graveyard for third-order origin returning realm masters. These famous masters from the major cultivation stars fell one after another, and the scene was extremely intense. But no matter how frequent the fighting was, Yang Kai's group of 4 didn't encounter any more provocation. They occupied a large space, and the people on both sides were far away from them. This was enough to explain the situation. Anyone with a little brain would understand that this small group was not to be trifled with, so naturally, no one would come looking for trouble. Qian Tong, Lin Yu Rao, and Zhao Tianze were already immersed in the wonders of the stone mountains in the territory. Yang Kai didn't meditate, but instead sat cross-legged on the ground to protect them. It seemed like he was preventing people from causing trouble, but there was a strange smile on his face as he stared at the territory stone in front of him. His gaze was as if he was looking at something that was already in his bag. One day later, many cultivators who were meditating vaguely noticed that something was wrong. As time passed, The various mysteries emanating from the stone mountains in the territory seemed to be weakening. At first, they thought it was just an illusion, but after careful investigation, they realized it was true. The stone mountains in the territory were really slowly losing their effects. This discovery puzzled the cultivator, none of them understanding why the stone mountains in the territory, which had existed for countless years, would suddenly undergo such a change. 2 days later, more cultivators discovered this matter, and soon, everyone knew about it. Whispers rang out one after another. What's going on? It's only been a few days. How can the stone mountains in the territory be so weak? You also feel the same? I thought that I was mistaken. Could it be that there are too many people meditating here? That's why the power of the stone mountains in the territory has been completely absorbed? Nonsense. When has the appearance of a stone mountain in the territory not attracted so many people? In the past, there were always more people coming here, and there had never been a problem before, so why would there be a problem this time? Could it be that the stone mountains in the territory are really going to lose their effects? Don't talk nonsense. It's important to quickly meditate while it's still a little bit useful. Once it completely loses its effect, it will be a dead mountain. The strange changes in the stone mountains in the territory made every cultivator here aware of the crisis, and they spared no effort to comprehend the mysteries, hoping to obtain the greatest benefits. On the 3rd day, the cultivator outside the stone mountains in the territory could no longer feel any magical concepts. Only those cultivators close to the stone mountains in the territory could gain some benefits. On the 4th day, the cultivator in the inner layer also found it difficult to comprehend anything. The effect of the stone mountains in the territory seemed to have weakened to the lowest level. This kind of thing had never happened before. The stone mountains in the territory were the treasures of the blood prison, and had existed for tens of thousands of years. No one understood what all this was. Only the smile hidden in Xueqi's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a light cracking sound came from a certain location. Although the sound was extremely soft, it attracted the attention of many people. Looking in the direction of the sound, in an instant, many cultivators' eyes trembled. A crack. A crack actually appeared in the stone mountains in the territory. Someone exclaimed, as if he had discovered something incredible. What? A crack appeared in the stone mountains in the territory? Impossible. Some people were unwilling to believe it. What was a stone mountain in the territory? It was simply a huge stone in the territory. It had existed here for tens of thousands of years, so how could a crack appear on it? But just as this voice of doubt sounded, more cracks appeared on the stone mountains in the territory. Those tiny cracks were like spiders, densely packed and crisscrossing. Kacha. Not good. The stone mountains in the territory are going to be destroyed. It actually broke? Haha, I've struck gold this time. I was worried about not being able to take away such a big thing, but it actually broke by itself. The heavens are really helping me. All kinds of shouts sounded in an instant. All the cultivators got up one after another, some with dignified expressions, some with excited expressions, all of them paying attention to the stone mountains in the territory, each with different ideas in their hearts. A hostile atmosphere suddenly filled the air. Many cultivators, who had been getting along peacefully, were now looking around, as if treating any stranger as a competitor. They all had ideas about the stone mountains in the territory. Xueqi. Qian Tong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and also looked at the stone mountains in the territory with fiery eyes. Xueqi frowned and expanded his divine sense. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly and he shouted, "Quickly retreat!" Chapter 1604. Retreat. Qian Tong was stunned, not understanding why Xueqi was so nervous. Go! If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Xueqi didn't bother to explain and instead shouted loudly while retreating quickly. Before he left though, he pulled Lin Yurao along with him. Lin Yurao was confused but didn't resist, allowing Xueqi to drag her along and soon retreating several dozen meters. Brother Qian. Zhao Tianze looked helpless and turned his eyes to Qian Tong for help. Listen to Xueqi. Qian Tong didn't hesitate to turn into a stream of light and follow closely behind Xueqi. He didn't know why Xueqi made such a choice, but he chose to trust Xueqi unconditionally. Perhaps, Xueqi had his own reasons. Seeing the three of them retreat, Zhao Tianze stood in place and hesitated for a moment before slapping his thigh in annoyance and following them. The scene had become chaotic. As the cracks on the stone mountains in their territory increased, countless cultivators rushed forward, trying to snatch the shattered territory stones. There were also some people who were shrewd enough to hear Yang Kai's shout and realize that something was wrong, but instead of wading into these muddy waters, they quietly retreated. When something abnormal happened, there was always a reason, not to mention the fact that the stone mountains in their territory were about to shatter. However, there weren't many people like this, only a tenth of the total number. Most people were fascinated by the temptation in front of them and didn't pay attention to Yang Kai's warning. Kacha. The sound continued, and the stone mountains in their territory seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Under everyone's gaze, more and more cracks appeared, growing larger and larger. Eventually, the stone mountains in their territory collapsed, and the huge stone mountains in their territory turned into pieces of territory stones of various sizes that scattered on the ground. But what made everyone feel strange was that these broken territory stones were different from the territory stones produced in their territory. Each one was as thin as a cicada's wing. That's impossible. The mountain in this territory is actually empty? Someone shouted in disbelief. These shattered pieces of territory stones already explained the problem. If the territory stone mountain wasn't hollow, how could these thin fragments appear after it was shattered? The scene before his eyes was like an empty clay pot that had been smashed into pieces. This was unacceptable to many. However, even though the territory stone was as thin as a cicada's wing, it was still a territory stone. After a few breaths of surprise, everyone frantically rushed forward, eyeing the territory stones of different sizes and trying to snatch them. The situation instantly went out of control. The power of all kinds of artifacts and martial skills blossomed, illuminating everything within a radius of several dozen meters, making it almost impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. Screams rang out and blood splashed everywhere. Suddenly, a ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the center of the mountain in the territory and spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. All the cultivators covered by this ripple involuntarily stopped what they were doing, their faces suddenly filled with panic. When this ripple swept across their bodies, they all felt a dangerous aura. This was the aura of a territory field. And it was an extremely terrifying territory field. The territory field unique to the mountain in the territory seemed to have been revived again. Not good, let's go. A smart martial artist shouted. No one tried to grab the scattered territory stones anymore, each cultivator desperately pushing their Saint Chi and frantically retreating. But it was already too late. When the first ripple appeared, a second, a third, followed closely behind. In an instant, countless ripples that could be seen with the naked eye overlapped and filled an area of nearly 3 kilometers in circumference, enveloping the entire area within it. Everyone's vision blurred as the powerful territory field that gave birth to the mountain in the territory finally revealed its ferocious face. Like a mad and hungry beast, it opened its bloody maw and swallowed nearly 200 third-order origin returning realm cultivators whole. Screams rang out from all directions, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. No origin-returning realm cultivator could resist the crushing power of this violent territory field, their vigorous vitality suddenly vanishing like bubbles being crushed. After the layers of ripples struck, everyone let out a miserable howl and exploded, using their life force and blood to display their final beauty. Yang Kai and the other 3 stood 1,000 meters away from the mountain in the territory field, all of them looking forward with pale faces. Zhao Tianzai's lips trembled, and his 2 rows of teeth collided together, making a crunching sound. He didn't dare imagine what would have happened if he had been a little greedy just now. He was afraid he would have ended up like those people who had fallen into the territory field. He subconsciously looked towards Yang Kai, his heart filled with gratitude. If it weren't for this young man's foresight, this trip to the blood prison would have been over. The complexions of Chen Tong and Lin Yu Rao were also not much better. So many cultivator with the same cultivation as them, so many powerful existences who could have broken through to the Origin King realm, had fallen without being able to put up any resistance. These people had died like ants. Their mood was subtle and complex. At the same time, in the stone pavilion 100 kilometers outside the blood prison, Luo Hai, who had been sitting peacefully, suddenly stood up, his expression extremely ugly. Master Luo Hai, what happened? The old woman surnamed Lei saw his expression change and quickly asked nervously. Yes, brother Luo Hai. What is making you so nervous? An old man also asked in confusion. After reaching the Origin King realm, one's heart was bound to be very calm, so it was rare for one to be so shocked. What's more, Luo Hai was not an ordinary Origin King, He was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, a second-order origin king. Throughout the entire star territory, besides a few mysterious old farts, there were not many who were stronger than him. Seeing Luo Hai's face suddenly become so ugly, everyone realized that something big must have happened. The stone mountain in our territory has been destroyed. Luo Hai quickly said. What? Did I hear wrong? Yes, how could the stone mountain in our territory be destroyed? Who did it? The little ones inside shouldn't have such ability, right? Everyone was shouting. If this was not said by Luo Hai, none of them would have believed it. Even if Luo Hai said it, they still had doubts. How could the stone mountain in our territory be destroyed? Master Luo Hai, is what you said true? The old woman looked at Luo Hai solemnly. How could this king make such a joke with you? Luo Hai frowned. As for how it was destroyed, this king does not know, but it is definitely destroyed. Everyone looked at each other but no longer questioned Luo Hai's judgment. He was the Star Master, so since he said so, he must be completely sure. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat unable to accept such a result. What a pity. The stone mountain in our territory is a treasure of the blood prison. It has existed for tens of thousands of years. How could it be destroyed so easily? After a long time, the old man who spoke before sighed. Although the stone mountain in the territory existed on Green Mountain Star, it could be said to be a treasure of the entire star territory. Now that it had been destroyed, anyone would feel pity. Perhaps its destruction would result in fewer origin kings being born in the territory. By the way, Master Luo Hai, since the stone mountain in our territory has been destroyed, what about the people who were meditating around the stone mountain in our territory? The old woman suddenly thought of a more serious problem. When the others heard this, they also paid attention nervously. Many died. This king is unable to determine the exact number of people who died, but this king estimates there were about 200. 200. The old woman's face changed drastically, and after a long time, she smiled bitterly. This time, all the great forces have suffered heavy losses. The blood prison trial had a ridiculously high death rate because basically all those who entered were third-order origin returning realm cultivators. No one feared anyone, and in order to break through to the origin king realm, they were willing to kill all enemies who stood in their way. Now that the stone mountain in their territory had suddenly changed, more than 200 cultivator had died. It was likely that the cultivator from some great forces who had entered would be wiped out and never be able to recover. Everyone quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Fortunately, third young master did not come this time. Otherwise, the old man from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce suddenly broke out in cold sweat as a look of fear appeared on his face. If third young master Xueqi had also come to participate in the blood prison trial and went to the stone mountain in their territory, he couldn't imagine it. Third young master Xueqi was the greatest hope for the future of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. In the blood prison, only a few breaths of time had passed before the chaotic world calmed down again. All the cultivators who had not retreated in time had died without leaving behind a corpse. In the end, there were less than 30 people who had survived this catastrophe. These people had all heard Yang Kai's shout and retreated decisively, saving their lives. After recovering from their panic, they all cupped their fists in the direction of Yang Kai to express their gratitude. With the stone mountain in their territory gone, they naturally would not remain here any longer, each of them heading off in different directions to enter the blood prison in search of their own opportunities. Soon, only Yang Kai's group of 4 remained in this large area. Sect Master Yang, this old master is deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. I hope Sect Master Yang will make a trip to Green Water City after leaving the blood prison. This Zhao will surely welcome you with open arms. Zhao Tianze said sincerely, now truly admiring Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled faintly. City Lord Zhao is too polite. I didn't do anything wrong, but I will be going to Green Water City. I hope I won't disturb City Lord Zhao when the time comes. Qianyu was still inquiring about Su Yan in Green Water City, so Yang Kai naturally had to go and pick her up. No. Zhao Tianze quickly waved his hand, a smile appearing on his face. It is this Zhao's honor that Sect Master Yang has come. How could I possibly disturb you? Yang Kai gently nodded before turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. You two be careful from now on. Hearing the meaning behind his words, Lin Yu Rao was a little disappointed. Sect Master won't come with us? No, I still have things to do. Yang Kai shook his head. The origin essence crystal chi you had ordered him to obtain had not yet been obtained, and the other half of the monster transformation secret art was still in Yu Xiong's hands, so Yang Kai had to obtain it first. The golden divine dragon source in his body was something he desperately wanted to develop. Then you must be careful. I'm afraid no one here is your opponent, but the remaining territory field here is very powerful, so you must act according to your strength, Qian Tong exhorted. Chapter 1605. I know, I won't put on a brave front. Yang Kai grinned. Then let's part ways here. When we're done here, we'll meet again in Greenwater City. I'll take my leave first. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly before turning around and turning into a stream of light, quickly disappearing from the sights of Qian Tong and the others. Let's go too, Qian Tong called out. Now that so many people have died, the competition in the blood prison will probably weaken a lot. This is a good time to look for opportunities. We can't miss it. Brother Qian is right. Zhao Tianzai's eyes lit up, his previous gloomy mood suddenly swept away, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Somewhere 100 kilometers away from the stone mountains in the territory, Yang Kai looked around, and after confirming that there was no one around, he suddenly grinned, "Come out." In the next moment, there was a rustling sound on the ground in front of him. Then, a small head popped out from the ground. Its two green bean-like eyes rolled around, and its body shot up, arriving in front of Kai Yang. The stone mongoose. Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai had secretly released the stone mongoose while he was fighting with Zhang Qing and the others. At that time, everyone was shocked by his strength and did not notice any trace of the stone mongoose. All of this was done without anyone noticing. How was the harvest? Yang Kai looked down at the stone mongoose and asked. The stone mongoose did not show much reaction, simply opening its mouth and spitting out a fist-sized territory stone. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the territory stone in the palm of his hand. After inspecting it for a moment, he chuckled and patted the stone mongoose's small head, praising, "Well done." He could imagine that the stone mongoose now had a belly full of territory stones, a number so large that any origin king would be moved. It could be said that the destruction of the stone mountains in the territory was entirely due to this stone mongoose. It snuck in from below without leaving a trace and emptied the entire mountain in the territory without anyone noticing. That was why the cultivator felt that the effect of the stone mountains in their territory was getting weaker and weaker. That was why the stone mountains in their territory would suddenly collapse and become hollow inside. It was all thanks to the stone mongoose. The stone mountains in the territory were indeed hard enough, but the stone mongoose had an innate ability to devour all kinds of minerals. Even the 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain, the most precious treasure of the colored glass sect, had been bitten by it. Naturally, the stone mountains in the territory were no exception. The moment Yang Kai saw the stone mountain in his territory, he had a bad idea. He did not expect that the stone mongoose would destroy the stone mountains in his territory and trigger the terrifying territory field. Therefore, the moment he sensed that something was wrong, he shouted loudly to remind him. Unfortunately, most of the cultivator were blinded by the benefits in front of them and did not pay attention to his reminder. Only a few of them retreated with him at the first moment, saving their lives. After giving the stone mongoose an order, Yang Kai took it to a more remote location and had it spit out all the territory stones in its stomach. After a quick count, Yang Kai was overjoyed. A total of 2,000 to 3,000 territory stones. This was an extremely terrifying number, which could be seen from Yang Kai's harvest since entering the blood prison. So far, he had only obtained 3 domain stones. Others might not necessarily have more gains than he had. In fact, they might have even less. But right now, he had obtained 2,000 to 3,000 territory stones. Perhaps, since ancient times, the total number of territory stones obtained by a cultivator who walked out of the blood prison had never been so high. It seemed that Yang Kai would no longer have to worry about comprehending the mysteries of his territory. With so many territory stones in hand, Yang Kai could unscrupulously absorb the mysterious energy contained within them, gain insight into his territory, and comprehend the essence of the origin king realm. His future would definitely be bright and smooth. Yang Kai was in a good mood. The main purpose of a cultivator who entered the blood prison was to use the territory vortexes to temper their sure, while their secondary purpose was naturally to search for territory stones. Yang Kai felt that he had achieved both of these goals. Without mentioning the number of territory stones he had obtained, the vortexes in his territory could no longer stop him from exploring them. His understanding and application of Shi had reached a new height, and even if he had not reached the grand accomplishment stage, he was not far from it. Perhaps one day, when he broke through to the third order origin returning realm, his Shi would reach the grand accomplishment stage and he would have the capital to break through to the origin king realm. Yang Kai was not going to waste any more time. He was going to find the origin essence crystal left behind by the monster king who died here 10,000 years ago and complete the task given to him by Qiyu. On Monster Star, there were 10 tribal lords, but none of them were qualified to be called Monster King. If one wanted to become a Monster King, they needed to reach the peak of the third order origin king realm. Since ancient times, the number of monster kings born on Monster Star could be counted on one hand. There had been one tens of thousands of years ago, but unfortunately, he was involved in the disputes of Green Mountain Star at that time and eventually fell in the blood prison. Qiyu had already told Yang Kai the specific location. After all, over the years, Monster Emperor Star had secretly sent a number of monster race rookies to the blood prison trial. Qiyu had already inquired about the situation, but unfortunately, they had no way to obtain it. Kai Yang continued to move forward, not wasting any time. He didn't know if it was because of the changes in the stone mountains in his territory, or because so many people had died, but Yang Kai felt that the number of cultivators in the blood prison had indeed decreased greatly. After walking for a few days, Yang Kai couldn't detect any signs of life, and there was no one around. In front of him was a bare hill that was no more than 1,000 meters high. There was not a single blade of grass growing on this hill, only gravel and dirt. However, this hill exuded an extremely strange aura that made one flinch. Demonic Qi. What's more, it was an extremely powerful demonic Qi. Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator did not dare to set foot on this hill easily, because the omnipresent demonic Qi was not something they could withstand. Once one stayed inside for too long, the demonic Qi would invade their body. This was the demonic Qi of a Monster King level master, and a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could not resist it. In the end, the demonic Qi would corrode one's meridians, flesh, blood, become demonic Qi, or become the demon race and die. Therefore, in the blood prison, this strange hill had always been regarded as a restricted area, and no one dared to enter at will. Occasionally, those who passed by it would stay far away to avoid being affected by the demonic Qi. It should be here. Yang Kai looked at the bare hill and whispered to himself. This hill in front of him was the same as the information given by Qiyu, the place where the Monster King fell. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked straight towards the hill. After a short while, he arrived at the foot of the hill. As soon as he stepped in, the omnipresent demonic Qi rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions, drilling into his pores and pouring into his meridians. Yang Kai pushed his Saint Qi to resist the invasion of the demonic Qi. It was a bit strenuous, as expected of the demonic Qi left behind by a Monster King level master. Even if it had existed here for tens of thousands of years, it was still not easy to resist. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the golden divine dragon source, so even if the demonic Qi forced into his body, it would not have much effect on him. If it were any other human origin returning realm master, they would have retreated immediately. After confirming that he was fine, Yang Kai walked up step by step. Very quickly, he arrived at the top of the mountain. He raised his eyes and looked around. The surroundings were empty, and there was nothing. This caused him to frown. The information given to him by Qiyu only said that the origin essence crystal was in this barren hill, but she did not know its exact location. If it was not at the top of the hill, then it might be somewhere else. Yang Kai silently sensed for a while and made a plan in his heart. Looking in a certain direction, he walked towards it. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai arrived at the back of the hill and stood in front of a dark cave, looking inside with rapt attention. The cave was dark and he could not see anything. When he tried to probe it with his divine sense, it was bounced back. However, if he guessed correctly, the Monster King level master should have fallen in this cave because the demonic Qi was the strongest here. Yang Kai was not afraid of anything. He took out a luminous stone from his space ring, held it in his hand, and stepped inside. The deeper he went, the stronger the demonic Qi became. The deepest part of the cave seemed to be the source of the demonic Qi. After a while, Yang Kai finally arrived at the innermost part of the cave. This cave seemed to have been artificially excavated. It was narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. The innermost part of the cave was actually a cave that covered an area of several hundred meters. In a certain part of the cave, there seemed to be a huge object lying across the ground, and an astonishing demonic aura was spreading out from it. Xueqi took out more luminous stones and flicked them around, embedding them into the cracks in the surrounding stone walls. In the blink of an eye, the entire dark cave became bright. Looking forward again, Xueqi's eyes shrank as shock filled them. He suddenly discovered that the huge object in front of him was none other than a skeleton. The skeleton of a huge monster beast. It was about 200 meters long and looked somewhat like an ancient giant crocodile. Even though it was just a skeleton, it exuded an astonishing aura. This skeleton should be the original body of the Monster King level master. It seemed that he had been transformed from a monster beast, otherwise, he would not have revealed his true form after death. Generally, monster race cultivators who were born in human form would remain in human form after death, but they could cultivate some secret techniques to stimulate the monster beast bloodline in their body and stimulate the potential of the monster beast in their bloodline to fight. This kind of monster beast that revealed its true form after death must have been the incarnation of a powerful monster beast. This was the purest form of the monster race, and its bloodline was extremely pure. What's more, this was the skeleton of a third-order origin king monster beast. Even after tens of thousands of years, its skeleton was still as fresh as new. Each of its bones looked extremely sturdy and would definitely be a top-grade material for artifact refining. Xueqi's eyes lit up. Qiyu only said that he would hand over the origin essence crystal to Yu Xiong, but she did not say that he would hand over the Monster King skeleton as well, so Xueqi could simply take it for himself. High Heaven Sect was currently developing and had many highly accomplished artifact refiners from Star Emperor Mountain. Although these artifact refiners could not be compared to Yang Yen, they were still among the best on Shadowed Star. If these skeletons were taken back and given to them for artifact refining, Xueqi believed they would definitely be able to refine a large number of origin-grade high-rank artifacts. However, doing so would be a waste of Heaven's treasures. Logically speaking, the skeleton of an Origin King realm monster beast was a precious material that could be used to refine Origin King-grade artifacts. Chapter 1606. With such thoughts running through his mind, Xueqi turned his gaze to the chest of the monster beast skeleton. In an instant, his eyes became even more fiery. He could clearly see that there was a dark red, round crystal about the size of a baby's head. An origin essence crystal. It could also be called the Monster King's Monster Core. The two had different names, but they both referred to the same thing. Only third-order origin kings could condense such a magical thing as an origin essence crystal in their bodies. Second-order origin kings did not have such qualifications at all. An origin essence crystal contained a top master's comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as their understanding of their territory. Its value was immeasurable. The biggest reason Qiyu wanted to obtain it was to use it to break through to the third-order origin king realm and become a monster king. Looking at the entire star territory, how many third-order origin kings were there? At most, the number could be counted on one hand, and all of them were elusive existences. No one knew where they were, and it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people to see them. But now, there was the skeleton of a master of this level lying in front of Xueqi, and not only was the skeleton intact, even the origin essence crystal was there. Xueqi's breathing inevitably became a little rapid as he stared at the origin essence crystal with scorching eyes. Carefully releasing his divine sense, Xueqi extended his divine sense towards the origin essence crystal, but before his divine sense could touch it, the dark red round crystal suddenly flashed. Xueqi frowned and quickly withdrew his divine sense, not daring to spy on it at will. Qiyu was right. This origin essence crystal still contained a wisp of the Monster King's remnant soul, so any attempt to encroach on it would provoke resistance. If not for this origin essence crystal and skeleton would have been taken away long ago. How could they have waited until today? The only way to safely obtain the origin essence crystal was to suppress this wisp of remnant soul. Anyone who came to the blood prison was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. So who had the ability to suppress the Monster King's remnant soul? Only Xueqi's golden holy dragon's origin power could compare. Gently exhaling, Xueqi calmed his mood and stared at the origin essence crystal solemnly, motionless. In the darkness, an almost imperceptible shadow was cautiously approaching Xueqi. This shadow stuck close to the ground and did not seem to have a physical body, nor did it emit any aura. Even someone as strong as Xueqi did not notice it at all. The black shadow approached little by little, and soon came to a position less than 15 meters behind Yang Kai. Immediately, the dormant black shadow curled up like a snake, converging into one and aiming at Yang Kai's back. Right at this moment, Yang Kai's body shook violently as a resounding dragon roar rang out. Immediately after, an unimaginable pressure spread out in all directions. On Yang Kai's right arm, golden scales strangely appeared and wrapped his entire right arm. Not only his right arm, but the back of his hand was also covered in golden scales. When these scales appeared, his 5 fingers suddenly burst with golden light and his fingernails strangely elongated, flashing a sharp cold light. Dragon form. After cultivating half of the monster transformation secret art, Yang Kai was now barely able to stimulate the golden holy dragon source in his body and transform part of his right arm into a dragon form. His entire right arm instantly became ferocious and terrifying. The black shadow that appeared 15 meters behind Yang Kai was obviously taken aback and quickly returned to the ground, retreating in a hurry. At that moment, Yang Kai moved, his right arm stretching forward in a seemingly slow but actually urgent manner, instantly breaking through the barrier of space and arriving above the Origin Essence Crystal. The Origin Essence Crystal flashed wildly. Vaguely, a restless aura surged from it, as if it was on the verge of exploding. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he grabbed the Origin Essence Crystal in his hand and gripped it tightly. At the same time, he poured his Saint Qi and Divine Sense madly into it. Suddenly, a soft sound seemed to come from the Origin Essence Crystal and the restless aura gradually subsided. The golden scales on Yang Kai's right arm gradually faded and his terrifying right arm returned to its normal state. Letting go of his hand, Yang Kai looked at the Origin Essence Crystal in his hand and grinned. The remnant soul inside the Origin Essence Crystal had been forcibly erased by him, so now this Origin Essence Crystal could be held by anyone without worrying about it exploding. The process was simple and easy, something Yang Kai had not expected. Qi Yu had given him such serious instructions, so Yang Kai thought it would be difficult, but how could he have known he would succeed so easily? Yang Kai looked at this Origin Essence Crystal up close and a strange look appeared on his face. He vaguely felt that this Origin Essence Crystal was somewhat familiar, as if he had obtained it before. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai suddenly realized when he had obtained an Origin Essence Crystal. The first time he entered Lu Yen Sandland. In Lu Yen Sandland, in the pool filled with soul-cleansing divine water, Yang Kai had indeed obtained a crystal-like object. At that time, he did not know what it was, but when he used his divine sense to investigate it, the crystal strangely disappeared and entered his knowledge sea. In the end, this wonderful crystal was completely absorbed by the 6-colored soul-warming lotus, leading to the successful evolution of the soul-warming lotus into its 7-colored form. Yang Kai's blossoming lotus secret technique was comprehended at that time. So that thing was an Origin Essence Crystal. Yang Kai finally understood. No wonder its effects were so powerful, even allowing the soul-warming lotus to evolve. It was just that Yang Kai had not been able to comprehend the mysteries of the territory from it, so he did not know what was going on. It seemed that the master who died beside the soul-cleansing divine water was at least a third-order Origin King. Many years had passed, so Yang Kai did not have any thoughts of exploring it in detail. After understanding this, he put away the Origin Essence Crystal. Although this thing was precious, Yang Kai wanted to obtain the monster transformation secret art more. As such, he still had to give it to Qi Yu. What's more, Qi Yu was Shan Qing Luo's adoptive mother. If she became stronger, Shan Qing Luo would be able to obtain more protection. Yang Kai understood this very well. From beginning to end, he had no intention of taking the Origin Essence Crystal for himself. He believed that with his own ability, even if he did not rely on the Origin Essence Crystal, he would one day be able to break through to the third-order Origin King realm and reach the peak of the martial Tao. Turning around, Yang Kai also put away the Monster King skeleton. Of course, Yang Kai would not miss the Monster King's space ring. Although he did not know what was inside, the wealth of a third-order Origin King would certainly not be small. This was the biggest gain of this trip. After a careful inspection and confirming that he had not missed anything, Yang Kai left. The cave was not too deep, so Yang Kai soon saw the light again. You finally came out. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, a somewhat familiar sinister laugh came from the depths of the ground. Immediately, a blood-red figure suddenly rushed up from the ground and landed in front of him. In an instant, it launched a storm of attacks. Yang Kai's face became cold as he sent out a golden blood thread from his finger, forming an airtight barrier in front of him. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a violent burst of energy rang out as all the attacks launched by the blood-red figure were blocked by Yang Kai's golden blood threads, causing them to retreat in vain. Xueqi. Yang Kai took a moment to see who had attacked him and could not help shouting coldly as murderous intent surged from his body. It's your grandpa Xueqi. Xueqi roared wildly, his expression ferocious as he activated his flood dragon transformation, covering his whole body in blood-red scales, making him look extremely sturdy. Regardless of the situation, he continued to attack Yang Kai desperately. You court death. Yang Kai sneered, and with a single thought, the two golden blood threads suddenly transformed into thunderflame flying lizards, bared their fangs, and pounced toward Xueqi. How can a flying lizard defeat my Xuejiao? The Xuejiao seemed to have forgotten the lesson he had learned in the palace and did not show the slightest fear of Yang Kai. Punching out with his scaly fists, two blood-colored flood dragons condensed from his monster chi appeared and met the thunderflame flying lizard head-on, entangling with each other without the slightest disadvantage. At the same time, Xueqi waved his hand and summoned a giant axe, which he then slashed towards Yang Kai's position. A shocking axe wave that seemed capable of cleaving through the heavens arrived in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he dodged to the side. At that moment, another figure leapt out of the soil, clasped its palms together, and pushed them forward fiercely. A huge and strange flower suddenly appeared, its petals opening like a giant beast's mouth as it bit towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face became cold as he pushed his space force and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away. The strange flower failed to succeed and immediately flew back, floating above the head of the second figure, its petals constantly opening and closing, as if it was breathing with life, and a sweet fragrance began to fill the air. Meteon. Yang Kai's lips curled upwards as he revealed a playful look. Good, both of you are here. It seems you knew I would come here, so you set up an ambush here? Indeed. Meteon smiled lightly. Meteon smiled softly with a warm look on his face. You have the divine dragon source, and the origin essence crystal here is no secret to my monster race. On top of that, you suddenly came to the blood prison from Monster Star, so how could we not know what you were planning? Was it Senior Chi Yu who sent you here? Smart. Yang Kai nodded lightly. What about the origin essence crystal? Meteon's breathing became slightly rapid. Since I've come out, where do you think the origin essence crystal is? Yang Kai smiled brightly. You really succeeded. Meteon took a light breath, the look of greed on his face obvious. You want it. Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. With just the two of you, I'm afraid you don't have such ability. Be careful you don't end up dying here. Seeing him despise them so much and not take them seriously, whether it was Xueqi or Meteon, both of their faces became ugly. Although they didn't want to admit it, both of them knew that in a one-on-one fight, neither of them was Yang Kai's opponent. In the palace, Yang Kai had proven his strength. Whether I have the ability or not, we'll know after we fight, Meteon coldly snorted. Yang Kai was just about to laugh again when suddenly his brow furrowed and his shirt madly spread outwards. With him as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius suddenly collapsed and tiny void cracks began to appear like slithering snakes. Chapter 1607. In the chaotic collapse of space, a cold light suddenly appeared. It seemed to have been aimed at Yang Kai's back, but the chaotic space affected the accuracy of this cold light, causing it to be swallowed up by the void before it could play any role. Accompanied by a soft cry of surprise, a third figure appeared like a ghost, his brow furrowed as he jumped back, a dignified look on his face as he shook his head and sighed. Sure enough, he's difficult to deal with. Yang Kai remained motionless, standing like a rock on the ground as he glanced back coldly, somewhat surprised. Lai Feng, you're also here. He hadn't expected that the third person to attack him would actually be Lai Feng from Wild Lion territory. The top juniors of the monster race's 3 territories had now gathered together. Meteon and Xueqi ambushing him was something Yang Kai could understand. After all, there was some friction between him and these two, so how could they possibly give up? However, Lai Feng's participation in this matter was truly unexpected. When Yang Kai first entered the blood prison, Lai Feng had even invited him to act together, but a few days later, this guy had become his enemy. Atop Monster Mountain, demonic chi filled the air, and these three monster race juniors took advantage of this demonic chi to perfectly conceal themselves. If it weren't for Yang Kai's sharp senses, he really might have been ambushed by Lai Feng. Lai Feng, I have no grievances with you, right? Yang Kai looked at him coldly and asked indifferently. Lai Feng laughed dryly and said in a deep voice, Of course not. Then why did you do this? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Brother Yang, please forgive me. Lai Feng seemed a little embarrassed as he cupped his fists and said calmly, To be honest, if possible, Lai Feng does not want to be enemies with Brother Yang, but this matter is related to an origin essence crystal, so Lai Feng cannot ignore it. Yang Kai nodded. Understood. Since Brother Yang understands, Lai Feng has nothing to say. Every tribal lord wants to obtain the origin essence crystal, but no one has a way to take it out. Now that Brother Yang has achieved this, Lai Feng cannot allow you to leave, but if Brother Yang can hand over the origin essence crystal, I believe Xueqi and Mi Tian should let you leave safely. Do you think I'll hand it over? Yang Kai sneered. Lai Feng thought about it seriously for a while, then said seriously, I'm afraid not. If it were me, I wouldn't either. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Let's join forces and kill him. No matter how powerful he is, he's just one person. Why should the three of us be afraid of him? Xueqi's temper was the most fiery, so when he saw Yang Kai and Lai Feng arguing endlessly, he let out a roar and rushed towards Yang Kai with all his might. Releasing an astonishing momentum, the phantom of a huge blood flood dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Xueqi obviously knew how powerful Yang Kai was and wanted to go all out against him. Mi Tian didn't waste any time talking nonsense. The moment Xueqi took action, Mi Tian let out a shout and the strange flower above his head suddenly began spinning, its petals flying out and disappearing into the void. Lai Feng's figure once again faded like a ghost before disappearing without a trace. No one knew where he had gone. The fierce offensive of the three monster race rookies broke out in an instant. Good. Since you court death, I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Kai was fighting 1 against 3, but not only was he not afraid, his expression instead became fierce and savage. 5 colored lights suddenly covered his entire body, and with a chi sound, tiny and almost invisible 5-element sword chi emerged from every pore on his body. These 5-element sword chi were extremely sharp, and not only could they provide him with a considerable amount of protection, they also possessed great lethality. 5 elements indestructible sword chi was a combination of attack and defense. His muscles bulging, Yang Kai's explosive strength surged as he threw out 3 punches to meet Xueqi's violent onslaught. The violent energy from the two collided in the middle, sputtering out a huge explosion. Yang Kai remained motionless while Xueqi's fierce body trembled 3 times before his arms suddenly drooped down weakly. In a head-on collision, he was obviously not Yang Kai's opponent. Without giving Xueqi a chance to react, Yang Kai rubbed his hands together and summoned a dozen golden blood threads, twisting and twisting together to form a golden spear that shot toward Xueqi at an extremely fast speed. Xueqi's face changed drastically as his eyes filled with shock. As soon as they fought, he realized that Yang Kai was stronger than when they had fought in the palace before. At that time, Xueqi at least had the strength to fight back, but now, he was completely suppressed, unable to even muster up the will to resist. The other party's offensive had completely destroyed his confidence. This situation could only be explained by 2 possibilities. The first was that Yang Kai had not used his full strength at that time, and the second was that Yang Kai had grown a lot in the blood prison. Xueqi's courage was shattered. Perceiving the terrifying lethality contained in this golden spear, Xueqi did not dare to neglect and hurriedly summoned a defensive artifact in front of him while crossing his arms across his chest, grit his teeth, and roared, preparing to meet this attack head-on. Guangdang. The sound of metal colliding rang out and spread throughout the entire demon mountain. The defensive artifact Xueqi hurriedly summoned failed to play any role and was directly penetrated by the golden spear before continuing to stab towards him. On both of Xueqi's arms, the blood-colored scales were pierced through and a large hole immediately appeared. The wound was so deep that bone could be seen and blood instantly sprayed out. Under the tremendous force, Xueqi's body was sent flying straight into the cave. A series of crashing noises rang out from the depths of the cave for a long time. No one knew where Xueqi had been sent flying or how serious his injuries were. Yang Kai did not stop and instead turned around abruptly, waving his hand towards a certain spot in the void behind him. A huge crescent-shaped void crack immediately formed and rushed forward fiercely. Lai Feng let out a strange cry as he hurriedly retreated, staring at the crescent-shaped void crack with a dignified expression, not daring to face it head-on, only able to evade. Before he could even launch an attack, he was forced out by Yang Kai. Petals suddenly appeared around Yang Kai, spinning like sharp blades as they shot towards Yang Kai from all directions. As these petals rotated, a sweet fragrance spread out, seemingly capable of affecting one's mind. At this moment, Yang Kai had forced Lai Feng back and paused, allowing Mi Tian to grasp the opportunity to attack quite well. In an instant, the countless petals wrapped around Yang Kai, forming a strange flower that reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, Yang Kai had already disappeared. He seemed to have been swallowed by the flower. Mi Tian frowned as he looked around nervously. He could tell that his attack had no effect and Yang Kai had escaped at the critical moment. "Want to kill me? The three of you don't seem to have enough weight." A sarcastic voice came from the side, causing Mi Tian's eyes to shrink as he quickly looked over, only to see Yang Kai standing in the void unscathed. Mi Tian's face suddenly became gloomy. Lai Feng appeared silently beside Mi Tian, a cold expression on his face, not saying a word. The three monster race rising stars joining forces might not be able to compete with an Origin King Realm Master, but they were absolutely invincible in the Origin Returning Realm. They were not ordinary Origin Returning Realm Masters, they were all top masters on Monster Star. However, the result of this battle made them feel a chill in their hearts. Without much effort, Yang Kai resolved their attacks one by one. Xueqi had been sent flying into the cave, and even now, there was no movement from him. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but the remaining two were completely suppressed. Is this guy even human? Lai Feng's eyes twitched as he regretted getting involved in this mess. He knew that Yang Kai was extremely strong, otherwise, he would not have been able to teach Xueqi a lesson back in the palace, so when they first entered the blood prison, he had invited Yang Kai to act together. However, after learning about the Origin Essence Crystal from Mi Tian and Xueqi, he could not just sit back and watch. The Origin Essence Crystal was too precious, so precious that he was willing to take a risk. Originally, he thought that if he joined forces with Xueqi and Mi Tian, Yang Kai would definitely be outnumbered, but judging from the short time they fought, the situation was not optimistic. This person was actually heaven-defying to such an extent. With just a second-order Origin Returning Realm cultivation, being able to achieve such a feat was unprecedented since ancient times, right? Lai Feng, you aren't regretting it, are you? You should know that there is no medicine for regret in this world. Today, either he dies or we die. Mi Tian glanced at him with a gloomy expression. He was determined to kill Yang Kai. Lai Feng slowly shook his head. Once an arrow leaves the bow, there is no turning back, I naturally know that. And, let's wait for Brother Xueqi to come out. Only if the three of us work together will we have a chance. Mi Tian did not refute. Facing Yang Kai, he had already put away his pride. The two stood there side by side, their eyes wandering between Yang Kai and the cave from time to time, their hearts burning with anxiety. Xueqi still did not move, as if he had really been killed by Yang Kai in a single blow. However, this was impossible. Even if Yang Kai was powerful, Xueqi had still displayed his Flood Dragon transformation, so his defenses were impregnable. How could he have been killed by such an attack? Mi Tian and Lai Feng could not figure out what Xueqi was doing, and for a moment, both of them cursed Xueqi in their hearts, blaming him for dropping the ball at this critical moment. Right at this moment, an extremely tragic roar suddenly came from the cave. The roar was like rolling thunder, deafening to the ears. It's Xueqi. Mi Tian frowned, his expression becoming gloomy. He did not know why Xueqi was acting so crazily. Even if he was unwilling, he could have just rushed out and fought Yang Kai again, so what was the point of roaring like this? Something's not right. Lai Feng suddenly felt his heart palpitate uneasily. Inexplicably, an unprecedented sense of crisis spread from the bottom of his heart, as if he did not retreat immediately, his life would be in danger. This kind of feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Like Mi Tian and Lai Feng, Yang Kai also stared towards the cave with a dignified expression, faintly aware that something was wrong. However, he was more curious about what Xueqi was doing, or if he was going to use some kind of earth-shattering secret technique. Chapter 1608. After a short while, Xueqi's roar suddenly subsided, as if someone had grabbed his throat and stopped abruptly. The moment his roar subsided, The rich demonic chi throughout Monster Mountain suddenly became turbulent, as if it had been summoned and began to rush towards the cave. The cave was like the mouth of a beast, sucking in the frightening amount of demonic chi. In less than 10 breaths of time, the rich demonic chi that had been lingering in Demon Mountain for tens of thousands of years was completely wiped out. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Mi Tian and Lai Feng glanced at each other, seemingly unable to figure out the situation. Inside the cave, a ferocious aura was slowly recovering. This aura was so strong that it made Yang Kai somewhat uncomfortable. Asterisk sha sha sha. Asterisk the sound of footsteps came from inside the cave, and a moment later, Xueqi's figure emerged from the cave entrance. At this moment, he no longer looked as embarrassed and angry as before, and instead had a thoughtful look on his face as he spread his hands in front of him and stared at them carefully. A hint of hidden joy flashed across the depths of his eyes. Xueqi, what are you doing? Mi Tian shouted, his face filled with anger. He had just started fighting with Yang Kai, but Xueqi was acting so inexplicably, making Mi Tian extremely unhappy. Yang Kai was too strong, and even if the three of them joined forces, they were not completely confident they could kill him, so none of them could afford to take him lightly. He seems to be a little different. Lai Feng narrowed his eyes as he stared towards the cave. Let's kill Yang Kai first. Mi Tian coldly snorted before once again urging the strange flower to attack Yang Kai. Although Lai Feng felt that something was wrong with Xueqi, he knew that now was not the time to dwell on such matters, so his figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood, quietly approaching Yang Kai. Yang Kai focused most of his attention on Xueqi. At this moment, Xueqi was completely different from before, and Yang Kai actually felt great pressure from his opponent. Xueqi also seemed to recover as his two blood-red eyes stared towards a certain spot in the sky, a strange light flashing across his eyes as he muttered, "Shadow Vulture bloodline? Interesting. I didn't expect to run into the bloodline of an old friend right after I see the light of day again." After saying this strange sentence, he suddenly took a step forward. Ignoring the barrier of space, he actually went directly to a place more than 10 feet away. No one saw how he moved, but Yang Kai, who had been closely watching him, found a clue. It wasn't that it ignored the barrier of space, but that it was too fast, so fast that even his divine sense couldn't keep up. Xueqi stretched out his hand and seemingly casually grabbed towards the void. As he made a grabbing motion, the space around him abruptly congealed. A panicked figure appeared from within. It was Lai Feng who had disappeared. Lai Feng's expression was filled with both shock and anger. He never thought Xueqi would come here and ruin his plans, so he hurriedly withdrew and asked for clarification. But Xueqi didn't give him this opportunity at all. Inexplicably, his blood-red hand covered in scales grabbed Lai Feng's neck. Yang Kai paled in horror while Mi Tian was also taken aback. No longer caring about attacking Yang Kai, Mi Tian glared at Xueqi and shouted, "What are you doing?" The three of them had joined forces to ambush Yang Kai, but now that the enemy was unharmed, Xueqi was actually targeting one of their own, making Mi Tian unable to bear it any longer. Xueqi didn't pay any attention to Mi Tian and instead lifted Lai Feng up high as if he was a child, staring at him with his scarlet eyes indifferently as he asked, "Who is that old fart Tianjiu to you?" Lai Feng finally realized something was wrong and desperately urged his monster chi to break free from Xueqi's control. But no matter how hard he tried, his monster chi seemed to be imprisoned and could not move at all. "You're not Xueqi," Lai Feng exclaimed in horror. It was impossible for Xueqi to subdue him in a single move. Combined with the change in demonic chi back on Monster Mountain, Lai Feng immediately understood what was going on. Possession. Yang Kai and Mi Tian also reacted at the same time and called out in surprise. "You little brats have good eyesight." Xueqi cackled strangely, not trying to deny it. Instead, he shot a meaningful glance towards Yang Kai, a look of greed flashing across the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Xueqi staring at him, not knowing what he meant. Xueqi no longer paid any attention to him, retracted his gaze, and continued to ask, "Who is Tianjiu to you?" "He is my family ancestor." Lai Feng's face flushed red as he grit his teeth and replied. "Is he still alive?" Xueqi tilted his head. "My family ancestor fell a long time ago. May I ask who Senior is?" Lai Feng asked in a deep voice. When Tianjiu was alive, he was a top master on Monster Emperor Star. He was an extremely powerful monster king who had reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. Unfortunately, he fell 10,000 years ago, leaving him as the strongest member of Lai Feng's bloodline to this day. He actually died? That's a pity. This king still has some old debts to settle with him. Xueqi seemed a little disappointed as he grinned. But it doesn't matter, it's all in the past. Encountering his junior today can be considered as settling one of this old master's grievances. Who is senior? Lai Feng asked in a trembling voice. He could feel that Xueqi was squeezing his big hand harder and harder, making it difficult for him to breathe. This king was born in the same era as Tianjiu and had many grievances with him. Who do you think this king is? Xueqi chuckled. Lai Feng's face turned pale as he trembled. You're the mad crocodile king. You actually fell here. Lai Feng was naturally familiar with the history of his family. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Tianjiu was alive, the shadow vulture lineage was extremely powerful and dominated almost all of Monster Star. Unfortunately, there was another powerful monster king who could compete with Tianjiu. That was the mad crocodile monster king. Now, after hearing Xueqi's words, Lai Feng immediately understood his identity. The guy who possessed Xueqi turned out to be the bloodthirsty and cruel mad crocodile monster king. It was rumored that his cultivation was earth-shattering, but his actions were bloody and cruel. Countless monster race and human race cultivators died at his hands. The entire Monster Star was turned upside down by him, which was why he was called the Mad Crocodile Monster King. Tianjiu tried to kill him many times but failed, and the enmity between the two masters grew deeper and deeper. But later, he suddenly disappeared from Monster Star, and no one knew where he went. Qi Yu and the others knew that the Mad Crocodile King fell in the blood prison, but the younger generation did not know much about what happened tens of thousands of years ago. Now that he learned the truth, Lai Feng's courage almost shattered. Falling into the hands of such a monster race master, how could he have a good end? That's right, this king fell here, but this king can rise again today. Heh, since you are a descendant of Tianjiu, you can only blame your bad luck for bumping into this king. Xueqi sneered as he squeezed Lai Feng's neck with his big hand, and with a loud crack, Lai Feng's neck fell to the side and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Lai Feng was dead. Xueqi was now so powerful that it was almost impossible to comprehend. Mi Tian gulped as his face turned pale. Even when facing Yang Kai, he had not felt so powerless. The great reputation of the Mad Crocodile Monster King made him unable to even think of resisting. At the moment of Lai Feng's death, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately retreated, wanting to leave this troublesome place. You think you can leave without this king's permission? Xueqi suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Mi Tian and casually stretched out his hand, causing a mysterious force to burst forth. The space in front of Mi Tian seemed to have turned into an impenetrable wall that blocked his path. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he watched this scene and vaguely understood. This was the power of his territory. Although Xueqi's aura was still at the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, the Mad Crocodile Monster King who possessed his body was a genuine Third Order Origin King. It was understandable that he could use some of the power of his territory. It turns out this kind of power can be used like this. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly, seemingly very interested in Xueqi's methods. Mi Tian failed to escape and immediately changed directions. Xueqi coldly snorted and waved his hand, summoning a blood flood dragon that transformed into a rope-like existence that shot towards Mi Tian. Mi Tian flew into a rage and turned around, causing the strange flower to burst into thousands of petals that shot towards Xueqi from all directions. At the same time, his eyes suddenly bloomed with a strange brilliance as he stared straight at Xueqi. Xueqi showed no fear and simply sneered contemptuously, soul-absorbing evil eye. Daring to use this against this old master boy, you're overestimating yourself. Saying so, his scarlet eyes suddenly became deep and dark, like a bottomless pit that swallowed up Mi Tian's evil eye. A terrifying spiritual energy burst out from Xueqi's body. Mi Tian screamed miserably, as if he had suffered a great deal of pain, his aura suddenly weakening. Not only did his evil eye not play any role, but it was also injured by Xueqi, greatly damaging his soul. The blood-red rope instantly bound Mi Tian tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. Xueqi grinned fiercely as he raised his hand high and slowly clenched it into a fist. The blood-red rope that bound Mi Tian quickly tightened as Xueqi's fist moved. Don't! Mi Tian cried out, but it was to no avail as the blood-red rope directly cut into his flesh and broke his bones. With a series of cracking sounds, Mi Tian's flesh and blood were sent flying, leaving no trace of his body behind. With just a wave of his hand, he had killed 2 monster race rising stars. Xueqi lowered his head and stared at his hand, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face as he muttered, "Good, good, the blood flood dragon bloodline really has its own uniqueness." He seemed very satisfied with his new body. But soon, he slowly shook his head, raised his eyes, and stared at Yang Kai with an even more fervent gaze, his eyes filled with greed. For him, Yang Kai's existence seemed to be more attractive to him. "You're not running?" Xueqi asked in amazement. Although he had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements when he killed Mi Tian and Lai Feng, it was impossible for him to give him a chance to escape. However, this human just stood there and watched coldly, not even showing any intention of running away, which surprised Xueqi greatly. Chapter 1609. Why should I run? Yang Kai, who was standing there, raised his brow and asked, "Are you not afraid of death? Aren't you afraid this king will kill you?" Xueqi showed a look of interest. "It's not certain who will kill who. Senior's words are too confident," Yang Kai chuckled. Xueqi narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Kai seriously before nodding gently. "Although I don't want to admit it, you human are much better than my monster race's little brats. My monster race seems to be in decline right now. Senior is too kind." Yang Kai still wore an indifferent look, but Senior doesn't need to act mysterious. Even if you were a monster king tens of thousands of years ago, now that you have taken over this body again, how much strength can you display? Be careful not to fail miserably. If that happens, you'll die a horrible death. Xueqi was startled but immediately burst into laughter, his laughter rumbling like thunder as he nodded. "Good, good, even though you know this king's identity, you don't show the slightest fear and are even able to speak freely with this king. You human brat, you're really not bad, making this king feel a bit reluctant to kill you. And this king has just taken over this body and has experienced tens of thousands of years of weakness, so he really can't display much of his strength, but killing you is not a problem. Moreover, you must die. This king likes the golden divine dragon source in your body, so hand it over obediently and this king can give you a quick death." The origin power of the golden holy dragon? Yang Kai frowned, revealing a look of understanding. "So it was Senior who wanted to kill me in the cave just now. No wonder I felt something was wrong." "Your perception is quite keen." Xueqi coldly snorted. "Enough nonsense, surrender obediently and this king won't be too cruel to you, but if you dare to resist." "So what if I resist?" Yang Kai coldly snorted before his figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. "This is..." Xueqi frowned, revealing a dignified look. The moment Yang Kai disappeared, Xueqi noticed a strange power that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Soon, Xueqi realized what it was and exclaimed, "Space Force." Xueqi's eyes flashed a terrifying blood-red light as his expression twisted with excitement. He had never expected that this human's body would contain so much wealth that even he coveted it. Not to mention that the golden divine dragon source power was something that every monster race powerhouse yearned to possess. Even this unorthodox space force was not something that ordinary people could cultivate. As long as he could occupy this human boy's body, whether it was the golden divine dragon source or the space force he cultivated, Xueqi could take it all for himself. Although Xueqi's original monster body had inherited an ancient bloodline, how could it compare to the golden divine dragon? Coupled with the space force he possessed, Xueqi felt that if he could seize Yang Kai's body, his cultivation would rise to a whole new level in the future. "Good, good, good. The heavens are really helping this king." Xueqi laughed, his blood-red eyes filled with greed. A creaking sound suddenly rang out as a half-moon-shaped void crack suddenly appeared 15 meters in front of Xueqi. This void crack was 10 meters long and as soon as it formed, it shot towards Xueqi. A chaotic aura pulsed from this void crack, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if it was trying to banish Xueqi into the endless void. "Your use of the Tao of space has actually reached such a level," Xueqi exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Still standing in place without moving, Xueqi didn't even try to dodge, simply stretching out his hand and grasping forward. As he grasped, the rapidly advancing crescent-shaped void crack suddenly seemed to be bound by some kind of invisible force and stopped mid-air, unable to advance any further. Xueqi frowned as he madly pushed his monster chi and shouted, "Break for me!" With a roar, the crescent-shaped spatial rift was crushed by him, and the space that was cut open twisted and squirmed for a while before repairing itself. Voila. A slight noise came from the soles of Xueqi's feet and a gray figure appeared above his head, gripping a black stick with both hands and smashing it down fiercely. What is this? Xueqi was taken aback. Even with his perception, he did not notice any trace of this figure approaching him until it broke through the ground. Looking at it carefully, Xueqi discovered that this figure was not made of flesh and blood, but more like a humanoid rock. It wasn't tall, only about the length of an ordinary person's thigh. However, the black stick it held in its hands gave off a power that made Xueqi tremble in fear. If this stick hit, Xueqi estimated he wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. His face sinking, Xueqi coldly snorted as a blood-red mist suddenly filled his body, forming a solid defense around him. The black stick smashed down fiercely. With a cracking sound, the defense Xueqi laid down was unable to withstand the power of this stick and directly collapsed, allowing the black stick to continue smashing towards his head. Xueqi's complexion finally changed as he covered his body in blood-red scales and used his flood dragon transformation to meet the incoming stick with his fist. On his fist, not only was there a frightening energy fluctuation, there was also a strange aura. It was the power of territory. Kong. The blood-red and black lights collided and a dazzling halo burst forth. Xueqi's body sank as he was smashed directly into the ground while the small figure was also sent flying backwards, landing heavily on the ground, but soon stood up, shaking its head as if nothing had happened. A high-pitched bird cry rang out as a strange fiery red bird suddenly appeared, its beautiful body swaying back and forth. Flapping its wings, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a series of fireballs containing terrifying power, instantly enveloping Xueqi's position. Xueqi's roar rang out in an instant as the sound of fireballs exploding echoed one after another. Kai's figure once again appeared like a ghost, his expression indifferent as he swooped down from the sky, the verdant dragon bone sword already in his hand. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, a giant dark green dragon shook its head and wagged its tail before pouncing straight toward Xueqi, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. Kai used almost all of his strength, not showing any intention of holding back. The other party's strength was unfathomable, so Kai naturally wouldn't treat him as an ordinary origin returning realm master. The giant dark green dragon's huge body slammed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Kai then shot out hundreds of golden blood threads, sending them out like a mad dance, cutting through space. Little brat, you court death. Xueqi shouted madly. He hadn't expected to suffer such a big loss at Kai's hands right after he saw the light of day again. He thought that Kai was no different from Mi Tian and Lai Feng, who he had killed before. It seemed he had underestimated Kai's ability. The power of his territory seeped out from Xueqi's body, preventing the fireballs from entering within 10 meters of him and bursting apart. The giant dark green dragon was also sent flying by Xueqi's punch while the golden blood threads shot out by Kai didn't have much effect, only leaving shallow scars on the surface of Xueqi's body. After being possessed, Xueqi's strength had become almost unimaginable. Kai narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand, summoning the purple shield in front of him. The next moment, a giant blood-red fist slammed into it. Voila. The origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact that had followed Kai for many years and had been repaired and refined several times by inflammation was blown apart, no longer able to provide any help to Kai. The destruction of the purple shield slowed down the violent offensive of Xueqi's punch, allowing Kai to meet it with his own. When the two fists collided, Kai only felt an irresistible force hit him head-on, causing him to feel a sweet taste in his throat as he was sent flying a few thousand meters before he was able to stabilize himself. After standing firm, Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and stared forward. Over there, when the dust settled, Xueqi's hair was disheveled and his aura was violent. His face was ferocious and terrifying as his scarlet eyes stared straight at Kai from a few thousand meters away. He seemed to be truly enraged. Kai grinned as he calmed down. Just now, he seemed to be going all out, but in fact, it was just a test of strength. Now that he had obtained the result he wanted, Kai was naturally happy. Xueqi was not invincible. He was afraid of the heaven-shaking pillar in the stone mongoose's hand, he was afraid of his golden blood threads, he was afraid of the verdant dragon bone sword, and he was also afraid of the firebird artifact spirit. All of Kai's means could cause harm to him. This was more than enough. Kai was afraid that no matter how hard he tried, Xueqi would remain unscathed. If that really happened, Yang Kai would immediately leave. If he couldn't even break his opponent's defenses, what was the point of fighting? While Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, Xueqi's furious expression converged and he seemed to realize something, a look of dread appearing in his eyes. He finally saw the situation in front of him clearly. Yang Kai was different from Lai Feng and Mi Tian and was not an existence he could kill at will. This little brat is ridiculously strong. Sweeping his eyes over the firebird, the stone mongoose, and the giant dark green dragon, Xueqi suddenly shouted, "Boy, you're really good. You cultivate the Tao of space, so this king isn't sure he can kill you. How about this? You leave this king's origin essence crystal behind and we can shake hands and not cross paths from now on." "You want the origin essence crystal?" Yang Kai curled his lips. "Yes, that is this king's monster core. This king will not give it up no matter what." "You think too much." Yang Kai chuckled. "Once the origin essence crystal is in my hands, it's impossible for me to return it to you. If you want it, you can take it with your own ability. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Seeing that you are a promising talent, I don't want to bully you and make things difficult for you here. Don't misunderstand my intentions." "Really? Why do I feel like Senior is lacking in confidence? Don't you want my golden holy dragon's origin power? If you kill me, everything will be yours. Why are you wasting your breath here?"